country. In fact, it was the war which was fought at the altitude of 14,000 feet to 18,000 feet, first of its kind, a high altitude war fought between India and Pakistan. There were so many things which Indian Army also learned from that war, and that is why now the high altitude warfare tactic is the leading force in the India, and in fact other countries from like America and other countries come to these places to learn those kind of war tactics in the high altitude. As far as this war memorial is concerned, this is situated absolutely at the spot where it was a battlefield. In fact, the mountains, Tololing, Tiger Hill behind me, and other points where the mountains which were illegally occupied by the Pakistani army in a manner of cheating when no one was deployed on those posts with the mutual agreement between India and Pakistan. But finally, that war concluded on 26th of July 1999, and Indian Army announced the victory in that war. Today, not only the Army Chief is here, you can see behind me there is some movement of the choppers. In fact, Army Chief is already here since yesterday. Now, the Defence Minister of the country, Rajnath Singh, is reaching in a while here. At 8:30, he is supposed to reach the war memorial here at Dras and pay tributes to the Kargil martyrs here at this war memorial. Pooja.
All right, thank you so much, Ashraf. I'll come back to you in just a short while as we expect Defence Minister, the Chief of Defence Staff also to be there at the ceremony. Remember, the Pakistan troops, intruders, had intruded into the Indian territory. Indian soldiers ensured that they were pushed back. It came at a cost as well, but remember, today is the day you remember the stories of the courage and the valor at that height in Kargil, where our soldiers fought to reclaim our territory. The India opposition bloc is all guns blazing. They're now targeting government at the centre by putting forth a no-confidence motion. The Congress is leading with it. The Congress has sent out an adjournment notice in Lok Sabha motion seeking to suspend the question hour as well. The Congress party is seeking a debate on Manipur in the parliament. Now, the Congress party has said, and I quote the party spokesperson in the statement, debate, discuss the conflict, the ongoing situation in Manipur. The opposition parties know fairly well this is their opportunity to corner the Modi government, because there has been, for the past 2 months at least, massive ethnic violence and strife that has been going on in the northeastern state. Remember, earlier, before the parliament session began, there were a lot of issues that the opposition had in store, but now all their focus is primarily on Manipur. Let's bring in Mosmi Singh for the latest on that in this morning telecast of the First Up. Mosmi, good morning. Now, the government has said they are also ready for a discussion. They will do it. Home Minister Amit Shah has given out a statement, but the Congress party and opposition is not convinced. What is their agenda? What is this adjournment notice they have sent out?
So, Pooja, a very good morning to all our viewers, and of course you. Let me tell you that today is going to be a very action-packed day in the Parliament. The opposition has built up consensus on mooting a no-confidence motion against the BJP government, and this no-confidence motion, in fact, has been used in the past to bring the government on the mat and answer issues on issues of national importance. So several times it's been used in the past against Indira Gandhi. Even Atal Bihari Vajpayee had to face the no-confidence motion, and the Modi government, in fact, in 2018 faced a no-confidence motion. More importantly, the highlight of this is that the opposition says, and in fact the India party members say that the government is not answering the House on the Manipur issue, and this was the only last resort that was left to get the government to debate in a detailed manner on a particular topic, and in fact get the Prime Minister to answer. So we are told that the no confidence motion, the draft is already ready at the Congress party office, and it needs to be sent to the Secretary General before 10 a.m. today to be admitted. And then it is the prerogative of the Lok Sabha Speaker when he can grant that leave to the member to in fact bring that no confidence motion. There is a stipulated timeline for that. But we are told that the opposition is gearing up to get it admitted today, send it before 10 a.m. to the Secretary General.
All right, so this is the moment that the Congress party has sent out the adjournment notice. They want a debate and discussion. They're even planning to come forth with a no confidence motion. Mosmi, I'll come back to you in just a short while when the session begins. We have more breaking news coming in. Let's take a look at that. He may be suspended from the Rajya Sabha, but he's still all guns blazing. From the Aam Aadmi Party, Member of Parliament Sanjay Singh has targeted government at the centre. He's protesting amid a rainfall, remember, that has lashed at National Capital and the NCR region as well. And near the Parliament premises, he continues to sit on a dharna while it is pouring. An Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament has hit out at the government, saying even the God appears to be crying over Manipur, taking the metaphor of the heavy downpour that has lashed Delhi and NCR. Sanjay Singh says, when will the Prime Minister speak on Manipur in the Parliament? Remember, he was suspended for alleged misdemeanor in the well of the House by the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. And as an Aam Aadmi Party MP, as an opposition MP, they are now charging at the government at the centre. Listen in to what Sanjay Singh has had to say.
पिछले 2 दिनों से यहाँ संसद परिसर में हम लोग हैं। आज तेज बारिश हुई, लेकिन हमारा धरना, हमारा आंदोलन जारी है और प्रधानमंत्री जी से हम बार-बार एक ही सवाल पूछते रहेंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी, मणिपुर की हिंसा पर देश के सबसे बड़े सदन में, लोकतंत्र के सबसे बड़े मंदिर में आप कब आकर जवाब देंगे? जय हिंद।
Right, we'll listen in again to what Sanjay Singh has had to say, and basically he's using the metaphor of the downpour, of the rainfall, and said even the God appears to be crying for what's happening in Manipur. When will the Prime Minister speak? Remember, the opposition members of Parliament have been protesting non-stop or over rotating shifts at the Parliament premises near the Gandhi statue, and now Aam Aadmi Party MP is sitting. Mosmi Singh continues to be with us in this telecast. Mosmi, so Aam Aadmi Party MP not budging and ensuring they escalate attack. Now, are the opposition MPs, Mosmi, still on a dharna, or is it just Sanjay Singh?
So clearly, Pooja, we are seeing a new, unity, renewed unity in the opposition with the India Alliance, and the MPs, other MPs are in fact taking roster duties, even amidst all that rain. We've just heard JB Mathur. She spoke to me and she said, we've been there all night. So Sanjay Singh is not alone. We've seen lots of TMC, Congress, NCP, Uddhav Sena, all the allies, rallying behind Sanjay Singh right there sitting under that jamun tree.
Mosmi is telling us about what's been happening with regard to opposition MP strategy. Paulami Saha also now joins me on the phone line of this. Paulami, good morning. So we're expecting another washout, another disruption in the Parliament today. But do tell us about the government strategy, because the opposition is not relenting. They're not convinced even with Home Minister Amit Shah. They want Prime Minister's reaction. So what is the government strategy then here for the Parliament session to continue, Paulami?
Well, as far as the government is concerned, Pooja, it is very clear that the government now is going to push through with its legislative agenda for this monsoon session. Remember that the government has 31 bills that it has listed for tabling in this session of Parliament. So the government has already started pushing through with that agenda yesterday itself. The government realizes that the opposition is going to be unrelenting as far as their demand to have the Prime Minister make a statement in the House on the Manipur crisis is concerned. The government has been offering them a discussion which is only restricted to the matter of Manipur and no other states that will be brought in reference during that discussion. They said that the Home Minister will reply to that discussion because he spent 3 days in Manipur monitoring the law and order situation. Of course, the MHA is also the nodal ministry when it comes to law and order, and hence the Home Minister is the best placed person to speak about it. The Home Minister yesterday also wrote to Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in the Lok Sabha, saying that he seeks their full cooperation in the running of the House It is a very sensitive matter as far as Manipur is concerned. The people of Manipur and the people of the country are looking to Parliament and parliamentarians to, in fact, discuss this very sensitive issue and, put forth before the nation the details of what happened, especially concerning that viral video. And just since the 3rd of May in Manipur, he's in fact said that I will give you a comprehensive discussion and I will reply to every question that you have. But clearly, the opposition is unrelenting. Their demand still remains that the Prime Minister make a statement on the floors of the House.
All right, Paulami Saha and Mosmi Singh, thank you very much for telling us the updates coming in of what's expected today in the Parliament. Another showdown, another washout. What will happen to the bills also that need discussion? Thank you very much for now. So the deadlock continues between the opposition parties and the government at the centre. Now, the opposition parties are very clear, and this is the India bloc that stands united, and they're charging at the government over the issue of Manipur. They are demanding a statement from the Prime Minister, but that's not it. The opposition is planning to now move a no-confidence motion against government at the centre today. Opposition parties believe the only way for the government to discuss the table and come to the table on Manipur issue is by a statement and a discussion via either an adjournment notice or a no-confidence motion. Consensus has been built. There is a signature campaign that is also being launched by the opposition parties to at least get 50-member signature. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has written a letter to the leaders of opposition in both houses urging them to create a conducive environment to discuss the sensitive issue of Manipur. He said the government has nothing to hide. It is not running away from the discussion, but opposition should first let the discussion at least happen.
हम तो पहले दिन से कह रहे हैं कि सरकार के पास छुपाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है. हम मणिपुर पर जितनी लंबी चाहे विपक्ष चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि विपक्ष हमेशा की तरह एक बार फिर चर्चा की मांग करके भागता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि जो उंगली वो सरकार की तरफ उठाने वाले हैं उसकी शेष बची हुई हाथ की जितनी उंगलियां वो उनकी खुद की तरफ उठेगी. जिस तरह का चीचालेदार उनका होने वाला उससे बचने के लिए वो इस तरह का जो है षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं.
आज जो गैर जिम्मेदारान व्यवहार है विपक्ष का वो आप सबके सामने है. एक तरफ गुमराह कर रहे हैं देश को कि ये मणिपुर पर डिस्कशन चाहते हैं, कुछ अपनी बात रखना चाहते हैं, और ऐसे सेंसिटिव मुद्दे पर, ऐसे संवेदनशील मुद्दे पर ना तो संवेदनशीलता दिखाई गई है और ना ही संवेदनशील वातावरण बनाया गया है. खास तौर पे विपक्ष का व्यवहार उसको और स्टैंप लगा रहा है.
He is the head of the government. You allow the discussion, let the Prime Minister reply. Home Minister had not done anything to stop the issue. Prime Minister was touring the world. Home Minister was in India. He didn't even go to that place to see what is happening and how the people are treated there to resolve the issue. He had failed in it. So we want the Prime Minister to intervene. What did the Home Minister do when the trouble was there for the past 90 days? What was he doing?
The NDA and the India bloc are now locking horns over the name change that has happened via the opposition. The government at the centre and its ministers, led by Prime Minister Modi, who first charged at the opposition for bringing this name India to their opposition alliance. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had taken a jibe, likening it to even radical Islamist outfit like the Popular Front of India, East India Company and the terror outfit Indian Mujahideen. Senior BJP leaders have now intensified their attack as well. Union Home Minister Amit Shah took to social media site Twitter saying that change in the name of the alliance will not erase the past deeds of these parties that are involved. Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar accused the opposition of seeking foreign interference to solve internal problems. Unfazed by the charges levelled against them, opposition parties have hit back and accused Prime Minister Modi of allegedly hating India, the country.
मैंने पहले भी मुझसे किसी ने पूछा भी ये पहले, और मैं आज भी वही जवाब दूंगा. घटिया प्रोडक्ट को आप नाम बदलने से प्रोडक्ट बदलता नहीं है. आप कुछ भी कहिए, घटिया प्रोडक्ट ही रहता है. वो नाम बदलते रहें. वो यूपीए के नाम से शर्मिंदा हैं, वो शर्म कर रहे हैं, और नाम बदलने से उसका कोर एसेंस और कोर आइडियोलॉजी बदलता नहीं है.
जो हिमाचल प्रदेश और उसके बाद कर्नाटक में जो चुनाव में हार हुई है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी बखला गई है. और जिस प्रकार से 26 दल की बैठक हुई है, चाहे पटना में और उसके बाद बेंगलुरु में, उसके बाद इनका हताशा और बढ़ गया है और हताशा में ही व्यक्ति आपा खो बैठता है। तो जो दिखाई दे रहा है उससे स्पष्ट हो जाता है इंडिया का जिस प्रकार से नाम कर रहे हैं, वो तुलना कर रहे हैं मुजाहिदीन से और इससे, तो ये उनके हताशा के परिचायक है।
This is a secular movement. He is afraid of this political organization. That is why he is making comment. India is a front that is organized by Indian National Congress. There is an India in the name of Indian National Congress also. Indian National Congress was a national movement. Through the Congress party we got freedom. So Prime Minister has to go through the freedom movement also.
शोभा नहीं देता प्रधानमंत्री पद के बारे में किसी प्रधानमंत्री। अगर आप निरुत्तर हो चुके हैं, अगर आपकी बोलती बंद हो चुकी है, तो इस वक्त ऐसा कहना ये बिल्कुल जले पे नमक छिड़कने का आप काम कर रहे हैं। और अगर वाकई आपको लगता है कि इंडिया जो है ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से इसकी तुलना की जा सकती है, तो फिर ऐसा सही हमारा राघव चड्ढा जी ने कहा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, संविधान में इंडिया भारत है और भारत इंडिया है। इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? खेलो इंडिया के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
So what is this India at loggerheads now? This is about names and literally about likening India bloc to the Popular Front of India radical Islamist outfit, to the terror organization Indian Mujahideen and the British group's East India Company. Take a look at this report about the new political discourse over the name India.
Political sparks fly high over Manipur. The flares now engulf a nomenclature. The unified opposition's embrace of acronym India comes under intense attack from the highest level in the government. At a key BJP parliamentary party meet, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made striking remarks. He asserted that merely using the word India would not suffice. The Prime Minister pointed to historical references such as the East India Company and the terror group Indian Mujahideen. The suggestion was obvious. India as an acronym could be misleading or even evoke negative connotations.
इस सदन में भी जब
The opposition fired back. Inside Parliament, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge accused the Prime Minister of avoiding the real issues such as Manipur.
एक चांस दिया। आज मणिपुर जल रहा है, रेप हो रहे हैं, मणिपुर में मकाना जला है और आप वहाँ मणिपुर की बात हम कर रहे हैं, मणिपुर की बात हम कर रहे हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ईस्ट इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं।
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi sought to shrug off the Prime Minister's stinging remarks. In a tweet, he instead pledged to work for restoration of peace in Manipur. Several other opposition leaders also countered the Prime Minister's remarks.
This sort of brute majoritarianism that you and your government are practicing, where you think you can say anything and do anything, the time has come, sir, that it is backfiring. All over, in every state of India, people are realizing what a dangerous choice that they made between the soul of India and between the BJP.
Only the Prime Minister is showing how anxious he is, how nervous he is, how he wants to escape the scrutiny of the opposition inside Parliament. He is afraid to speak inside Parliament, and that is why he is making these sort of illogical, intemperate remarks inside his own party meeting.
The name India for an alliance, a unifying force for the opposition, a subject of contention for the government. Manipur, meanwhile, awaits resolution. Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a quick break, but our ongoing coverage from the northeastern Manipur after a very short break. 84 days on, there is still agony and anger, even though violence may have subsided. Our reporters are on ground zero, and I want to get you those ground reports by Ritik Mandal, Ashutosh Mishra and more after a very short break.
want to ask you, how far is 21,000 on the Nifty now?
Yeah, so I think markets would continue to achieve new milestones going ahead. What we are eyeing right now is 20,150. So ideally, as per technical analysis, whenever any stock or the index trades its all-time high, so it's a reciprocal retracement theory, which gives us the target projections or the next resistance projections. Now, 161.8% retracement of the previous correction that we saw in the Nifty, the one which bottomed out around 16,800. That level is coming around 20,150. So I think as of now, for short-term perspective, maybe later half of this month or early next month, we would see 20,150 getting achieved. And yes, once that is surpassed, then 21,000 also would not be. It would not take much time.
I'm cutting across directly to Kargil, where the Vijay Diwas is currently being marked, and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is there. This is, remember, the 24th Kargil Vijay Diwas that we are celebrating, marking and remembering the valour of our soldiers. It's a two-day event at the War Memorial in Ladakh. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is also present with the Lieutenant Governor also of the Union Territory of Ladakh. Take a look. It's a photo opportunity right now by the Defence Minister. We are being told that the Defence Minister will pay homage to the Jawans who laid down their life for the nation. But importantly, there are also families of the soldiers who were killed in the line of duty. They are also here at the location. Defence Minister is likely to meet them as well. And the families, remember, who lost their, specifically sons who were so young. Some of the soldiers were even below 25 years of age. These families are here as they make it a point to visit the memorial each year on the occasion. And as you can see currently, the introductions are being done. Let's stay on with these visuals coming in from Kargil. All right, two different visuals on your screen. One about, of course, the event that is being marked today. That's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh interacting with those present, and many of them are family members also of the soldiers. And you're looking at some of the visuals from the Kargil war. Remember, it may have been 24 years, but for every Indian citizen who has had the memory of at that time when the war was on. It ended in July, it started in May after shepherds had alerted the security forces about Pakistani troops and the intruders into our territory. The young soldiers marching onto the heights of Kargil, ensuring that our territory remains with us, reclaiming some of it as well. That was, remember, the courage that not only we celebrate the Kargil Vijay Diwas for, but we also remember the lives lost of our soldiers. Had it not been for their courage, had it not been for the valor of these soldiers, Pakistani troops and their devious designs would have succeeded against India. So each year it is the duty as much of the civilians as it is of the armed forces to remember the courage of our soldiers, and specifically at that point, the establishment, the soldiers, the citizens who had got together. Those are the visuals of the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh as well, a former brigadier of the Indian Army, B.D. Mishra. And they are there as the LG, as the Defence Minister. The Chief of Defence Staff also is there at that location. Ashraf Wani is a colleague on the ground as well. Ashraf, you've been there for several Kargil Vijay Diwas that have been commemorated. We've reported also during the Kargil War in 1999. 24 years later, how is the celebration, the mood, the marking of it as we remember specifically those days in July 1999? Ashraf.
Absolutely, Pooja. Basically, a lot has changed during the last 24 years. What Kargil was in 1999, no one was knowing about this part of the country and the world. But now it has got so much famous after the Kargil war that now the main economy of the region, that is Ladakh and Kargil, is the tourism. In fact, tourists not only from the country but from the world come to visit these places where that indigenous war was fought in 1999. As I said earlier, Pooja, that this was a kind of a war which was fought on the 14,000 feet to 18,000 feet above sea level on the mountains of Himalaya between India and Pakistan. There were so many challenges for the Indian army because the Pakistani troops had occupied those mountain tops which were vacated during the winters due to the cold here in this area, as the Dras is known as the second coldest habitat in the world and the coldest place in the country, where the temperatures come down to minus 60 degree during winters. And during that period, Pakistani army made an effort to capture those mountains in a way that India is not aware about that. But in the summers of 1999, when the Indian patrols went to those mountain peaks, they found the enemy there, and it was a tough challenge for the Indian army to get away those Pakistani intruders from those peaks, and it took more than 2 months. War started on 3rd of May and concluded on 26th of July in 1999. 559 Indian army soldiers and officers sacrificed their lives for the country during that war, and that is why
I'm also curious to know, because you've reported during the Kargil war in 1999, we're running some of those visuals as well. From then, 24 years on, Kargil actually, must have been a remote location by them. It brought the place, the district, into a wider public memory ever since. How much has changed even in Kargil today? There's a war memorial. It's for many, it's also as much a tourist destination now as it is for the families who go to each year commemorate the sacrifice of the soldiers. So tell us about the changes also that has now come to Kargil.
Pooja, absolutely, a lot has changed it here. In fact, this has now become the prime tourist destination for the tourists in the country as well as the tourists from the different parts of the world. Because before the Kargil war, it was an isolated place. The development was not here, roads were not so perfect that people could easily come over here. And also, there were the limited resources of income for the people living in this region. That was only on the grazing of the animals and sheep and goats, and also on some part on the agriculture. That season was also limited. Only one crop can be grown in a year in this region. But after the Kargil war, when people came to know through television and other mediums about Kargil, about Tiger Hill, about Dras Valley, about Mashku Valley, about Batalik sector, all these beautiful places with virgin valleys, fast flowing rivers, people came here, and the thing went all across the country and the globe. And in fact, the presence of army was also increased after the Kargil war. There was only one brigade in this whole area of Kargil. Now it is a 8 mountain dew, and also the last year, after the clashes with the China, the troop deployment has been increased. When there are troops, there are army presence. Naturally, the activities grown, activities widen, and also the civilian movement had increased that. But now this place has become a place where there is so much potential. In fact, we are going to know that the biggest solar power project is going to be created in the Ladakh, which will be the world's largest solar power producing unit in the Ladakh region. So that is the way in which trend this sector is going. And also one of the important
there are borders specifically in Ladakh get the infrastructure it deserves. China had hurriedly made a lot of strong infrastructure towards its border. India is doing it now, specifically on the borders area of Ladakh. In Kargil specifically. Stay on with me, Ashraf, because we're also joined by Sunil G. Bhatt. Remember at this point, why is 26 July marked as the Kargil Vijay Diwas? Because it was this day in 1999 when the Indian Army had declared Operation Vijay a success. They had recaptured all the military posts in Kargil that Pakistani infiltrators and intruders had tried to usurp. But that is where, remember, the soldiers treading a very difficult territory, a terrain at a height that Kargil is at that point, to be able to go ahead and ensure India retains its territory. Indians, as civilians, as citizens, must never forget what our soldiers have done for this country in Kargil 1999. Sunil Ji Bhatt is also now joining me for the latest on that. Sunil, go ahead, because the Jawans to whom the homage is being paid by the Defence Minister, by the CDS General Anil Chauhan, there are family members as well. Tell us what the mood is like, and importantly, what sort of arrangements are being done by the government to ensure that this day is remembered.
Well, Pooja, a grateful nation is paying homage to the brave hearts of the Kargil war. Right now, I am at the War Memorial in Udhampur district of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the headquarters of Indian Army's Northern Command, and here top army officials are laying wreaths here at the War Memorial in Udhampur district, and you can see that ex-servicemen are also here, former army veterans, they are also paying their tributes to the brave hearts of the Kargil war, who laid down their lives for the nation in 1999. And Pooja, similar functions are taking place across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir. Wherever there are, army camps and security installations, officials, army jawans and security personnel are, paying tributes to the martyrs of the Kargil war. And in 1999, Pakistani army personnel had occupied the heights of Kargil, and later on Operation Vijay was launched, and on 26th of July 1999, this operation was declared successful. India secured victory, our armed forces brought glory to our nation, and enemy was pushed out, was pushed back, and this day is observed, is celebrated in remembrance of our brave hearts who laid down their lives for the nation, for the honor, for the dignity of Mother India, for the territorial integrity of India. And you can see here, Pooja, that large number of army personnel at the Indian Army's Northern Army Command have assembled here. One by one, they are paying tributes to the brave hearts here. They are laying wreaths at the War Memorial here. Ex-servicemen are also here, but the main function is going on right now at the War Memorial in Dras, where Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, 3 service chiefs are there, and Veer Naris are there, war veterans are there. So this is a solemn occasion, Pooja, that at the same time, while we are celebrating our victory of the 1999 Kargil war, but at the same time we are also remembering our brave hearts who could not.
You'll stay on with me. So yes, the main ceremony, while is organized in the Kargil War Memorial in Dras in Ladakh, even in Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir, across the country, there are different events that are organized, whether it's even a bike rally, whether it's poster campaigns, whether students get together, or there are, remember, different commands of the Indian Armed Forces. There are these events that are organized at different levels to remember the event. Eventually, remember, it is about the families that are left behind, that the citizens of this country are extremely grateful to, thankful to the manner in which the men in uniform had fought with blood and sacrifice to ensure our territory remains with us. It is no ordinary day. Remember, it may have been 24 years, but it is a day that is a remembrance about how India at that point fought of an unnecessary intruder that had come from Pakistan. Had it not been for the locals, for the Indian Armed Forces, those territories in Kargil, the Tiger Hill would have gone to Pakistan forever. These are the latest visuals coming in from the War Memorial in Dras in Kargil, where annually these events are organized on the 26th of July. Ashraf Wani continues to be with us, and also Sunil Ji Bhatt. Sunil, I want to come to you as well. I remember we were students in school when the Kargil war had broken out, and we all remember the kind of mood at that point was certain restrictions that were also played out. We were all expected to be giving our support to the soldiers. But from then, 24 years on, we also remember how it shouldn't become a memory. It should retain the value of the soldiers' sacrifice, even in today's generation, so they know what happened in 1999. But do tell us what sort of cultural performances, parades, and the sort of events that are organized today across the country, and specifically in Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir, where you are right now.
Absolutely, Pooja. You know, this war was watched by the entire nation on their television sets. And who can forget these words, "Ye Dil Mange More" of Captain Vikram Batra and the other brave hearts who laid down their lives for the motherland. And this is a solemn occasion today, Pooja. And more than 500 army jawans, you know, sacrificed their lives for the dignity of the nation, for the dignity of our tricolor. Same tricolor that represents our sovereignty, integrity. And here you can see that at the headquarters of the Northern Army Command of the Indian Army, army personnel are paying tributes to the brave hearts, and we can also see that top army officials are arriving here. They are also going to lay wreaths, and similar programs are being organized at various places in Jammu and Kashmir, be it the Satwari Army Camp, Akhnur, Rajouri, Punch, and even in the Kashmir Valley. So this day is, celebrated by the army, by the nation. This day, recalls that how our armed forces secured a major victory against Pakistan in 1999. But this is also an occasion to pay tributes to those, brave hearts who could not return home, who could not, come back to their homes. We are remembering them. We are paying our tributes to them. And here at the Northern Army Command's headquarters in Udhampur district, army officials, top army officials are paying their heartfelt tributes to the brave hearts who laid down their lives here at the War Memorial at the Northern Command. You can see that war veterans are also here. Function has already started, but Chief of Staff of Northern Army Command, he is going to arrive shortly here, and he is going to lay wreath here at the War Memorial. Pooja, back to you.
You mentioned Captain Vikram Batra. I also remember, while Pakistan may like us and want us to forget that incident, we will never forget what happened to Captain Saurabh Kalia. Captain Saurabh Kalia and the 5 sepoys whose bodies returned without their vital parts, reflecting on the inhuman torture that our soldiers were put through. His father, I remember, Mr. Kalia, has been trying to take Pakistan to International Court of Justice for the sort of violations that were made. These are our people, our soldiers who fought so much with courage and bravery, and the sort of torture that Pakistan inflicted on them must never be forgotten. This is for every generation to remember. This is Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at the War Memorial in Kargil in Ladakh, where they are interacting, and shortly there will be more events. Look at the visuals of 1999, the archive visuals. It was one of the televised conflicts, and that is one of the reasons that we were able to see what happens in a war zone in reality, not as history, not in images, but live as it was happening. In Kargil, this is what our soldiers, with the bare facilities that they had, but managed to ensure victory nevertheless. The sort of stress they must have been under, but ensuring that India returns to victory. 24 years on, we have these visuals coming in from Kargil then and Kargil now, where there is a war memorial to remember them forever. All right, Sunil, because you've been reporting from Jammu and Kashmir for years now, and we remember how Pakistan, beyond the Kargil war, hasn't stopped. Their interference constantly is in Jammu and Kashmir, even today, even in Ladakh. We now also have China, with which the clashes are on. So it is at this point to remember that Kargil war may have got over. We may have had success there, but it isn't a success that has completely ended the tensions on one side with Pakistan, on another with China. So do tell us what sort of efforts that have been on by the government, also by the support of the local residents, both in Jammu and Kashmir and in Ladakh, to ensure that these two irritable neighbors do not succeed in their interference, and that we hope we do not have to go to war again like we had to in Kargil. But if need arises, we are definitely ready this time.
Absolutely, Pooja. Right since 1947, when we gained independence from the British rule, our nation has faced wars from Pakistan, from China, and even, right in 1947, we remember that how, Pakistani army personnel and tribesmen attacked Jammu and Kashmir. Then we had, there was a war in Jammu and Kashmir. Then in 1962, there was war with China, 65, Pakistan, 71, Pakistan, 1999, the Kargil war, and proxy war also. Pooja, in 1990, Pakistan launched a proxy war against India because it felt that in the conventional war, it could not match the might of the Indian armed forces, and then it took, refuge behind the jihadis and terrorists. It started sending armed mercenaries, armed terrorists to Jammu and Kashmir to bleed Jammu and Kashmir. But even in that proxy war, Pakistan is biting dust. Our armed forces have been able to,
This is clearly that where as Indians we will not forgive and we will not forget to what Pakistan has done to our soldiers, an unnecessary war of which so many of our young soldiers lost their life. We stand with the family members even today to ensure that we are grateful and thankful to our soldiers and their families. The events that have been planned out for a year end today with the different cultural performances, parades, and here in the Kargil War Dras Memorial as well. We continue with this coverage soon. We have more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. Politics is now brewing in Bengaluru over with regard to a riot accused now. This is the big information that's coming in now, that over the 2020 Bengaluru riot accused, the Congress MLA is requesting the removal of cases against the rioters. Karnataka Home Minister has backed Congress MLA's appeal to withdraw the cases. The BJP has hit out, saying first PFI, now Bengaluru rioters, arsonists, are also getting the support of appeasement politics by the Congress, which is a ruling party. Let's go across immediately to Sagai Raj, my colleague, for the latest on that. Sagai, do tell us a bit of a background about the 2022 riot and why is the Congress so keen to have the cases taken back?
See, there are three riots which has been mentioned by the MLA, and even the Home Minister has endorsed the letter of three riots. One is you pointed out as DJLE and KJLE. It is the infamous Bangalore riots, where the rioters have gone ahead and burnt the house of an MLA, set the fire on police station, and even attacked the police personnel. And that entire incident made national headlines. And
Sagai, keep tracking the latest. We have big news coming in from Kargil. I have to go across to that, but I'll come back to you in a short while. Let's cut across. Kargil Vijay Diwas is being commemorated, and that's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh paying homage to the Jawans. As a chief guest at the event, let's dip in. So that is the visuals of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at the Kargil War Memorial in Dras, where as a chief guest, he's paying homage to the Jawans. It's a two-day event to mark the 24th year of the Kargil War.
इसके अलावा और कई वीर चक्र पाने वाले परम वीर चक्र पाने वाले योद्धा जो शामिल थे वो भी समारोह में उपस्थित थे। नाजिया ने जब
इस वक्त यहाँ देश के रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह पहुंच चुके हैं और द्रास करगिल में करगिल वार मेमोरियल पर 2004 में ये वार मेमोरियल बना था and since then everywhere not only the top army commanders, politicians, civilians, but in fact also the relatives of all those martyrs visit this war memorial to pay wreath and to pay tributes to Kargil martyrs. In fact, Kargil war was fought between May 3rd to July 26 on July 26, 1999, Indian Army declared victory in the Kargil war. Constructed in the foothills of Tululing, which was the battlefield in 1999 Kargil war. This was a battlefield where maximum battle of Kargil war was fought. But after the victory in the Kargil war in 2004, Indian Army decided to construct this war memorial here. And in fact, these all flags of different army regiments installed here who participated in the Kargil war, and then all those martyrs, 559 martyrs of Indian Army, which included officers, jawans, and the soldiers from Air Force as well as from the Indian Army. That is also contributed by Air Force to these Kargil martyrs.
करगिल वॉर मेमोरियल से जहाँ पर सेना भारतीय सेनाओं की ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं।
All the soldiers, including Army Chief behind the Defense Minister, General Manoj Pandey, Northern Commander, and other Army commanders and officers also paying tributes, standing in the honor of all those Kargil martyrs. Now we are seeing that Defense Minister making the round of this war memorial. It is a part of a tribute to all those martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the nation during Kargil war. Now he is heading towards that spot where the names of all those Indian Army soldiers and officers are written who made their supreme sacrifice for the country during Kargil war in 1999. 24 years passed, lot of things had changed, and Defense Minister has many times visited this place during last 9 years. But today is a special occasion. The Kargil Vijay Diwas, Army Chief of Indian Army, General Manoj Pandey, accompanied Defense Minister himself, and also the GOC General Officer Commanding of the 14th Corps. 14th Corps was created after the Kargil war. In fact, there was not any Army Corps before Kargil war in the Ladakh, but after the Kargil war, a full-fledged Army Corps was deployed in the Ladakh region, which look after the LOC with Pakistan as well as the line of actual control with China.
ये साबित किया कि भारतीय सेना के शौर्य पराक्रम के आगे पाकिस्तान की कोई हैसियत नहीं है, कोई औकात नहीं।
Infosys completes the results season for big tech in India, a season which has been rather underwhelming. My colleague Sakshi Batra joins me to break down some of the key concerns the IT sector is facing. Sakshi?
Largest IT company Infosys has now declared its Q1 FY24 earnings, where the profits have dipped by 3% sequentially. But the bigger disappointment has actually come in the form of its revenue growth guidance. The company has sharply revised its growth guidance downwards from 4.7% earlier to 1 to 3.5% this year, and that's on the back of uncertain global environment. And this comes right after TCS, HCL Tech and Wipro have already posted muted set of earnings for Q1. And one can clearly see that the big four IT companies in India have something to worry about. Remember, the global slowdown concerns in the US and Europe, which are the major revenue drivers for India's outsourcing companies, have led to significant slowdown in these companies' businesses. Experts believe that guidance revision by Infosys could also be on the back of project cancellations, and also Infosys has reported second straight quarter of employee headcount decline. In Q1, its headcount has shrunk significantly by almost 7,000. Both TCS and HCL Tech also had missed the street estimates when it comes to their earnings, with low hirings also during the quarter. Remember, TCS hiring fell by over 90% on a year-on-year basis. TCS hired just about 500 employees in Q1 of FY24. Wipro, on the other hand, had seen an 8,000 dip in the net headcount additions in Q1. Also, HCL Technologies and Wipro together saw headcount plummet by about 11,000. So clearly, on the one side, slower hiring, the guidance cut down and the revision downwards right there. Also, we have been seeing lower spend by the client. All of these as major concerns for the IT companies, reflecting the kind of slowdown that is being felt in the Western countries, in the US and Europe.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
About that cage match, as somebody looking at it, what's your wager? Is that a metaphor? Or
Oh my gosh, I've only got one answer if it happens. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg will win, and he's super fit, and he's really into fitness. He's really into these sports, into Brazilian jiu-jitsu and MMA, and so on. Yeah, but listen, I think I don't know. I don't do it myself, but I think a lot of this is about technique, not just about size. Whether it'll actually happen or not, I honestly don't know.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top 9. All right, big story coming in from the Parliament as the stage is set for a showdown. India bloc will move a no-confidence motion. Opposition is adamant. They want a statement from the Prime Minister, but Amit Shah hits out, says rise above party politics. Team Modi and Team India are at loggerheads, with Modi ministers hitting out at the name India that has been chosen by the opposition. Day after the Prime Minister linked India bloc to terror organisation Indian Mujahideen, top ministers also lashing out at the opposition now. 84 days on, Manipur still reeling under tension. Violence, anger, agony in Manipur. Manipur turns a Kuki Meitei war zone. Barricades and bunkers have been set up. Residents of Delhi NCR waking up to heavy rainfall with a thunderstorm expected through the day. Schools are shut in the NCR region as arterial roads have also got inundated. To remember and honour forever India's Kargil heroes. India will never forget their sacrifice and courage. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leading the tribute at the War Memorial in Dras in Ladakh. Leading the tribute, Army Chief also present at the location accompanying the Defence Minister. Bizarre politics now breaking out in the Congress-ruled Karnataka, where a 2020 riot that had taken place. It appears the Congress party wants the cases to be called off. This has led to a huge political showdown because with the Congress MLA requesting the removal of cases against the arsonists, Karnataka Home Minister has backed the Congress MLA, and therefore the BJP has hit out, saying first the Popular Front of India got support that eventually the Home Ministry had to ban. Now Bengaluru rioters are getting support of this appeasement politics by Siddaramaiah government. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Sagai Raj for the latest on that. Sagai, what has led to a Congress-ruled state asking for removal of cases? If these are rioters and arsonists, they need to be booked, not have their cases called off. We go across to Sagai in just a short while. Remember, in 2020, Bengaluru had witnessed riot. In fact, there were three different cases that had broken out in Karnataka, and now it appears that the Congress-ruled state wants to take back the cases. It was in the month of August, in fact, exactly about 3 years ago, that violent clashes, remember, had taken place around the residence of a legislator and even a police stations at KG Halli and DJ Halli in Bengaluru. And there were clear visuals, and we are running some of those visuals on your screen as well. It was in 2020 when these rioters had literally stormed towards the house of a legislator, even stormed into a police station and pelted stones, tried to attack the area with sticks. The police personnel were also injured in that. But now it appears, for some strange reason, that the Congress MLA, backed by the Home Minister, wants to take back the cases. Sagai, good morning. Tell us, why does the Karnataka Home Minister and the Congress MLA want these cases to be called off?
See, the Congress MLA has written a letter saying that few innocents and students are arrested with false allegations. If you notice, in all these three violence which was been reported, one in DJLE and KJLE, two in Shivamogga protesting against Savarkar photo, and three, it was protest in front of Hubballi police station against a post which was been posted against Prophet Muhammad. So there were several members who were been arrested in all these three cases. If you notice, in two cases, especially in Shivamogga and DJLE and KJLE, there were several PFI activists who were also booked. NIA has taken over those cases. And in Shivamogga, in one of the cases, one of the terror suspects who was with Mohammed Sharik in the Mangalore blast case is also been arrested. So despite all these people have been arrested, still the Congress leaders are advocating that many innocents are arrested, and they wanted the principal secretary to re-examine the cases, and if there are any innocents who are arrested along with those all accused, they should be released and the false cases should be withdrawn.
And just to jog the memory of our viewers as well, do tell us about the 2020 riot, because for those who have forgotten, I remember it was a lot of stone pelting attacks at the house of a legislator, a police station as well at KG Halli and DJ Halli. So tell us a bit about that, and then connect it to why suddenly there is this so-called appeasement politics that the BJP is also targeting the Congress party with, Sagai.
Pooja, if you notice, have reported on all these three cases in Bengaluru, especially Bengaluru violence. It has been called as Bengaluru infamous violence in DJLE and KJLE, where the Reuters went on a rampage attacking the police station, two police stations, not one, two police stations, DJLE, KJLE, and thereafter setting fire on the house of a local MLA, Akhanda Srinivas Murthy, because his nephew has posted something against Prophet Muhammad on social media. And thereafter, there were a huge number of people who have been arrested by the police with the evidence, with the video evidence as well as the photo evidence that they have gathered, as well as circumstantial evidence with the police. And thereafter the arrest, the case was been transferred to NIA, where they had suspected that few terror suspects behind this particular case. And now the Congress leaders are demanding the release of innocent people in that particular case. And talking about the protest in Shivamogga, remember there was Savarkar photo which was installed in a mall during Independence Day celebration. And protesting against this, there were several PFI members who had involved in that protest, and there was also a murder attempt which was been reported in this on that particular night. And one of the accused who was being arrested has revealed that he had a relationship with a few terror suspects. When the police investigated further, that's when they realized that there was a huge plot by terrorists in Karnataka, where they have gone ahead and do a trial blastings in Tungabhadra River. So India Today have exposed all those things when we access NIA charge sheet. So this clearly shows that there is a network of these kind of rioters who got involved in anti-social
This is likely to
element,
become, Sagai, as I can
activism.
see it, a very big political showdown in the Congress-ruled state of Karnataka. The BJP will be quick to jump in. And we all remember the violence that had ensued, the sort of pelting that had happened. Why then let go of these individuals? Thank you so much for now. Sagai Raj, stay on with me. In fact, we have more breaking news coming in from Karnataka. What's happening within the Congress party in the southern state of Karnataka? Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has sent out a sort of a warning to B.K. Hari Prasad, who's a senior leader of the Congress party, asking him not to make any anti-party comments. Hari Prasad had actually claimed that he can make or break the MLAs if he wants. Now, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar met Hari Prasad, asked him not to make any anti-party statements. Remember, it's not that Hari Prasad is a young, naive neta. He's held senior party positions. He's been representing the state as well and is a senior party leader. And Sagai Raj will tell us more about it. Sagai, do tell us, because even with regard to Delhi, for the national level politics, B.K. Hari Prasad has played a role. And now for D.K. Shivkumar to be literally warning him to not make anti-party comments. Give us a background to it, and what precisely is this stern warning about?
See, while addressing one of the communities program by B.K. Hari Prasad in Karnataka, he had criticized Siddaramaiah, saying that he had requested 5 crore rupees for a theme park in the coastal region of Karnataka, but he has not granted that money. And he has criticized Siddaramaiah, saying that he is in a position where he can make CMs as well as he can also destabilize the government. So he had threatened the government. So accordingly, there were counter allegations as well as the opposition had criticized that there are groupism within the Congress. All is not well within the Congress. Now, KPCC President D.K. Shivkumar had met B.K. Hariprasad yesterday along with senior leaders like K.S. Muniappa and others in a place, and he has requested not to make any kind of anti-party comments, especially ahead of crucial Lok Sabha election. And B.K. Hariprasad, remember, is one of the tallest leaders in Congress, who was in charge of many states, including Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and several other states during election time. And these kind of statements will definitely damage the party in the days to come.
So much. Sagai Raj reporting from Karnataka. B.K. Hariprasad telling a senior party leader, do not make anti-party comments, when Hariprasad said, I can make or break MLAs if and as and when required. No confidence motion in the parliament. The opposition is all guns blazing against the ruling party and the government of the centre. Sources are telling India Today television that opposition will be filing a no confidence motion in just the next 1 hour. Sources have confirmed that there is going to be possibly an unlikely notice for motion that will be submitted today before 10 a.m. It has to be submitted around that time, but remember, this is important. It is a protocol. First in India bloc parties will be having a meeting at about 10 a.m. Now, why the 10 a.m. deadline is important? It has to be submitted before 10 if the speaker is to read out the notice for the motion in the Lok Sabha as and when the session convenes. But because if it's given after 10 a.m., it will be counted for tomorrow. So if the no confidence motion gets submitted by the opposition parties, by the India bloc, by about 10 a.m., it could be seen to be considered for today. It's going to be a very important Thursday today in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha. Remember, Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh is sitting on a dharna. Opposition parties have been constantly protesting, while in the Lok Sabha, Home Minister Amit Shah has said that, and giving out a statement in the parliament, that both houses are ready for a discussion, but the opposition parties have to at least create an environment where we can have a discussion and not create the commotion and ruckus that they have been indulging in. Now, the opposition is very clear. India bloc wants Prime Minister to be speaking on the situation in Manipur, while the opposition says, while the government says that we will have Home Minister Amit Shah give out the statement, which the India bloc absolutely not ready to accept. The question is, remember, amid all this, the bills that are getting cleared without discussion, there's just so much that needs to be tabled, so many crucial bills that are pending. But amid this commotion and ruckus, all of that is getting delayed. Let's go across to Rahul Gautam for the latest on that. He's joining us in this live telecast this morning. Rahul, good morning. A no confidence motion is actually a big step. What has led to the opposition prepare for it, and in the next half an hour, 45 minutes, they'll have to put it through?
Good morning, Pooja. You rightly pointed out that it's a big step as far as opposition is concerned, because we've been informed that around 10 a.m. The chair would be informed about the no-confidence motion, which opposition MPs would be moving in. Apart from this, we've been informed around at 10:30, opposition leaders are also going to meet inside the parliament, and then when now it depends on the chair whether they're going to accept the motion or not. But it seems that the opposition camp is of firm belief that by bringing no confidence motion, they can highlight this fact that how government is running away from a discussion, and they are bringing this as a mark of protest against the alleged apathy of government on the issue of Manipur. We all know that how yesterday it was decided that opposition camp would be moving this no confidence motion. The two parties, TMC and Congress party, they spearheaded this initiative, brought other parties on board on this issue, and now we are learning that around 10 a.m. the chair would be informed that in Lok Sabha Speaker Mr. Om Birla that opposition is going to bring no confidence motion. Certainly, as far as numbers are concerned, they're not in favor of opposition, but this is going to be a symbolic thing wherein they're going to highlight that how the government is allegedly running from discussion, and they are also trying to shrug off the responsibility as far as Manipur is concerned.
All right, Rahul Gautam with the latest on that. Will we have the no confidence motion in barely the next half an hour, and will it be taken up today itself? So this deadlock between the opposition parties, the India bloc and the NDA government continues, and today could be an important day in the parliament because of the no confidence motion that the opposition wants to put out. Remember, both sides have already been at loggerheads. There are protests on one side by the opposition, while the government is saying we are ready for a discussion, but at least let you create a conducive environment for a discussion to take place. Consensus has been built, however, by the opposition parties. They are preparing a signature campaign, getting signatures of at least 50 members. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has written a letter to the leaders of opposition in both houses, urging them to create an environment where discussion can happen. Further adding that since the government has nothing to hide on Manipur, it is not running away from the discussion, but the opposition should at least come on the table first. The opposition wants Prime Minister to speak, but government has decided Home Minister Amit Shah will do it. Will the discussion happen? Listen in to the reactions coming in.
लोकसभा में कल खबर आ रही है कि विपक्षी दल नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव करेंगे सरकार के खिलाफ। हमारे साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता अधीर रंजन चौधरी साहब हैं, आइए उनसे बात करते हैं। अधीर रंजन जी, ये बताइए कि अभी जो मोशन है, आप लोग नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव करने जा रहे हैं सरकार के खिलाफ, क्यों?
सरकार के खिलाफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि सरकार के ऊपर हमारा भरोसा टूट रहे हैं और हमारे साथ साथ हिंदुस्तान के लोगों को भी भरोसा टूट रहे हैं। मणिपुर में जिस तरह की हिंसा हो रही है, हम चाहते थे कि पार्लियामेंट में आकर हमारे पीएम साहब इस विषय पे बोले, देशवासियों को, खासकर मणिपुर और इसके साथ साथ सारे देश के लोगों को एक संदेश दे कि मणिपुर में क्या हो रहे हैं, इसके चिंता ना करे या चिंता करे, कोई समाधान है या नहीं। सारे मुद्दे को लेकर प्रधानमंत्री जी की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि सारे देशवासियों को अवगत कराए, लेकिन हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी बात नहीं सुनते।
जी, पर अधीर दादा, यहाँ पे ये सवाल उठता है कि संख्या बल जो है वो आपके पास नहीं है। जो मेजॉरिटी लोकसभा में, तो सरकार मेजॉरिटी में है, तो आपका जो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है वो तो गिर जाएगा।
कोई हर्जा नहीं इसमें। अविश्वास प्रस्ताव से हर बार जीतने के लिए नहीं होते। ये सरकार के प्रति हम क्यों अविश्वास जता रहे हैं, देशवासियों की इस विषय पे मालूमात कराना भी जरूरी है। देशवासियों की ये मालूम हो कि ये सरकार कितनी सारे तानाशाही के रूप से हर बात को नकारते हुए, विपक्ष को सारे बात को मतलब कभी विपक्ष को बोलने की मौका नहीं देते हुए और विपक्ष को असम्मान करते हुए ये सरकार का ही कैसे चला रहे हैं।
हम तो पहले दिन से कह रहे हैं कि सरकार के पास छुपाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है। हम मणिपुर पर जितनी लंबी चाहे विपक्ष चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि विपक्ष हमेशा की तरह एक बार फिर चर्चा की मांग करके भागता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि जो उंगली वो सरकार की तरफ उठाने वाले हैं, उसकी शेष बची हुई हाथ की जितनी उंगलियां वो उनकी खुद की तरफ उठेगी। जिस तरह का चीचालेदार उनका होने वाला, उससे बचने के लिए वो इस तरह का जो है षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं।
आज जो गैर जिम्मेदारान व्यवहार है विपक्ष का, वो आप सबके सामने है। एक तरफ गुमराह कर रहे हैं देश को कि मणिपुर पर डिस्कशन चाहते हैं, कुछ अपनी बात रखना चाहते हैं, और ऐसे सेंसिटिव मुद्दे पर, ऐसे संवेदनशील मुद्दे पर ना तो संवेदनशीलता दिखाई गई है और ना ही संवेदनशील वातावरण बनाया गया है। खास तौर पे विपक्ष का व्यवहार उसको और स्टैंप लगा रहा है।
He is the head of the government. You allow the discussion, let the Prime Minister reply. Home Minister had not done anything to stop the issue. Prime Minister was touring the world. Home Minister was in India. He didn't even go to that place to see what is happening and how the people are treated there to resolve the issue. He had failed in it. So we want the Prime Minister to intervene. What did the Home Minister do when the trouble was there for the past 90 days? What was he doing?
So the new political fight is over the name India. India as an acronym that has been used for the opposition alliance. Now the NDA government, its ministers are gunning for the opposition of how can they choose India, and it's really not going to make any difference for the sort of parties that have got together. So what's happening? Remember, Prime Minister Modi led the jibe at the opposition alliance with the name India, likening it to the radical Islamist outfit which is now banned, Popular Front of India, British group East India Company, and even the terror outfit based in Pakistan, Indian Mujahideen. Senior BJP leaders have now also intensified their attack on the opposition with this. Union Home Minister Amit Shah took to social media site and said the change of the name of the alliance will not erase the past deeds of these parties involved in the alliance. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also accused the opposition of seeking first a foreign interference to solve internal problems and now naming themselves India. Meanwhile, clearly opposition parties look that they are unfazed. They hit back at the Prime Minister, accusing him of allegedly hating India, the country.
मैंने पहले भी मुझसे किसी ने पूछा भी ये पहले, और मैं आज भी वही जवाब दूंगा। घटिया प्रोडक्ट को आप नाम बदलने से प्रोडक्ट बदलता नहीं है। आप कुछ भी कहिए, घटिया प्रोडक्ट ही रहता है। वो नाम बदलते रहें। वो यूपीए के नाम से शर्मिंदा हैं, वो शर्म कर रहे हैं, और नाम बदलने से उसका कोर एसेंस और कोर आइडियोलॉजी बदलता नहीं है।
जो हिमाचल प्रदेश और उसके बाद कर्नाटक में जो चुनाव में हार हुई है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी बखला गई है। और जिस प्रकार से 26 दल की बैठक हुई है, चाहे पटना में और उसके बाद बेंगलुरु में, उसके बाद इनका हताशा और बढ़ गया है, और हताशा में ही व्यक्ति आपा खो बैठता है। तो जो दिखाई दे रहा है उससे स्पष्ट हो जाता है इंडिया का जिस प्रकार से नाम कर रहे हैं, वो तुलना कर रहे हैं मुजाहिदीन से और इससे, तो ये उनके हताशा के परिचायक है।
This is a secular movement. He is afraid of this political organization. That is why he is making comment. India is a front that is organized by Indian National Congress. There is an India in the name of Indian National Congress also. Indian National Congress was a national movement. Through the Congress party we got freedom. So Prime Minister has to go through the freedom movement also.
शोभा नहीं देता प्रधानमंत्री पद के बारे में किसी प्रधानमंत्री। अगर आप निरुत्तर हो चुके हैं, अगर आपकी बोलती बंद हो चुकी है, तो इस वक्त ऐसा कहना ये बिल्कुल जले पे नमक छिड़कने का आप काम कर रहे हैं। और अगर वाकई आपको लगता है कि इंडिया जो है ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से तुलना की जा सकती है, तो फिर ऐसा सही हमारा राघव चड्ढा जी ने कहा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, संविधान में इंडिया भारत है और भारत इंडिया है। इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? खेलो इंडिया के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कल भारत का अपमान किया, इंडिया का अपमान किया, मणिपुर की हिंसा से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इधर उधर की बातें की, और इतना ही नहीं, उन्होंने इंडिया की तुलना आतंकवादी संगठन से कर दी। प्रधानमंत्री जी, क्या आपकी सोच इतने घटिया स्तर पर पहुंच सकती है? क्या वास्तव में आप ऐसा बयान दे सकते हैं भारत के खिलाफ, इंडिया के खिलाफ? हमारा अपमान कीजिए, देश का अपमान मत कीजिए, इंडिया का अपमान मत कीजिए, 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का अपमान मत कीजिए। आपने कैसे भारत की तुलना, इंडिया की तुलना आतंकवादी संगठन से कर दी? पहले इसके लिए पूरे देश से हाथ जोड़कर माफी मांगी।
So in next 1 hour, we'll know how the parliament session convenes, if it continues at all, or if there is going to be another commotion today. I'm heading to a very short commercial break. Stay tuned, because our top coverage continues with the northeastern state of Manipur. The violence may have subsided, but there is still a lot of agony and anger. Bunkers have been set up by the civilians themselves. We get you a ground report. Ritik Mondal, Ashutosh Mishra are on the ground, and we'll get you these ground reports after a very short break. Stay tuned.
Several villages in Turbang areas were burned in the ethnic clashes, the violence and all. I see only the footprints, everything that burned through these ashes. They blame for everything that is happening here to the Kuki government.
We are only defending ourselves.
There is a literally line of this area towards the Kuki side where you have a huge number of bunkers. No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Years ago, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook pivoted from Facebook to Meta. You were drawing out this grand vision of a metaverse, whereas the real revolution seems to have been in artificial intelligence. While you have been working in that sphere, would you accept that Meta was caught off guard? You were building one castle in the air, which is still looking like a castle in the air. You're moving incrementally towards your vision of Meta, whereas the real game seems to have been another one where you're now trying to catch up, but would you accept being caught off guard?
No, not really, on several counts. Firstly, you can't build the so-called metaverse. What does the metaverse mean? The metaverse basically means like a sort of immersive internet. So instead of looking at something on your phone, you're actually wearing glasses and you're communicating with people in avatar or even eventually in hologram form. You can't build that without AI. I think that approach to open innovation is something we've always believed in, and I think will really help going forward as well.
So while this diet soda can be your once in a while sort of an alternative if you're having a craving for a sugary drink, this certainly isn't healthy. This is not your alternative to sodas, to regular sodas. Diet sodas have their own set of problems. So if you feel like having an iced drink, go for the old-fashioned drinks. Have water, have milk, for example, also fresh fruit juices, not the ones that come in a Tetra pack.
The other problem here is aspartame. Diet sodas contain this ingredient associated with anxiety. The US Food and Drug Administration approved aspartame as a sweetener in the year 1981. When consumed, aspartame becomes aspartic acid. When consumed, aspartame can have the potent effect on the central nervous system, says the study. Now, this study that followed more than 1 lakh adults for about a decade is among the largest to date to identify cardiovascular health problems associated with sugar substitutes. Overall, artificial sweeteners were associated with increase in cardiovascular disease.
There have been question marks about safety of artificial sweeteners since the beginning, and there was there were some studies which show increased cancer with the saccharin, and subsequently number of other studies have been done which show that there may be some risk. But overall, if you take artificial sweeteners in limited amount, once a day or maybe twice a day for a limited period of time, it is not going to do any harm. But recent data show that if it is taken for prolonged period, they increase risk for heart disease as well as stroke.
So if white sugar is completely out, artificial sweeteners not your best option, what must be your alternatives then?
The best replacement of refined sugars are dates, jaggery, honey, dried fruits like dried apricot, plum, peaches, figs, and many more.
Uddhav Balasaheb Sena has now lashed out at Prime Minister Modi and government at the centre, and this is the fresh salvo that has come in from the UBT Sena. Also, slamming Chief Minister Eknath Shinde says meeting with Modi was a mujra. Uddhav Thackeray has said Chief Minister Shinde met the Prime Minister Modi to do mujra. Uddhav Thackeray has added that there was a tragedy in Raigad that had taken place. This is, remember, referring to the landslide where a lot of people were trapped in the debris and there were deaths as well reported. But Chief Minister Eknath Shinde was in Delhi. Listen in. We are dipping across to Kargil now, where at the Dras, the war memorial is where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is to commemorate the Kargil Vijay Diwas. Listen in.
मेरे लिए बहुत ही भावुक क्षण है। मैं अपने विचारों की अभिव्यक्ति मैं कितना कर पाऊंगा, मैं स्वयं असमंजस की स्थिति में हूं। लेकिन यदि मैं बहादुरों के बीच यहां मौजूद हूं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से मेरा भी हौसला कुछ बढ़ता है और मुझे भी ताकत मिलती है। और आज जब मैं वीर नारियों को सम्मानित कर रहा था, इस क्षण को मैं कभी जीवन में भूल नहीं सकता। साथियों, आज इस कारगिल दिवस के पावन अवसर पर आप सभी के बीच उपस्थित होकर मुझे बेहद खुशी हो रही है। और सबसे पहले मैं भारत माता के उन जाबाज सपूतों को नमन करता हूं जिन्होंने मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया। मैं उन वीर सपूतों को भी नमन करता हूं जिन्होंने राष्ट्र को सर्वप्रथम रखा और उसके लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुति देने में वो पीछे नहीं हटे। मैं उन वीरों को अपनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं जिनके सर्वोच्च बलिदान के कारण कश्यप मुनि, ललितादित्य और भगवान बुद्ध की आभा से प्रदीप्त इस पावन धरती पर आज हम विजय दिवस मना रहे हैं। मैं ऑपरेशन विजय की सफलता के 24 वर्ष पूरे होने पर समस्त देशवासियों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज कारगिल की इस वीर भूमि पर आप सभी सैनिकों के बीच उपस्थित होकर मैं जिस गौरव की अनुभूति कर रहा हूं, मैं उसे शब्दों में बयां नहीं कर सकता हूं। कारगिल की इन सुंदर पहाड़ियों में आप लोगों के साथ समय बिताना मेरे लिए बेहद सुखद है। साथियों, आज भारत रूपी जो विशाल भवन हमें दिखाई दे रहा है, वो हमारे वीर सपूतों के बलिदान की नींव पर ही यह टिका हुआ है। भारत नाम का यह विशाल वटवृक्ष उन्हीं वीरों के खून और पसीने से अभिसिंचित है। अपने हजारों सालों के इतिहास में इस देश ने अनेक ठोकरें खाई हैं, पर अपने वीर जवानों के दम पर यह देश बार बार उठा है। जैसा कि कहा गया है कि our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. अर्थात हमारी महानता कभी न गिरने में नहीं है, बल्कि गिरने के बाद हर बार उठ जाने में है। बार बार ठोकर खाकर भी यह देश संभला है और इसने अपने वैभव को पुनः प्राप्त करने का सदैव प्रयास किया है। सन 1999 की घटना भी भारत के ठोकर खाने, संभलने और संभलकर नई ऊंचाइयों की ओर छलांग लगाने की ही एक अहम घटना है। भारत मां के ललाट की रक्षा के लिए 1999 में कारगिल की चोटी पर देश के सैनिकों ने वीरता का जो प्रदर्शन किया, हमारे सैनिकों ने जो शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया, वह इतिहास में सदैव स्वर्णाक्षरों में लिखा जाएगा। आज हम खुली हवा में सांस इसलिए ले पा रहे हैं क्योंकि किसी समय माइनस टेम्परेचर में भी हमारे सैनिकों ने ऑक्सीजन की कमी के बावजूद अपनी बंदूकें कभी नीचे नहीं की। आज कारगिल में भारत का ध्वज पूरे गौरव के साथ इसलिए लहरा रहा है क्योंकि 1999 में कारगिल के युद्ध में भारत के सैनिकों ने अपने शौर्य का परिचय देते हुए दुश्मनों की छाती में अपना तिरंगा लहरा दिया था। कारगिल की वह जीत पूरे भारत की जनता की जीत थी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने 1999 में कारगिल की चोटियों पर जो तिरंगा लहराया था, वह केवल झंडा भर नहीं था, बल्कि इस देश के करोड़ों लोगों का स्वाभिमान था। साथियों, आप सब जानते हैं, स्वाभिमान यह मनुष्य के हृदय की सबसे बलवती भावना होती है। मनुष्य जिंदगी में सब कुछ स्वीकार कर सकता है, लेकिन अपने स्वाभिमान से किसी भी सूरत में समझौता नहीं कर सकता है। भारत को यदि आजादी मिली है तो ऐसे ही स्वाभिमानी बहादुर जाबाजों के कारण भी हम सबको आजादी मिली है। चाहे वह चंद्रशेखर आजाद हो, सरदार भगत सिंह हो, खुदीराम बोस हो, अशफाकुल्ला खां हो, चाहे ऐसे अनगिनत हमारे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी हो जिन्होंने अपना बलिदान दिया था।
We have big news coming in from sports. This is about the World Cup and the India-Pakistan match. It may be rescheduled. Remember, it was scheduled to be held in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. But there may be a date change in the India versus Pakistan World Cup match. Security agencies have alerted to the BCCI to change the date. Now, there's a reason for it. The reason is it has been scheduled in the month of October, in the same week when there is the 9 days of Navratri festival, which is it is definitely big in Gujarat, specifically with the sort of, for example, the Garba dances and other cultural performances that are festivities that are organized as well in Gujarat. Now, a source has said that agencies have informed the BCCI. They are in a discussion on it. It's not an easy task because remember, there will be a lot of logistics facilities that will have to be reorganized. So there will be a final discussion that will be taking place on that. But there may be deliberation to change the date of the India-Pakistan match. That will happen. Let's go across to Nitin Srivastava for the latest on that. Nitin, if I'm correct, it was October 15th that the India-Pakistan match was scheduled to be held on. What has led to this change now? Why should it be so difficult to have it when the Navratri festival is on?
Well, Pooja, you are absolutely right. And India-Pakistan high-profile match is actually scheduled to be played at Ahmedabad on 15th of October. But now what we are learning from our sources that security agencies have informed and have given input to BCCI, then BCCI should actually change the date because on 15th of October, the Navratri festival is starting in Ahmedabad, in all over Gujarat, in all over nation. So that is why it would not be will be a good idea to stage a high-profile match over there. So that is why BCCI also have started mulling options which they have actually, and soon the decision will be taken. What I am learning from my sources, it might be a date change rather than that it will be a pre-phone. So it might be on 14th of October as of now, but there will be a meeting in Delhi only, and all state associations will be there to discuss that what action should be taken in terms of organizing this India-Pakistan World Cup match. Pooja.
Okay, so Nitin Srivastava, stay on with me as this big story of India-Pakistan match likely to be rescheduled if, as the security agencies have been alerted. and they have alerted to the BCCI that because there's already a Navratri festival, which means massive logistics and cultural performances that are on, that will have to be taken care of. And there are usually the Gujarat police that will be focusing on already the festivities that are on, and then to also have a very crucial security issue as well with regard to the India-Pakistan match. So security agencies have alerted, and we'll wait and watch if the deliberation eventually decides to reschedule the match or not. A shocking news coming in. A union minister has received a sextortion call. And this, we are being told, is Union Minister Prahlad Patel. Two have been arrested for an alleged sextortion call from Rajasthan. Now, Patel received these calls on his phone numbers. BJP Member of Parliament Siddeshwara has also got some obscene video calls. A woman then threatened the BJP MP with screenshots and said we'll upload the pictures on social media. So basically, remember, this is a cyber crime, and there have been a lot of advisories and alerts that have gone out from the cops as well to anyone that if there are numbers that are not identified and are video calls, do not take and accept those calls. And it has happened, as it appears, that one Union Minister, Prahlad Patel, got a call of a similar nature, being called a sextortion call. Two people have been arrested, but not just him. BJP MP Siddeshwar also got an obscene video call. When he likely, it looks like, received the call, the woman then threatened him with screenshots and said that they will upload the pics on social media, where it actually says the caller could be actually in a nude position when the call was received. Listen in to an excerpt of one of these calls.
ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತು ರಾತ್ರಿ 10:20
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಒಬ್ಬ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಅವಳು ಸೇವೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನಗೆ ಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು.
ಓಕೆ.
ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಐ ಆಮ್ 80 years old, ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಹೆಲ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
ಓಕೆ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರು ಇದ್ರು ಜೊತೆಗೆ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರು ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾರವಳು ಅಂತ ಅಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು.
ಓಕೆ.
ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವಳು ನನ್ನ ಫೋಟೋನ ಅದನ್ನ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. ಇದು ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ತುಂಬ ಇದು ಕೊಟ್ಲು ಮೆಸೇಜು. ನಾನು ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಾಡಲ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಕೇಳು. ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ವಿಷಯ ಏನು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರಾಗೆ.
ಓಕೆ. ಓಕೆ.
ಒಂದೇ ಸಾರಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ನಾವು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದು ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಫೋನ.
ಓಕೆ.
So my colleagues spoke to BJP MP Siddeshwara, who received a similar call. Sagai is now joining me in this live telecast as well. Sagai, this has been a cybercrime issue that has been a concern for the security agencies for a while. But it's interesting to note how these callers are targeting union ministers and MPs as well, specifically even in the elderly age group. What happened in the case that you also spoke about, and specifically in Union Minister Prahlad Patel case also that we are hearing about?
So according to Siddeshwar, he received a call on the other day, and that particular video call had obscene materials in that, and immediately he disconnected the call. Thereafter, he again received a call, and he said that he is 80 years old and he doesn't want to receive all this kind of calls. And later on, she tried to text him, asking that I need to talk to you for 1 minute, you need to answer the call and all those things. Despite those messages, the MP did not entertain, and he has escalated the issue with Davangere SP, and thereafter a DYSP had helped him to register a case, and she has asked him to block the number, since all the tycoons or VIPs in Karnataka are getting these kind of calls, and he should not entertain and rather block it. So ever since he has blocked the number, he is not getting any phone calls.
That means he immediately alerted, but this could have become a huge scandal, a huge issue as well. I want to bring in now, stay on with me Sagai, because Arvind Oja is also joining us in this telecast. अरविंद, ये एक बड़ा कंसर्न बन रहा है सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज के लिए. इस तरह की वीडियो कॉल्स आती हैं, जो नया नंबर होता है, आइडेंटिफाइड नहीं होता, और सडनली उसमें किस तरह से कोई कॉलर है जो रिएक्ट करता है, और फिर ये एक सेक्सटोर्शन कॉल बन जाती है. हमें इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताएं, किस तरह से इसको देखा जा रहा है.
देखिए, इंडिया टुडे ने बकायदा जो मेवात रीजन है वहां पर जाकर हमारी एसआईटी की टीम ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी किया था पूजा कि किस तरीके से जो साइबर फ्रॉड है उसका गढ़ बन चुका है जामताड़ा के बाद मेवात भरतपुर का जो रीजन है राजस्थान का वो। और कुछ दिन पहले ही जो एमओएस हैं मिनिस्टर प्रहलाद पटेल, उनको भी इस तरह की एक सेक्सटॉर्शन कॉल आई थी, जिस मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस की क्राइम ब्रांच ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते हुए 2 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है, मोहम्मद वकील और मोहम्मद शाहिद, जबकि जो मेन मास्टरमाइंड है साबिर वो फिलहाल फरार चल रहा है। ये जो मोडस ऑपरेंडी है ये प्री एक्टिवेटेड सिम दूसरे स्टेट से मंगवाते हैं ये साइबर फ्रॉड, और उसके बाद ये सेक्सटॉर्शन की कॉल करते हैं किसी भी शख्स को, और जैसे ही व्हाट्सएप कॉल पर वीडियो कॉल के जरिए सामने वाला शख्स उठाता है विक्टिम, उसके बाद ये पॉर्न वीडियो स्टार्ट कर देते हैं। उसके बाद मोबाइल से उसका वीडियो बनाकर उसे ब्लैकमेल करते हैं जी। हाल फिलहाल में भरतपुर पुलिस ने कई जो टावर है उस टावर के जरिए कई जो सिम है उनको ब्लॉक किया था, लेकिन अभी भी जो ये नेटवर्क है ये सेक्सटॉर्शन का वो लगातार जारी है। कई लोग जो आम लोग हैं इसके शिकार हो चुके हैं, कई ब्लैकमेल हो चुके हैं, कई लोगों ने लाखों रुपए अपने गंवा दिए हैं पूजा।
Arvind Oja and Sagai Raj, thank you for telling us about this big concern. So remember, if you receive a video call from an unidentified number, do not receive it, do not entertain it. It could be a sextortion call to eventually blackmail you and could actually prove a lot of trouble. It has happened to a union minister, a BJP member of parliament, and now the security agencies are looking at this case as well. All right, I'm heading into a very short commercial break. Stay tuned as we bring forth a special segment after. A filmmaker, a producer, Sandeep Singh has decided to backtrack from making a film on Tipu Sultan. This is after him receiving abusive messages, hate calls and suspicious movement around his house, about his family as well, that appears to have allegedly got threatening messages. He's decided to pull it back. I spoke to him a short while ago. We bring you that excerpt after a break.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
He's one of the most prominent filmmakers and producers of the Hindi film industry. His name is Sandeep Singh. He's produced films like Sarabjit, Bhumi, Aligarh, Jund, one on Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. But he'd also recently announced an ambitious venture on Tipu Sultan. 2 months down the line, he's had to shelve it before it could even start. And there's a reason for it. Let's hear from him. Sandeep Singh joining me on this telecast. Sandeep, you know, it's not been an easy 2 months for you. It was a grand announcement on Tipu Sultan, and because you had made a lot of interesting films earlier, we were expecting that there will be a layer to Tipu Sultan we'll get to see as well, something that's not really been talked about. But in July, you make an announcement, and I want to quickly read where you say, "Do not please attack me, abuse my family, and threaten me or my family and my friends. I sincerely apologize if I've unintentionally hurt anyone's religious sentiments. This film will not be made." What happened, Sandeep?
The thing is that I think people are taking entertainment industry and especially Bollywood too seriously. And I think suddenly Bollywood since 2020 has become more important in the nation, in people's perspective and their mind. I don't know why that is happening, and we have been targeted completely. Yes, I have gone through controversial phases through my films or through my personal friendship, and my thing was that when I saw Section 375 or Kerala Story or Kashmir Files going through such difficult times, and even the theatre and exhibitors and theatre owners were going through a lot of stress. I think through that, when I learned that, and when on my social media, outside my building, I could see few people coming on bike and looking at my family. So my mother started, there were phone calls, there were messages. You can see on my social media that people are abusing and they want to, they were...
Saying what, Sandeep? What were they unhappy about Tipu Sultan, an announcement that you had made?
They thought, what is the fact which you want to show? Whatever you have written is all false. Now, I don't know, when we announce a film, there is a lot of research team, a lot of money goes, a lot of people come across, and then we write the script, and then we finally think over. It was the hard work and thought for 2 years which we had put in. And then when we announced the film,
yes,
at the same time, the other political party and their spokesperson
All right, big news coming in. The Congress party has submitted the no confidence motion. The no trust motion has been submitted by the opposition parties. 10 a.m. was the deadline. The opposition ensuring they waste no time today. It was filed at about 9:20 a.m., so just in time. It will be reaching the speaker, because if it gets into the schedule of the speaker at 10 a.m. when it is being read out, it may be seen for today. Otherwise, it gets counted and scheduled for tomorrow. Does this mean that a no confidence motion, in other words, the no trust motion against government at the centre over Manipur issue, over the violence, agony and anger in Manipur, will this no confidence motion be taken up today itself? Could this be, in many ways perhaps, at worst, the loggerheads that the India bloc and the NDA bloc has been indulging in?
चर्चा शुरू होगी. हम नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न की रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को, मतलब गौरव गोगोई को हम तैनात करेंगे. आज ही हमारे नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन हम मूव कर रहे हैं.
सिग्नेचर हो गया 50 लोग का.
50 लोग का सिग्नेचर की जरूरत नहीं है, क्या करें?
The Congress leader in the Lok Sabha, he's announced the opposition party's plan, saying they are ready to bring a no confidence motion. Remember, what is a no trust motion? It's a parliamentary process. Now it allows the opposition to challenge government's majority, the government's ability to govern. They are questioning the government's ability to govern, stating it looks like it has completely failed. If the motion is passed, the government must resign as per the no confidence motion. So any member of the Lok Sabha can move that. That's why the Congress party has done it. Listen into more reactions coming in from the Congress. So this, remember, has come in from the Congress party. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has officially made that announcement as well at 9:20 a.m. just in time before 10 a.m. The no confidence motion has been put out by the opposition parties. It must be in writing. That's more important. It's not just a verbal announcement. It has to be submitted in writing. It must be signed by the member who's moving it, and then it has to be submitted to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. Now, it can be on any day. They have done it today. Will it be counted for today itself, or will it be taken up tomorrow? This is right now a big issue that could be of confrontation for the Speaker of the Lok Sabha as well.
धीरे धीरे ये सरकार पे अविश्वास जता रहे हैं, तो ये अविश्वास क्यों जता रहे हैं? शंका के बल पे नहीं, लेकिन मुद्दे के बल पे हम ये सदन के अंदर ये रखना चाहते हैं कि देशवासी पता चले।
जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। अधीर रंजन चौधरी यहाँ पे आज तक से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत में बताते हुए कि आखिर क्यों विपक्ष ये अविश्वास प्रस्ताव सरकार के खिलाफ ला रही है। मौसमी सिंह, दिल्ली, आज तक।
Getting us the first word from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the Congress leader in Lok Sabha, who's moved this motion. Now, what happens here? If the no confidence motion gets taken up by the Speaker, it will be debated in the Lok Sabha. Will it happen today or tomorrow? It will be moved by the member who submits it, and a senior representative of the government will have to respond to the motion. The opposition parties also get an opportunity to speak, and all of this is because of Manipur. The sort of ethnic violence, strife that we have witnessed in Manipur for the past more than 2 months. Now opposition parties have decided to rake it up. Let's go across to Rahul Gautam. Rahul, so it's happened. Within the scheduled time period, before 10 a.m., they've managed to put forth and submit it to the Speaker, but the Speaker also has to take it up. The Speaker has to announce it, that it's going to be a part of the discussion in the Parliament. What happens here on now, Rahul?
Well, Pooja, we can now say that the opposition camp is all set to bring no confidence motion against a government, given the fact that the chair, Lok Sabha Speaker, Mr. Om Birla, has already been informed by Congress Party's MP, Mr. Gaurav Gogai, who is also deputy leader of party in Lok Sabha. And in fact, we've been learning from our sources that the required number of signatures that are required to move a no confidence motion has already been furnished by the Congress Party. One needs 50 MPs to move the no confidence motion, and therefore we now can say that no confidence motion will be coming in from the opposition camp. I myself spoke with Manikam Tagore, who's Congress Party's Lok Sabha whip, and in fact he told me that it is not about numerical strength, given the fact that the numbers are not in their favor. He said that this is more of a symbolic move on the part of the opposition camp, merely to highlight the sheer arrogance of Modi government on the issue of Manipur. And in fact, because of the fact that when one party moves no confidence motion, it is imperative upon the Prime Minister to come inside the Parliament. So you can say that, this is not, there's no threat to the government, but this is more of a symbolic move on the part of the opposition camp, just to highlight
stepping up ante as an opposition party, as a united India bloc. And Rahul Gautam, Mosmi Singh, all our colleagues on the ground at the Parliament will be tracking the latest on this. So it's happened. The Congress Party, the opposition India bloc, has put out and submitted a no-confidence motion against government at the centre over Manipur. Will it lead to a discussion and a debate in the Parliament? Will it be taken up by the Speaker? All that and more at 10 a.m. after a very short break. I'm signing off for now. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 21 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
About that cage match, as somebody looking at it, what's your wager? Is that a metaphor?
Oh my gosh, I've only got one answer if it happens. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg will win, and he's super fit, and he's really into fitness. He's really into these sports, into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and MMA and so on. Yeah, but listen, I think I don't know. I don't do it myself, but I think a lot of this is about technique, not just about size. Whether it'll actually happen or not, I honestly I don't know.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and these are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Congress files no confidence motion against the government. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi meets the deadline of 10 a.m. to file a no trust motion. Politics over 2020 Bengaluru riots. Congress pushes for cases against rioters to be removed. BJP says after PFI, now Bengaluru rioters shielded. "84 days on, Manipur still tense. Violence, anger and agony in Manipur. Manipur turns Kuki Mete war zone. Barricades and bunkers set up." Heavy rain slashed Delhi NCR. Thunderstorms expected through the day. Schools shut in NCR region as the arterial roads get inundated. Honouring India's Kargil heroes. India will never forget their sacrifice. Defence Minister leads tribute. Army Chief accompanies Rajnath Singh. News coming in at the top of this hour. The Congress submits a no-trust motion in Parliament. The Congress meets the deadline of submitting the motion. No-trust motion has been filed by Congress at 9:20 a.m. A deadline to file the no-trust motion was about 10 a.m. this morning. If the Congress expected that the Speaker would read out the motion in the House today, they had to meet the deadline of 10 a.m. And now the Congress, leading the opposition charge against the central government, has filed its no-trust motion with the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office at 9:20 a.m. this morning. Mosmi Singh is bringing us this breaking piece of information. Mosmi, tell us more about this notice for a no-confidence motion against the central government that has been submitted by Congress's Gaurav Gogoi.
So, Paulami, we have learnt that, Gaurav Gogoi has moved that notice that is actually asking for leave to move the motion of no confidence. Any member who wants to bring in a motion of no confidence first has to ask for the leave from other members to allow him to move that motion of no confidence, and he has to inform the Lok Sabha Secretariat, and thereby, before 10 a.m. that means that it has to be admitted today, and speaking exclusively to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, he did say that this is not about winning or losing, it is about registering and underlining the point that the government is absolutely evading discussion on the Manipur issue, and this was the only way that the Prime Minister, the opposition could get the Prime Minister to speak.
Okay, so this is the only way that the opposition hopes that the Prime Minister will in fact speak on the Manipur issue inside Parliament. Mosmi, like you said, this isn't possibly about trying to bring down the government, because at the end of the day, it's not about the strength or the majority or the numbers that either side has. This is a perception battle which the opposition hopes to win.
Absolutely, Paulami. The opposition is very clear about it. They know they don't have the numbers, but often the no confidence motion has been used by the opposition to in fact get the government to answer on very pertinent issues. And even in the past, in 2018, the TDP had moved a no confidence motion to highlight the plight of Andhra Pradesh. And in fact, Indira Gandhi faced almost 15 no confidence motions. So there you are, a tune of 27 no confidence motions have been used ever since the parliament was constituted. So often it's used as a political tool by the opposition. It will get, you can have a discussion of one day. So 24.5 hours as far as this motion is concerned. So it will also solve the other problem for the opposition, that the government was pressing for a short duration discussion. We've seen in the past that no confidence motions have been stretched all day to almost 24 hours, 24 and a half hours. So there you are. That would in fact serve the purpose and the motive of India parties.
Right. Also, Mosmi, the centre, as far as their position is concerned, we're just, of course, bringing to our viewers this piece of information at the moment that Congress's Gaurav Gogoi has submitted a notice with the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office to move a no-confidence motion against the central government. Now, the process is such that because the Congress, of course, has moved this motion before 10 a.m., if the Speaker is satisfied that the motion is in order, the notice given by Gaurav Gogoi, then he will read it out on the floor of the House. He will seek to see how many members, in fact, concur with that motion. So he will ask for members who, in fact, concur with that motion, stand with that motion, to rise in their places. So at least 50 members have to stand up in their places. That, of course, includes the opposition, because this is the opposition India bloc which is moving this no confidence motion. And if, of course, the Speaker is satisfied, then, of course, he will set out a 10-day deadline. So within a 10-day deadline, he has to allot a time and date for a discussion on that no trust motion.
Opposition camp is all set to bring no confidence motion today in Parliament, and for more on this, I have with me Congress Party's Lok Sabha Whip, Mr. Manikam Tagore. Mr. Tagore, Congress Party is all set to bring this no confidence motion. What is the objective behind this?
For the past 4 days, in the all-party meeting also, we demanded that Prime Minister should come to Parliament and make a statement of Manipur. He first came to the Parliament and made a statement outside the Parliament to the media people. Then yesterday we made the same demand to the Honourable Speaker. Prime Minister spoke to the BJP MPs in the Parliamentary Library building, not came to the Parliament. Therefore, we are not left out with any other opportunity now. We have to use the last opportunity what we are having it to force the Prime Minister to come to the Parliament and speak about Manipur.
Many are saying that this is a futile exercise given the fact that numbers are not on your side. Are you also trying to garner support from other political parties which are not part of India Alliance?
No, it is not about numbers. We have 200 plus numbers and others, but we are very clear that it is the arrogance of Mr. Modi and the government which we wanted to break, because they are very clear that they will not come to parliament. Mr. Modi will not come to parliament and make a statement on a burning issue in northeastern states, because 3 states it has spread and people are at pain. Things are, houses have been burnt, women are being raped, and the Prime Minister is not ready to make a statement in Parliament. Where this, in any democracy, this will not happen. But in Indian democracy, Mr. Modi is doing this thing. Therefore, only we are forced to do this thing. We were not having any other opportunity other than to do this thing, because Mr. Modi's arrogance is the main reason.
As per convention and precedents, one must inform the chair before bringing no confidence motion. So, have you informed the chair? And also, who is going to table the no confidence motion in Lok Sabha?
The process is very simple. That one member has to give it to the notice, to the Secretary General, that signed form in a prescribed format, and it has been given by our northeastern leader and the deputy Congress leader in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Gaurav Gogoi, because we had submitted already 9/12/20 it has been submitted. Therefore, we are very clear in our this thing that we want the Prime Minister to come to Parliament and answer about.
ये 4 मई को होती हैं, गृह मंत्री जी वहाँ पहुँचते हैं 29 मई को, और प्रधानमंत्री जी मौन रहते हैं। इतना भी हौसला नहीं है कि सदन में आके बात रखें, एक स्टेटमेंट दें। और जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस टिप्पणी करते हैं तब जाकर मणिपुर की बात करते हैं, वो भी उसके साथ राजस्थान को जोड़ते हैं, उसके साथ किसी और प्रदेश को जोड़ते हैं, ताकि उसकी तुलना जो घटना राजस्थान और बाकी प्रदेशों में हो रही है उसकी तुलना होनी चाहिए। मतलब इतना भी नहीं है कि मणिपुर में जो हुआ है वो तो निर्भय से भी ज़्यादा हुआ है, और निर्भय से आज तक हालात तो बदले नहीं। तो जिस सरकार को इतना भी कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है कि सदन में आके अपनी बात रखे, तो आई एंड इंडिया को उस पर कॉन्फिडेंस कैसे हो सकता है?
लेकिन सर अपोजिशन
Right, we're cutting across live there to Prime Minister Modi, who's participating in a havan and a puja at the new ITPO complex.
कश्यप गोत्रोद्भवस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे वृश्चिकराशौ जातस्य नरेंद्र दामोदर नामधेयस्य
will be inaugurated later by the Prime Minister. This is the redeveloped ITPO complex, which will in fact host India's G20 leaders meetings and will be inaugurated a little later today. This morning, of course, there's a puja and a havan that's happening, and the Prime Minister is present over there for that puja. Members of the Union Council of Ministers are also present on this occasion. You can see the Prime Minister in those pictures. With a campus area of approximately 123 acres, this Pragati Maidan complex proudly holds the title of India's largest MICE, which is Meetings, Incentives, Conferences and Exhibitions destination.
Om Namastoryaya Chandraya Mangalayaya
In fact, sources say that this redeveloped and modern IECC complex will find its place among the top 10 exhibition and convention complexes in the world, rivaling colossal names such as the Hanover Exhibition Center in Germany, the National Exhibition and Convention Center in Shanghai. The magnitude, in fact, of the IECC stature and infrastructure is a testament to India's capability to host world-class events on a grand scale. Like I said, this will be the venue of India's G20 leaders meetings, the redeveloped ITPO complex.
स्वप्न दृष्टा के रूप में राष्ट्र निर्माण के लिए प्रतिपल
समर्पित व्यक्तित्व के रूप में राष्ट्र निर्माण के लिए।
The exhibition halls in fact offer 7 innovative spaces for showcasing products, innovations and ideas. These state-of-the-art halls provide an ideal platform for exhibitors and companies to engage with their target audience.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एग्जीबिशन कम कन्वेंशन सेंटर ITPO कॉम्प्लेक्स नई दिल्ली में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर का ये कन्वेंशन सेंटर, एग्जीबिशन सेंटर और निश्चित तौर से भारत भारतीयता को अपने में समेटे, सूर्य शक्ति को अपने में समेटे, पंच महाभूतों को अपने में समेटे, जीरो टू इसरो की थीम को अपने में समेटे, भारत की संस्कृति के साथ साथ वैज्ञानिक उत्थान को अपने में समेटे, भारत की परंपरा और विज्ञान को अपने में समेटे, भारत भारतीयता को अपने में प्रतिबिंबित करता हुआ एक सबल सशक्त राष्ट्र के स्वाभिमान के उत्कर्ष के रूप में ITPO कॉम्प्लेक्स में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने पूजा अर्चना की।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। और किसी भी भव्य प्रारंभ की अगर हम बात करें तो हमारी संस्कृति का एक हिस्सा होता है कि जितने भी लोगों ने उसमें अपना योगदान दिया है उन सभी के प्रति अपनी कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करें। और सांस्कृतिक तौर पर भी जो पूजा अर्चना है उसका काफी महत्व, वास्तु पूजा का जो महत्व है वो सनातन परंपरा का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा है। और वास्तु को देव के रूप में हमारी परंपरा में पूजित किया जाता रहा है और उसी परंपरा के तहत ये जो हवन पूजा का कार्यक्रम, किसी भी भवन के निर्माण में जितने भी क्षति हुई है जीव जंतुओं की, उनकी आत्मा की शांति के लिए ये जो प्रार्थना और पूजा का कार्यक्रम है वो पारंपरिक तौर पर किया जाता रहा है। और उसी परंपरा का हिस्सा आप देख रहे हैं कि आज सुबह वैदिक मंत्रोच्चार के बीच में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने राष्ट्र की तरफ से ये पूजा हवन का कार्यक्रम है इसमें सम्मिलित हुए हैं। और आज शाम इस परिसर को राष्ट्र को संबोधित किया जाएगा, जो कि न केवल नई दिल्ली, न केवल एक राज्य के रूप में दिल्ली, बल्कि भारत को एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक वैश्विक कन्वेंशन और एग्जीबिशन सेंटर के रूप में स्थापित करने में एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका अदा करता हुआ नजर आएगा। इसके आर्थिक मायने भी हैं, सांस्कृतिक मायने भी हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से कहा जा रहा है कि भारत की संस्कृति को केंद्र में रख करके इस भवन का निर्माण किया गया है, अत्याधुनिक तकनीक का इस्तेमाल करते हुए तकनीक का संगम कैसे संस्कृत के साथ होता है और जो भारत की अवधारणा है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की, उसको केंद्र में रखते हुए कैसे आप भारत को आर्थिक प्रगति के एक नए इंजन के तौर पर विकसित करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ते हैं। प्रगति से गति की जो पूरी अवधारणा है उसको कैसे आप जमीन पर ले आते हैं, उसकी एक वानगी आपको इस कॉम्प्लेक्स के जरिए स्पष्ट रूप से देखने को मिल सकती है, जिसको अत्याधुनिक अति सुरक्षित परिसर के रूप में स्थापित किया गया है। और
अगर देखें तो गति और प्रगति के ध्येय वाक्य को लेकर राष्ट्र निर्माण में जुटे हुए राष्ट्र के संकल्पना को, जगत गुरु की संकल्पना को साकार करने के महासंकल्प को की साधना करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने ITPO कॉम्प्लेक्स के नए IECC परिसर में उन्होंने पूजा अर्चना की।
अनुराधा नक्षत्रे वृश्चिकराशौ जातस्य नरेंद्र दामोदर नामधेयस्य
संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौली भवति ऊर्ध्वैमुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे विश्वरतेन विश्वावरुणासचेते वैमुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे विश्वरतेन विश्वावरुणासचेते
अगर देखें तो
So that is of course the Prime Minister who's in fact participating in a puja and a havan at the new ITPO complex this morning.
प्रतिष्ठा के रूप में वैदिक मंत्रोच्चार और शंख ध्वनि के बीच प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने पूजा अर्चना की। प्रगति मैदान में नए ITPO कॉम्प्लेक्स में निर्मित इंटरनेशनल एग्जीबिशन कम कन्वेंशन सेंटर में निश्चित तौर से अगर देखें तो ये भारत के नए उत्कर्ष की कहानी बताता है। ये भारत के गौरवशाली इतिहास और स्वावलंबी वर्तमान को अपने में समेटे हुए एक ऐसा क्षण है जो पूरी दुनिया को बताता है कि एक नया भारत, उन्नत भारत, समुन्नत भारत राष्ट्र के समस्त गौरव और वैभव के साथ सभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलनों के आयोजन के लिए पूरी तरह तत्पर है, समर्थ है। अगर देखें तो ये प्रगति मैदान भारत की शक्ति और तकनीक के प्रदर्शन का स्थान है।
So those pictures of course coming in from Pragati Maidan from the new ITPO complex where the Prime Minister was participating in a puja and a havan at that complex, which will also be formally inaugurated. Kumar Kunal, my colleague, is joining me live at the moment. Kunal, what can you tell us about this new complex which is to be inaugurated?
See, I can show you the complex right just behind me. This is the complex which is being inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it's 7,000 capacity, sitting capacity is almost 7,000, and the cost of this building has come up almost 2,700 crores, and the work on this ITPO complex started in year 2017, and as you know that it will host G20 summit in almost a month from now. It is going to happen in the month of September. So quite a significant building from that point of view also. But at the same time, if you will consider the architectural point of view, so it's a mix of Western as well as Indian civilization. What I have been told that the building is in a conch shell shape, like the Shankha, which has quite significance in the Hindu mythology. So accordingly, even it is inspired by other Hindu mythological things as well. So this is going to be inaugurated. It's the area of this convention center, International Convention Center, is almost 123 acres. So it's quite big and one of the largest convention centers in the world. What I have been told that even the Singapore's convention center is not as big as this Pragati Maidan ITPO convention center. So there are several dimensions of this building which is going to be inaugurated by Prime Minister himself, and it will host the most important G20 summit in almost a month's time.
So that is of course the complex. We're showing you some images of that very swanky complex which will be inaugurated later this evening by the Prime Minister, as Kunal was giving us just a sense of some of those features of that complex where the Prime Minister was in fact in Pragati Maidan. You can see those images of the Prime Minister at that puja. Let's listen in on that program that has been taking place at the Pragati Maidan.
संरक्षण के लिहाज से। और जिस तरह से अश्विनी जी ने कहा कि हम न केवल सांस्कृतिक अवधारणा को प्रगति के साथ जोड़ने का कार्यक्रम करते हैं, बल्कि उसको संरक्षण के साथ भी जोड़ करके देखते हैं। और प्रकृति का दोहन, प्रधानमंत्री लगातार कहते रहे हैं कि हमारी अवधारणा है कि हम प्रकृति के जो पंच महाभूत हैं उनके दोहन तक अपने आप को सीमित करें, उनके क्षय पर अपना फोकस न करें, उनको संरक्षित करें, उनको किसी भी तरह।
So that is of course the Prime Minister performing that puja at the new ITPO complex, which he will be formally inaugurating later this evening. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
I want to ask you, how far is 21,000 on the Nifty now?
Yeah, so I think markets would continue to achieve new milestones going ahead. What we are eyeing right now is 20,150. So ideally, as per technical analysis, whenever any stock or the index trades its all-time high, so it's a reciprocal retracement theory, which gives us the target projections or the next resistance projections. Now, 161.8% retracement of the previous correction that we saw in the Nifty, the one which bottomed out around 16,800. That level is coming around 20,150. So I think as of now, for short-term perspective, maybe later half of this month or early next month, we would see 20,150 getting achieved. And yes, once that is surpassed, then 21,000 also would not be, it would not take much time.
So Ruchit, now tell us, how do investors make money at record high markets? What's the strategy that they should adopt right now?
So one should adopt a stock-specific strategy over here. See all the markets, if you see the broader markets, most of the sectors have participated in this upmove. So I think auto is one name where we have continuously witnessed a good momentum of late. So I think this trend is likely to continue going ahead. Escorts, Ashok Leyland, then Tata Motors, these are some of the names which would continue this outperformance.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A few years ago, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook pivoted from Facebook to Meta. You were drawing out this grand vision of a metaverse, whereas the real revolution seems to have been in artificial intelligence. While you have been working in that sphere, would you accept that Meta was caught off guard? You were building one castle in the air, which is still looking like a castle in the air. You're moving incrementally towards your vision of Meta, whereas the real game seems to have been another one where you're now trying to catch up, but would you accept being caught off guard?
No, not really, on several counts. Firstly, you can't build the so-called metaverse. What does the metaverse mean? The metaverse basically means like a sort of immersive internet. So instead of looking at something on your phone, you're actually wearing glasses and you're communicating with people in avatar or even eventually in hologram form. You can't build that without AI. I think that approach to open innovation is something we've always believed in, and I think will really help going forward as well.
Okay, news that's coming in right now. Another no trust motion that has been filed with the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office. The BRS now has filed a separate no confidence motion in Parliament. The BRS has filed this no confidence motion in Parliament on the Manipur issue. This has been filed by Member of Parliament Naman Nageshwar Rao. Let's listen in to him.
अब चर्चा कराने की जब हमने सहमति भरी तो रूल्स ले आए, रूल्स पे कुछ डिस्कशन पे सहमति बन रही थी तो एक नया मुद्दा ले आए कि प्रधानमंत्री जी आकर के चर्चा शुरू करें। ये मुझे लगता बहाना है।
सर, नंबर अगेंस्ट ऑपोजिशन है, उसके बाद भी नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन।
वो तो उनका काम है जी, उनका काम है, हम क्या करें
जी।
सर
लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री
नहीं हो गया भाई साहब, हो गया।
उंगली मत मारो।
Okay, so the centre over there defiant against the opposition in the face of the no confidence motions now, which have been filed by opposition parties. Remember that the Congress has already filed a motion. It has given a notice in the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi has given that notice. Now let's listen in to the BRS, which has also filed a separate motion.
At the point of motive, जो देश इसको जो है ना पार्लियामेंट चल रहा है तो पार्लियामेंट के अंदर इसको डिस्कस करने के लिए हम लोग को लीडर्स का मीटिंग जिस दिन हुआ था उस दिन से जो है ना आज तक डेली जो है ना बात कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों को मांग तो यही था, जो देश का इशू बन गई है और जो है ना इंटरनेशनल लेवल में भी इसको ऊपर जो है ना डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी अगर पार्लियामेंट में जो है एक अपना आवाज़ देने में वो आवाज़ लोगों के अंदर चले जाएगा, इसको जो है ना वो देशवास भी जो चाहता है, उसी का वजह से हम लोग डिमांड था। उस बेसिस से पहले भी हम लोग एडजॉर्नमेंट मोशन दिया, आज जो है ना हम लोग नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन भी मूव किए।
सर ये सेपरेट है, ये जो इंडिया अलायंस जो एक नो कॉन्फिडेंस उसको भी आप सपोर्ट करेंगे?
भाई जो इशू बेस्ड हम लोग जो है ना मूव कर रहे हैं, मूव कर दिया। और तो इसमें जो है ना क्या है, जो देश का इशू है, ये देशवासी का इशू है, उसलिए उसको इशू के ऊपर हमारा पार्टी को हमारा पॉलिसीज रहेगा, हमारा पार्टी जो है ना हमारा लाइन में जाएगा। और ये जो पर्टिकुलर इशू में हम लोग भी मूव किया, हम लोग भी मूव किया। उससे जो है ना मिल रहा है अलग है, ये तो पॉइंट ही नहीं है ना, ये तो इश्यू है। ये इश्यू के ऊपर जो है ना हम लोग मुख्य
आप मांग करेंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री बयान दे मणिपुर के ऊपर, क्योंकि पूरा जो सेशन है वो अभी उसमें स्टेलमेट है ऑपोजिशन और ट्रेजरी बेंचेस।
नहीं, अभी तो एक्चुअली जो इतना चल रहा है तो लोग अपना बिजनेस तो खत्म कर रहे हैं। कल भी जो है ना 2 बिल जो है ना पास कर दिया। गवर्नमेंट तो अपना काम तो अब कर रहा है, मगर हम लोग ये चाहता है, ये तो इश्यू के ऊपर जो है हम लोग गवर्नमेंट को भी जो है पर्टिकुलर इश्यू में हम लोग सब प्रधानमंत्री जी का आवाज का बाद हम लोग सब भी मौका मिलेगा। और जो इश्यू जो है ना जिस तरह से जो है ना स्टेट सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में वो लोग है, और इसलिए ये इश्यू के ऊपर वो लोग जो है ना तुरंत अगर कुछ ना कुछ करके और ये आगे ये ना पले और लोगों का अंदर जो है ना डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन ना है, और कभी भी इस तरह से नहीं हुआ था। जो घटना हुआ है मणिपुर का, ये घटना बहुत गंभीर घटना है, उसका वजह से हम लोग आज के दिन में डिसीजन लिया।
थैंक यू। ये थे नागेश्वर राव साफ तौर पर कहते हुए कि इंडिया अलायंस के द्वारा जो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाया जा रहा है मणिपुर, उसके इतर बीआरएस पार्टी भी एक नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन आज सरकार के खिलाफ लेकर आएगी। दिल्ली में प्रदीप गुप्ता के साथ मैं राहुल गौतम, आज तक के लिए।
So that was, of course, Nama Nageshwar Rao of the BRS party member of parliament who has filed that notice for a no confidence motion against the centre. He speaking with my colleague Rahul Gautam over there, saying that this is about mounting more pressure on the central government. Remember, BRS is not part of the India alliance. Already one motion has been submitted in the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office that has been led by the Congress party. Congress's member of parliament Gaurav Gogoi has filed that notice with the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office, and now another notice has been given by the BRS. So from all fronts, the opposition is trying to corner the central government. Rahul Gautam, my colleague who just spoke with Nama Nageshwar Rao, breaking that story on India Today First, is joining us live at the moment. Rahul, give us more details as to why the BRS has chosen to file a separate motion.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, that this is an attempt on the part of opposition parties to corner the government on the issue of Manipur. Now because of the fact that BRS is not part of India alliance, and therefore BRS has now moved a separate no confidence motion. I myself spoke with N. Nageshwar Rao, who is the floor leader of BRS. In fact, he told me that this is being done only to highlight the sheer arrogance of the Modi government, who is not willing to discuss the issue of Manipur. In fact, he said that this is not about parties anymore. It's an issue that actually affects the entire country, and therefore it was decided at the highest level of BRS that a separate no confidence motion would be moved. You can also view this move as an attempt on the part of BRS to not look different from the opposition camp, or not to be seen siding with the BJP, given the fact that they are not part of opposition camp. Mr. N. Nageshwar Rao, while speaking with India Today, in fact, he said that that Manipur requires utmost and immediate attention at this point of time, and therefore they have decided to move a separate no confidence motion. Now, this essentially means that the majority of the non-BJP, non-NDA parties would be supporting a no confidence motion. Earlier, there was a motion that was submitted by Gaurav Gogoi, who's a Congress MP, in Lok Sabha, and now a separate from N. Nageshwar Rao. So clearly, it seems that the opposition is mounting and exerting more and more pressure on Manipur, and clearly becoming a major flashpoint between opposition and treasury benches as far as the monsoon session is concerned.
Absolutely. This is possibly the biggest flashpoint as far as the treasury benches and the opposition is concerned, with the opposition now filing two separate notices for a motion of no confidence against the central government. Now, it remains to be seen what happens as the House convenes at 11 a.m. Will the Speaker read out these notices and set the ball rolling? Rahul, thank you for joining us. Now, the stage is set for a mega no-trust motion war. The opposition has submitted its no-confidence motion notice against the central government. The opposition parties believe that this is the only way to bring the government to the discussion table on the Manipur issue, to have the Prime Minister speak on the subject of Manipur inside Parliament and seek accountability from the central government. Consensus has been built on this issue, and the signature campaign has already been completed. 50 members are expected to stand up when the Speaker wants to see a show of hands in support of these motion. Those pictures, of course, now coming in live of the India Alliance, which is meeting inside Parliament right now. This meeting taking place inside the Leader of Opposition Rajya Sabha's office inside Parliament. That is Mallikarjun Kharge's office. You can see leaders of all political parties that are part of the India Alliance are present in that meeting right now. So they've set the ball rolling in terms of trying to corner the government on the subject of Manipur. A notice has been submitted by this alliance led by the Congress party and its Member of Parliament Gaurav Gogoi with the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office. It remains to be seen, of course, whether the Speaker is satisfied, finds the motion in order and, of course, reads it out in the Lok Sabha. The centre, of course, saying that they're not perturbed by this. They were expecting something like this. In fact, the Prime Minister had predicted this as well 5 years ago. This, of course, the opposition is saying is not about the numbers, which they know are very well stacked up in the NDA's favour in the Lok Sabha. This is about perception. They want to corner the Prime Minister to speak on the subject of Manipur, and they hope a no-confidence motion against the central government will do just that. And if the Prime Minister doesn't speak, they believe that it will send out a perception that he is running away, quote-unquote, from any sort of discussion on the subject of Manipur. So they believe that this is all about perception and sending out a key message. Now, this is a very key strategy meeting that is taking place inside Parliament at the moment, inside the Leader of Opposition Rajya Sabha's office, and you can see members of all political parties, 26 parties that are part of the India Alliance are present in that meeting, including the TMC, the RJD, the DMK, the Aam Aadmi Party, left parties, the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction. They're all present, the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, they're all present in that meeting, which is currently taking place to strategize, in fact, ahead of the session convening for the day. Remember that when the Speaker, of course, reads out the notice, 50 of these MPs from the Lok Sabha will have to stand up in support of the motion moved by Gaurav Gogoi. Let's listen into reactions that have been coming in.
तो नो कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है तो अब लोगों के कॉन्फिडेंस माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ऊपर, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर ही है, और जो होगा हम अभी चर्चा करके हम डिसाइड करेंगे।
सर, हालांकि उनके पास नंबर नहीं है, लेकिन वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास इतना नंबर है कि हम नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव कर सकते हैं।
नहीं, वो तो लास्ट टर्म में भी किया था और लोग उनको जो कुछ भी सबक सिखाने था वो सिखा दिया है और आगे भी सिखा दें।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर को सदन में खींचकर लाने के लिए एक ही हमारे पास औजार बचे हुए है, वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन। हम क्यों अविश्वास करते हैं ये सरकार को? सिर्फ मैं नहीं, सारे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन के मणिपुर, मिजोरम सब धीरे धीरे ये सरकार पे अविश्वास जता रहे हैं। तो ये अविश्वास क्यों जता रहे? शंका के बल पे नहीं, लेकिन मुद्दे के बल पे हम ये सदन के अंदर ये रखना चाहते हैं कि देशवासी पता चले।
For the past 4 days in the all-party meeting also, we demanded that Prime Minister should come to Parliament and make a statement of Manipur. He did. He first came to the Parliament and made a statement outside the Parliament to the media people. Then yesterday we made the same demand to the Honourable Speaker. Prime Minister spoke to the BJP MPs in the Parliamentary Library building, not came to the Parliament. Therefore, we are not left out with any other opportunity now. We have to use the last opportunity what we are having it to force the Prime Minister to come to the Parliament and speak about Manipur.
ये सरकार जनता का विश्वास खो चुकी है। नंबर मायने नहीं होते, जो जनता के मुद्दे होते हैं वो महत्वपूर्ण होते हैं, और कम से कम इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के जरिए वो तमाम मुद्दे देश के सदन में चर्चा हो पाएंगे जिस पर प्रधानमंत्री जवाब नहीं देना चाहते। नोटिस हम लोग दे रहे हैं, एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया जा रहा है, चेयर के पास जाके अपील कर रहे हैं, सस्पेंड कर दिया जा रहा है। 50-50 सांसद नोटिस दे रहे हैं, कल 50 सांसदों ने राज्यसभा में नोटिस दिया 267 का, एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया गया। तो अब अगर अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया जा रहा है लोकसभा में तो इस स्वागत योग्य कदम है। इसके जरिए कम से कम प्रधानमंत्री को मजबूर होना पड़ेगा मणिपुर की हिंसा पर जवाब देने के लिए।
So that is, of course, the meeting of the India Alliance, which is taking place inside the Parliament at the moment. In fact, the BJP is saying that this is something that was predicted already by the Prime Minister 5 years ago. They say that the Prime Minister had predicted that the opposition will move a no-trust motion against the central government. Listen in to that.
वो शुभकामनाएं मैं आज फिर देना चाहता हूं कि आप इतनी तैयारी करो कि 2023 में फिर से आपको अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने का मौका मिले। और सामने बैठे ये अहंकार की बात है, ये समर्पण भाव है, अहंकार का परिणाम है 400 से 40 हो गए, अहंकार का परिणाम है 400 से 40 हो गए, और सेवा भाव का परिणाम है कि 2 से यहां आकर के बैठ गए, 2 से निकल करके आके बैठ गए। आप कहां से कहां पहुंच गए? अरे मिलावटी दुनिया में जीना पड़ रहा है। आप कोई लंबी बात करोगे तो शोभा नहीं देगी।
Now, NDA versus India alliance is in fact in full swing ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. That war between the two sides is in full swing after Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a jab at the name of the opposition alliance, which is the India Alliance, likening it to the Popular Front of India or the East India Company or the Indian Mujahideen. Senior BJP leaders intensified their attack on the opposition, while Union Home Minister Amit Shah took to Twitter and said that the change in the name of the alliance will not erase the past deeds of the parties involved in the alliance. Minister for External Affairs S. Jaishankar accused the opposition of seeking foreign intervention to solve internal problems. Meanwhile, unfazed by charges levelled against them, the opposition parties have hit back and accused the Prime Minister of hating India.
मैंने पहले भी मुझसे किसी ने पूछा भी ये पहले, और मैं आज भी वही जवाब दूंगा। घटिया प्रोडक्ट को आप नाम बदलने से प्रोडक्ट बदलता नहीं है। आप कुछ भी कहिए, घटिया प्रोडक्ट ही रहता है। वो नाम बदलते रहें, वो यूपीए के नाम से शर्मिंदा हैं, वो शर्म कर रहे हैं, और नाम बदलने से उसका कोर एसेंस और कोर आइडियोलॉजी बदलता नहीं है।
जो हिमाचल प्रदेश और उसके बाद कर्नाटक में जो चुनाव में हार हुई है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी बखला गई है। और जिस प्रकार से 26 दल की बैठक हुई है, चाहे पटना में और उसके बाद बेंगलुरु में, उसके बाद इनका हताशा और बढ़ गया है, और हताशा में ही व्यक्ति आपा खो बैठता है। तो जो दिखाई दे रहा है उससे स्पष्ट हो जाता है इंडिया का जिस प्रकार से नाम कर रहे हैं, वो तुलना कर रहे हैं मुजाहिदीन से और इससे, तो ये उनकी हताशा का परिचायक है।
This is a secular movement. He is afraid of this political organization. That is why he is making comment. India is a front that is organized by Indian National Congress. There is an India in the name of Indian National Congress also. Indian National Congress was a national movement. Through the Congress party we got freedom. So Prime Minister has to go through the freedom movement also.
शोभा नहीं देता प्रधानमंत्री पद के बारे में किसी प्रधानमंत्री। अगर आप निरुत्तर हो चुके हैं, अगर आपकी बोलती बंद हो चुकी है, तो इस वक्त ऐसा कहना ये बिल्कुल जले पे नमक छिड़कने का आप काम कर रहे हैं। और अगर वाकई आपको लगता है कि इंडिया जो है ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से तुलना की जा सकती है, तो फिर ऐसा सही हमारा राघव चड्ढा जी ने कहा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, संविधान में इंडिया भारत है और भारत इंडिया है। इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? खेलो इंडिया के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कल भारत का अपमान किया, इंडिया का अपमान किया, मणिपुर की हिंसा से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इधर उधर की बातें की, और इतना ही नहीं, उन्होंने इंडिया की तुलना आतंकवादी संगठन से कर दी। प्रधानमंत्री जी, क्या आपकी सोच इतने घटिया स्तर पर पहुंच सकती है? क्या वास्तव में आप ऐसा बयान दे सकते हैं भारत के खिलाफ, इंडिया के खिलाफ? हमारा अपमान कीजिए, देश का अपमान मत कीजिए, इंडिया का अपमान मत कीजिए, 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का अपमान मत कीजिए। आपने कैसे भारत की तुलना, इंडिया की तुलना आतंकवादी संगठन से कर दी? पहले इसके लिए पूरे देश से हाथ जोड़कर माफी मांगी।
News coming in right now. Allahabad High Court begins hearing in the Gyanvapi survey case. The Muslim side says contradictory stand by the Hindu side. First, Hindu said evidence existed. Now, Hindu side is seeking excavation. The Hindu side has said excavation is needed, but not in mosque. High Court judges question the legal stand of the Archaeological Survey of India. So that is, of course, the update that's coming in from the Allahabad High Court, which has begun hearing the Gyanvapi survey case. The Muslim side has said contradictory stand by Hindu side. They allege that first the Hindus said evidence was available, it existed. Then they said that they need excavation. Now the Hindu side has countered that and said excavation is needed, but not in the mosque. The High Court judge has questioned the legal stand of ASI, or the Archaeological Survey of India. We'll try and get in more details from my colleague Samarth, who's joining us live. Samarth, tell us more about what's happening in court at the moment.
It has been more than 1 hour since the hearing is on in the Allahabad High Court, and what we are getting to know that Naqvi, the Muslim side advocate, is questioning the Hindu side because they are saying that in the document, in the application submitted by the Hindu side, the application is contradictory. At one hand, the Hindu side claims that they have the sufficient amount of evidence to prove that it was a temple before, and again now they demand that ASI survey. If they have the sufficient amount of proofs with them, then what's the need of ASI? And then again, the CJ asked Vishnu Jain to explain why he wants the area to be excavated. That to which Vishnu Jain clearly says that we have nothing to do with the mosque. We just want to do anything, the survey on the barren land of the mosque to prove that it was a temple. To which the Muslim side and the Muslim side claims that why not the Kashi Vishwanath corridor and why just the Gyanvapi temple, which is coming under the scanner of ASI. So this is something which is happening currently in the Allahabad High Court, and what we are getting that could be the reason the decision could come after the lunch. But what we are getting from inside, that there is discussion happening between, because Vishnu Jain is being on target by the CJ. They are currently asking Vishnu Jain what is the need of ASI in this. If you wanted ASI to be the part of this entire thing, why ASI was not made the party in this particular case? To which Vishnu Jain replied that ASI is a statutory body and that can only be helpful in providing the proof. That can't be the body as per the Supreme Court. So this is the thing happening inside, and to which the CJ jokingly asked that if the Allahabad High Court too comes under the radar of ASI, under the reign of ASI, that has been happening inside, while the Muslim side is kept on claiming that why ASI survey was not, or why not asked before, because in the application of Hindu side, they are at one hand they are saying they had plenty of information, plenty of proofs to prove that it was a temple, while in the second paragraph the Hindu side claims that they need the ASI survey.
Samarth, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, the Congress has filed a no-confidence motion against the government. Congress's Gaurav Gogoi has in fact filed that notice with the Lok Sabha Secretary General's office before 10 a.m. this morning. So the ball now in the Speaker's court. Details on the other side.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 21 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Infosys completes the results season for big tech in India, a season which has been rather underwhelming. My colleague Sakshi Batra joins me to break down some of the key concerns the IT sector is facing. Sakshi?
Largest IT company Infosys has now declared its Q1 FY24 earnings, where the profits have dipped by 3% sequentially. But the bigger disappointment has actually come in the form of its revenue growth guidance. The company has sharply revised its growth guidance downwards from 4.7% earlier to 1 to 3.5% this year, and that's on the back of uncertain global environment. And this comes right after TCS, HCL Tech and Wipro have already posted muted set of earnings for Q1. And one can clearly see that the big four IT companies in India have something to worry about. Remember, the global slowdown concerns in the US and Europe, which are the major revenue drivers for India's outsourcing companies, have led to significant slowdown in these companies' businesses. Experts believe that guidance revision by Infosys could also be on the back of project cancellations, and also Infosys has reported second straight quarter of employee headcount decline. In Q1, its headcount has shrunk significantly by almost 7,000. Both TCS and HCL Tech also had missed the street estimates when it comes to their earnings, with low hirings also during the quarter. Remember, TCS hiring fell by over 90% on a year-on-year basis. TCS hired just about 500 employees in Q1 of FY24. Wipro, on the other hand, had seen an 8,000 dip in the net headcount additions in Q1. Also, HCL Technologies and Wipro together saw headcount plummet by about 11,000. So clearly, on the one side, slower hiring, the guidance cut down and the revision downwards right there. Also, we have been seeing lower spend by the client. All of these as major concerns for the IT companies, reflecting the kind of slowdown that is being felt in the Western countries, in the US and Europe.
About that cage match, as somebody looking at it, what's your wager? Is that a metaphor?
Oh my gosh, I've only got one answer if it happens. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg will win, and he's super fit, and he's really into you know, fitness, is really into these sports, into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and MMA and so on. Yeah, but listen, I think, I don't know, I don't do it myself, but I think a lot of this is about technique, not just about size. Whether it'll actually happen or not, I honestly, I don't know.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange. With Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Hey Danish, these India Today people want to do a show on Independence Day, it seems. You heard of what?
Oh, okay. What about it? What am I supposed to do?
Wait, I can't do a full suspense reveal right now, but they're still doing the lineup, but they want a singer for it.
Hey, superb. You know what? I know someone. Let me get him on the call.
Danish, what ra? What? India Today. What show ra?
Okay, 1 second. We have a singer, but we also need a dancer.
Ishna Kutte. You have not heard, huh? You check her Instagram ra.
Ooh, that sounds like fun. Does this work?
Since we're all expressing, I think we should also have her on board.
But what do we all have in common though?
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today television. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories are first. Congress files no confidence motion against the government. BRS files a separate no confidence motion over Manipur, split within the opposition parties in parliament then. 84 days on, Manipur still tense. Violence, anger and agony in Manipur. Manipur turns Kuki Meitei war zone. Barricades and bunkers have been set up. Union Minister Prahlad Patel receives a sextortion call. 2 arrested for sextortion calls from Rajasthan. In Karnataka, BJP MP Siddeshwara gets obscene video call. Woman threatened the BJP MP with screenshots. Politics over 2020 Bengaluru riots. Congress pushes for cases against rioters to be removed. BJP says after Popular Front of India, now Bengaluru rioters are getting shielded. Honouring India's Kargil heroes, India will never forget their sacrifice. Defence Minister leads tributes. Army Chief accompanies Rajnath Singh. Another US-Russia dramatic dogfight in the skies. Russian fighter jets damages the US attack drone in the Syrian skies during anti-ISIS operations. We're getting in some news at this hour. Let's go straight to these developments. Sources have told India Today that Speaker Om Birla received a notice of no confidence motion. As soon as the Lok Sabha proceedings begin, Congress and the opposition will push for no confidence motion.
By the chair. Honorable members, today is the 24th anniversary of Kargil Vijay Diwas. On this day, in 1999, our brave soldiers, with their indomitable courage and
वीरता का परिचय देते हुए विजय प्राप्त की है। ये सभा काल के युद्ध में
Details of the Speaker Om Birla receiving notices of no confidence motion. We'll see under the rules. Well, if the notice is as per the rules and it has the support of 50 members of parliament in the House, then this notice will have to be accepted, after which the Speaker will decide the time for discussion and voting on it within 10 days is what we know and is what the rules essentially speak about. The Speaker has received the notice of the no confidence motion in Parliament. As soon as the proceedings begin, which they have right now, in which now tributes are being led for the martyrs of the Kargil war, in just some time from now, we'll see the kind of movement as far as this no confidence motion moved by the Congress and the opposition is taken up.
आप समझदार हैं, अनुभवी नेता हैं, 12 बजे लिया जाता है उसको। पर्सन नंबर 81 के संसद में किस तरीके की बात करते हैं? आप समझाइए अपने सदस्यों को। नो गलत तरीका। क्वेश्चन नंबर 81 श्री मलूक नागर।
मंत्री जी,
प्रश्न नंबर 81 माननीय मंत्री जी,
सभा पटल पर जवाब रख दिया गया।
मलूक जी, सब मैं आज एक जो पहला प्रश्न लगा है उसमें मणिपुर से ऑटोमेटिक जुड़ जाता है, और ये लोग मणिपुर के बारे में चर्चा नहीं चाहते क्या? जो जूट की खेती है वो मणिपुर में भी होती है, उड़ीसा में भी होती है, बिहार में भी होती है। तो मैं मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूँ, जो एक्सपोर्ट होकर के पैसा देश में आया उसमें से कितना पैसा किसानों को दिया जा रहा है इंसेंटिव के रूप में? और दूसरा, सरकार क्या कर रही है जो जूट की खेती नई टेक्निक से पूरे देश में, पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में भी जो ज्यादा बढ़ाई जा सके?
जैसे आज का दिन हम सबके लिए भी बहुत गौरवान्वित है, क्योंकि आज ITPO का जो विश्व स्तर का जो एक एग्जीबिशन सेंटर का आज ओपनिंग करने प्रधानमंत्री जी गए थे, और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस तरह से ग्लोबल इमेज को ध्यान में रखते हुए आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर बढ़ते हुए हम सब ने कर्तव्य काल का निर्माण किया है, और इस कर्तव्य काल में टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री में सबसे बड़ा योगदान जूट का भी रहा है। मैं आपके माध्यम से बताना चाहती हूँ कि जो किसानों की बात ये कर रहे हैं, कल सबसे बड़ा किसानों के सम्मान निधि के रूप में प्रधानमंत्री जी डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर से उसके अकाउंट में जो पैसा जमा करने वाले हैं, इसमें इस बार MSP के माध्यम से जूट किसानों को 5,000 से ज़्यादा की राशि ये तय की गई है। और इसके साथ में जो एक्सपोर्ट निर्यात की बात कर रही है, आज जो एग्जीबिशन सेंटर बना है जूट रिलेटेड, जो ग्लोबल इमेज में जूट का आगे बढ़ने के लिए जो टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल का यूज़ हो या उनसे जुड़ी हुई जो चीज़ बनती है उनके प्रमोशन के लिए ट्रेनिंग सेंटर से लेके उनकी खेती में कैसे बदलाव आए, किस तरह से नई टेक्निक से खेती हो जाए। मैं एक बात ध्यान में लाना चाहती हूँ कि ऐसी कोई भी जो चीज़ होती है इसमें राज्य सरकार का सहयोग चाहिए, और उन्होंने जिस तरह से बताया है सबसे ज़्यादा जूट मिल है वेस्ट बंगाल में, और वेस्ट बंगाल की जितनी भी मिलें हैं उनको सरकार ने प्रोक्योर करके जो हमारी चीनी और हमारी पेड़ी के लिए जो हमने जो जूट बैग है उनको सिक्योर नहीं किया होता तो ये लोग इस तरह से आगे नहीं बढ़ पाते। लेकिन इसमें भी ये परेशानी है कि उनको जो सरकार के सहयोग मिलते उनके जो सहयोग मिलता है, लेकिन उन्होंने अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी को अपग्रेड नहीं किया, ना तो नई मिल को अपग्रेड किया, ना ही तो टेक्नोलॉजी करी कैसे गोल्डन प्रकार का जूट बन जाए उसके लिए सोचा गया। तो इसमें हमें सीड से लेकर उनके कैसे 1 हेक्टर के अंदर सबसे ज़्यादा उसकी खेती हो जाए, उसकी ट्रेनिंग हो जाए, उसके मार्केट लिंकेज हो जाए, और मार्केट लिंकेज के साथ में एक्सपोर्ट तक की चीज़ें सरकार ने इसी योजना के माध्यम से बनाई है। तो जो एक्सपोर्ट आज हुआ है, उन्होंने जो सवाल पूछा है कि आज तक का सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट जूट का पिछले साल के मुकाबले।
There are viewers that the opposition has moved a no confidence motion in Lok Sabha against the BJP ruled central government. It's a big development that we're reporting on from inside Parliament with the opposition collectively, and they're united in this, talking about the fact that they have no faith in this government. The BRS, remember viewers, a fence-sitter as always, seems to be now also moving towards the opposition. They have said that they have no faith in this government, and this is connected with the Manipur issue. The Congress and the other opposition parties have also decided to move a no-confidence motion against the government. It remains to be seen in the kind of threat that this motion poses to this government. But Congress, what we know, has issued a whip to its MPs to be present for the motion, saying that the signatures of 50 lawmakers, of course, supporting the motion is to be collected. Just remember, it's the second no-confidence motion against the Modi government. This decision collectively by 26 opposition parties, the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, or the India Political Alliance, comes days after acrimony and disruption in Parliament that we've been seeing. The BJP has refused to accept the opposition's demand that Prime Minister Modi speak in Manipur, on Manipur, inside the Parliament, make a detailed statement inside and not one outside.
In 20 this House do proceed to elect in such manner as directed by the Chairman 4 members from amongst the members of this House to be a member of the Court of Aligarh Muslim University.
Motion moved. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Some news just coming in. Sonia Gandhi has met Sanjay Singh outside Parliament. It's a big show of solidarity for the Aam Aadmi Party in Parliament, with Sonia Gandhi, senior leader of the Congress Party and former chairperson of the UPA and former president of the Congress Party there, showing support to Sanjay Singh, suspended Aam Aadmi Party MP. Sonia Gandhi has met Sanjay Singh is what we are learning. These are pictures, in fact, coming in of Sonia Gandhi meeting Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh in these pictures. And she's gone to meet the suspended MP who's been sitting on a dharna right outside the entry of the parliament.
The Manipur issue, the Prime Minister has filed this yet?
Excuse me. संजय जी सवाल थोड़ा उधर से संजय जी Excuse me. संजय जी सवाल थोड़ा उधर से संजय Excuse me. संजय जी सवाल थोड़ा उधर से संजय जी
Rahul Gautam has more details on that big story that we are tracking. Rahul, Sonia Gandhi, the senior most leader of the Congress Party there, former president of the party, former chairperson of the UPA there, walking an extra mile to meet Sanjay Singh, the suspended Aam Aadmi Party, just speaking volumes of the kind of unity that we are seeing in the opposition as of today, isn't it? And this is the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress coming in together.
But clearly it's a big day for Parliament, given the fact that India Alliance partners have moved a no-confidence motion. They have already informed the chair, and now it depends on chair whether they're going to, how they're going to, table the no-confidence motion in the Parliament. On the other side, BRS has also moved a note, has also given a notice for no-confidence motion. Clearly, it seems that the opposition camp is trying to exert more and more pressure on government on the issue of Manipur, and for that. Clearly, all the political parties that are there in the opposition, they're trying to team up against the Modi government. We have to really understand that BRS is not part of India Alliance. Therefore, while maintaining distance from the India Alliance, at the same time, they also, trying to create this narrative that they are not with BJP, and therefore they have moved a separate no-confidence motion. Clearly, it's an attempt on the part of the opposition camp to put more and more pressure on government so that Manipur issue could be discussed. They've been demanding that Prime Minister must come and inform both the houses about the prevailing situation in Manipur, and must inform parliamentarians as to what steps have been taken by the government to mitigate the situation. Clearly, the opposition, is flexing all its muscles to put more and more pressure on government. We just saw how Sonia Gandhi just held a meeting with the, MPs of Congress Party. At the same time, the leaders of the Congress Party, they're trying to get they are in touch with the other opposition parties so that this motion could be tabled today. And clearly, as opposition believes that this will put government in a very tight spot, and as they believe that government is already on back foot, you can say that the heat is being increased by the opposition parties on the issue of Manipur.
You know, at the end of the day, it is the opposition collectively who have in fact challenged this government by way of a no-confidence motion. And it does appear at this point in time that there is unity in the opposition. Unlike what we've seen before in various previous attempts of the third front, Rahul being formed. Today we have the Congress reaching out to the Aam Aadmi Party after not very nice things were said for each other in the past, isn't it?
You rightly pointed out that the Congress party is meeting the other political parties as well, not just on the issue of Manipur. In fact, we all know that Delhi between opposition and presidential benches. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party had put a condition before going for opposition meeting in
Coming back to you in a moment from now, Rahul, we are going straight to the proceedings in the House.
सदस्यगण, आप चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, मणिपुर पर आप चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, सदन की मर्यादा बना के रखो। सदन में बात भी आज चर्चा के लिए अच्छा हो, आप अपने अपनी शासन पर बैठे हैं, हर विषय हर मुद्दे पर चर्चा कराई जाएगी। ये सदन चर्चाओं के लिए है। आप चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, प्रश्नकाल नहीं चलना चाहते, सदन की कार्रवाई 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
श्री पी विल्सन, श्री संतोष कुमार पी, श्री राघव चड्ढा, श्री सैयद नासिर हुसैन, श्रीमती वंदना चौहान, डॉक्टर अमी याजनिक, श्रीमती जेबी मथेर हिसम, श्री राजीव शुक्ला, श्री नीरज डांगी, श्री विवेक तनखा, श्री के Once
Lok Sabha has been adjourned to tell our viewers amid ruckus, placards are being held. The opposition united in their demand for the Prime Minister to make a statement. We are in fact showing you these pictures on the left side of your screens from the proceedings inside the upper house right now. On the right side of your screens, display of opposition unity. This is the united opposition as is evident from these pictures. With Sonia Gandhi, one of the senior most leaders of the Congress party, former UPA chairperson, and former president of the Congress party, walking an extra mile there to meet protesting member of parliament from the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Sanjay Singh, who was right outside gate number 4 at the entry of Parliament House. Lok Sabha has been adjourned, of course, amid the din that we saw. And these are scenes repeated and expected, given that the opposition has been unrelenting in its demand for the Prime Minister to make a statement. Inside the House, outside will not do, is what the opposition says. The government too has dug in its heels. It says the Home Minister will make a statement, not the Prime Minister. There is no consensus, and the result of which is that the houses have not been functioning. Lok Sabha adjourned till noon amid din, and the proceedings in Rajya Sabha are underway.
जवाब मांगना अपराध हो गया है। नहीं मैडम कह रही हमारा सपोर्ट आपके साथ है। वो तो नहीं वो जवाब मांगना अपराध हो गया है। नहीं मैडम कह रही हमारा सपोर्ट
Aishwarya is with us, getting us more details on that story. On one hand, Lok Sabha adjourned, proceedings in Rajya Sabha underway, but expecting din there too, and opposition unity on display today. Aishwarya, getting in these pictures of the former Congress president, in fact, reaching out to Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh, who's been sitting on a dharna ever since he was suspended.
Well, we have been seeing how almost all the opposition parties are now on one plank. However, we are seeing how a separate no confidence motion has been given by BRS, but that is because the BRS leader now sees himself as someone who can lead the nation and who can also lead the opposition parties. But apart from BRS, we are seeing how all the opposition parties are now united. We have been seeing what is happening in the parliament, a tug of war, Sneha, which has been taking place between the coalition of the opposition parties as India and the central government and the BJP. In fact, we have seen how Home Minister Amit Shah also was trying to make sure that some kind of debate takes place in the House. He's now been appealing to the opposition leaders and also going on record to say that the government at the moment is willing to speak about what's taking place in Manipur. Not just that, we have also seen Smriti Irani, Anurag Thakur, the top leaders of the BJP wanting to make sure that they give out a message that we are willing to have a debate. But they are putting the onus on the opposition parties. The opposition parties united have now come out and said that they have moved the no confidence motion. So we will see ruckus in the parliament in days to come. Sneha.
Today, ruckus to be expected inside parliament in days to come. We've already seen those scenes, rather acrimonious, from Lok Sabha, which has now in fact been adjourned at least till noon, Aishwarya. But what really is going to be the way forward? Given that both sides are unrelenting, it does appear that it might just be a complete washout, this monsoon session, isn't it?
Winter session 2, Sneha, if you remember, was a complete washout. Now, in the winter session, the topic was Adani and the Hindenburg report. In the monsoon session, the topic is Manipur. In fact, all the opposition parties are now saying that the short answer that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave on the first day of the parliament when he came out and addressed the media, that is something that they do not want. They, in fact, are also saying that if the Prime Minister can speak on the premises of the parliament, why not on the floor of the parliament? That is what all the opposition parties at the moment are saying. They're also going ahead and saying that we want a debate and nothing less than the Prime Minister speaking on the floor of the parliament, telling the country what exactly is taking place in Manipur will do. Both the sides extremely adamant. Amit Shah giving out a statement saying, I will speak, BJP will speak, but why are you adamant on just the Prime Minister's statement? The opposition on the other side saying nothing less. It seems like this will be a stalemate which will continue. However, let me tell you, the BJP is very clear. The bills that they have brought in, they want to get all the bills cleared. We did see a glimpse of it, how the bills were being cleared. There is a possibility we could see certain bills being cleared today in the noon, but at the moment it seems like the opposition has made up their minds. All the opposition parties together rallying behind one point, that they want the Prime Minister now to come on the floor and to speak about what's taking place in Manipur.
Well, absolutely. Aishwarya, also give us a sense of why does the BJP not want the Prime Minister to speak on the Manipur issue inside the House? At the end of the day, the Prime Minister can make his own suo motu statement about Manipur inside the House. In fact, the BJP has gone on to say that if we talk about Manipur, the Congress is going to be exposed, given that they have been at the helm of affairs in Manipur for years together.
Well, this is what the BJP has been speaking about. In fact, all the statements that you see coming out all speak about the fact that this is an issue between the Methi and the Kuki, which is not a new issue. It's a decades-old issue, something that the Congress party was very well aware of. When we saw that horrific video coming out, Sneha, one of the things that the BJP was saying was that this is not an issue which has been dragged up by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The government now of the day is trying to sort things out, but this is decades-old issue which can only be sorted, and it will take time to sort it out. The BJP pointing fingers at the Congress party now saying that it is your government, so you need to give answers of what exactly is taking place. Now, the Home Ministry, let me tell you, Sneha, is also looking at it very, very closely. Meetings have taken place. In fact, Amit Shah was at the state of Manipur a couple of days back. He stayed there for
almost... Be with us, Aishwarya, going straight to the proceedings in the upper house now.
One second. Let there be order in the house. Mr. Tiruchi Siva. Let there be order in the house. Sir. Please. Nothing will go on record except what Mr. Tiruchi Siva says. Please go ahead. And please.
Sir, Rule 235, sir.
1 second, sir. Give me a moment. Rule 235.
35.
Yes, sir.
Sir, while the council is sitting...
No, sir. Before reading the rule, tell me what is your point of order in substance?
I shall, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
After reading the rule, I will tell you, sir. A member shall not interrupt any member while speaking by disorderly expression or noises or in any other disorderly manner. Sir, in the parliamentary democracy, sir, the leader of the House and the leader of opposition command a very big respect, sir. And whenever the leader of opposition or the leader of the House stands up, everyone will be silent listening to them. And our leader of opposition, Honorable Mallikarjun Kharge, yesterday, sir, two incidents happened. When he was speaking, he was now and then interrupted by the leader of the House, none other than the leader of the House and other members. He was not able to convey what he wanted to. Number two, sir. Number two, sir. Number two. Number two. Number two, sir. Number two, sir. Unprecedentally, whilst the floor was given to him and when he was speaking, his mic was switched off. So it really against House has to be enlightened. House has to be enlightened. How it happened? Why it happened? Never has it happened in the past. Honorable that the leader of opposition's mic has been switched off, sir. Sir, we have to be enlightened. How it happened? Why it happened, sir? No, please take your seat. Now, 1 second. Mr. Tiruchi Shiva, you read a rule. The rule is very significant. And did you see its violation? From this side, from this side. Was there not violation? Everyone interrupted you. Just imagine, introspect. We are reading a rule that says we'll maintain decorum. There will be no interruptions. Number one. Number two, with full sense of responsibility, after getting all inputs from the deputy chairperson, a man of high caliber and integrity, there was no mic off. Once again. There was, one second. Mr. Shiva, what is this? You said no interruption. You are interrupting even the chairman. But why? Take your seat. Go at your seat. Please take your seat. Sir, take your seat. You have no right to speak unless you are on your seat. Sir, you must know simple thing. You have no right unless you are on your seat. If you are not in your seat, you are committing a misconduct which is actionable. You are not on your seat. You are, sir, I am pained to indicate you are not on your seat. Are you on your seat? Are you on your seat? Why don't you go to the basic of rules? Are we required to tell you ABCD of parliamentary decorum? Go to your seat. First, go to your seat. Or are you forcing me to see that you go to your seat? No. Professor, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Then I'll come. Would you kindly take your seat? There is already, yes.
Sir,
Sir, what is your point of order?
Sir, rule book 228, sir.
Which rule?
228, sir.
228, okay.
Sir, जब इस हाउस में आपने 176 पे रूलिंग दे दी, सदन चलना चाहिए, और लिखा हुआ है 228 में कि एक बार सब्सटेंशियल किसी सब्जेक्ट को स्वीकार कर लिया जाता है तो दोबारा से उस पर दूसरा नोटिस नहीं दिया जा सकता। लेकिन विपक्ष जानबूझ करके इस सत्र के को बर्बाद कर रहा है, काम नहीं करने दे रहा है, सत्र नहीं चलने दे रहा है। और सर, जो माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने विषय उठाया है, गलत अपशब्दों का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, सीधे सीधे सदन की भी अवमानना कर रहा है, सदस्यों की भी अवमानना।
I will give opportunity to everyone, but please don't interrupt. Dr. Keshav. Please. And leader of the opposition. But sir, before you say, honorable members,
इंटरप्ट भी ना करें, माइक भी बंद ना करें।
सुनिए,
honorable यही होता है लीडर के साथ, माइक बंद होता है,
honorable members I will give floor to the honorable leader of opposition. I seek cooperation from everyone in the house. I expect the honorable members to at least observe minimally what has been indicated by Mr. Tiruchi Siva while reading Rule 235, not to intervene. The minimum we can do is maintain decorum. And in parliamentary democracy, every member of parliament enjoys the same position, but by virtue of constitutional assignments, leader of the house and leader of the opposition are at a higher level because they are there in representative capacity also, apart from their individual capacity. Before the honorable, before the honorable leader of opposition takes the floor, let me tell you, two things were widely reported in media. One was mic of leader of opposition was put off. And the second was that emanated from another member of parliament, extensively quoted, that a member was suspended for raising an issue. With full sense of responsibility and deep anguish, the suspension of the member was not because the member raised an issue. The suspension was because, take your seat, because the member committed misconduct, indecorous behavior. No one is suspended in this house for raising an issue. We cannot allow this kind of things. It is plain and simple breach of privilege. Putting it in public domain.
All right, the chair clearly explaining why Sanjay Singh was in fact suspended from the proceedings of the House or from attending this session. This is an explanation that is being given by the chair right now. Aishwarya, in fact, continues to be with us for more on that. Aishwarya, in fact, as we see that this split and this acrimony between the BJP-led central government, the MPs of the NDA and the MPs of the India Alliance, also other opposition parties like the BRS, for example, on display in Parliament. This is a discussion and debate that continues. However, in all of this, what we must remember is that legislative business herein continues to be a casualty.
Well, you know, bills which are extremely crucial for the country, for people like you and I, Sneha, and not just that, crores of rupees are being spent. The amount is mind-boggling when one looks at the money which is being spent for the functioning of the parliament for just one day. So it's not just important bills. And you know why? A lot of experts also speak about the fact that discussion is important, debate is important. We are seeing a lot of bills being passed, but a very little discussion, very little debate. So which means that the common man of the country suffers. You and I suffer when there is no debate in the parliament, because these are people who the common man have elected. These are people who are in the Lok Sabha. They are people who need to actually speak for the rights of the common man. Something which we are seeing not taking place, not just last time, but this time too. It seems like this could also be a complete washout, because the opposition now united, extremely united, all of them, you know, speaking in one voice, wanting the Prime Minister to speak. And now Sanjay Singh, who has been, out of the parliament now. Also, his party members saying that what was done to him was wrong and they want the speaker to give a proper explanation as to what was done, why it was being done. So definitely this again will become a big issue from the opposition side. The central government, the top ministers of the BJP Sneha at the moment saying we want a discussion, we want to speak about what's happening in Manipur, but they have put the ball in the opposition's court saying that...
Again, Aishwarya, be with us with the proceedings from Rajya Sabha.
उसके बाद 236 members were entitled to speak. तो मैं कल यहाँ पर डिप्टी लीडर थे, डिप्टी चेयरमैन थे, तो मैं उनके परमिशन पूछा तो उन्होंने मुझे दिया, क्योंकि उधर हमेशा जब लीडर ऑफ द हाउस उठते हैं तो फौरन उनको मिल जाता है. हमको जरा हाथ उठा के तंग होने के बाद जब आप इधर घूमते हो उस वक्त मिलता है. लेकिन जब मेरे को परमिशन मिला बात करने का और आपके वजह से मुझे बात करने का अवसर भी मिला, और मुझे ये खुशी भी है कि आप हमेशा ये कहते हैं कि इस सदन में मैं 4 लोगों का गौरव बहुत करता हूं. एक प्राइम मिनिस्टर, दूसरे लीडर ऑफ द हाउस और तीसरे अपोजिशन लीडर. आपने बार-बार कहा.
एक सेकंड, मैंने कहा था ऑनरेबल मेंबर, बोल के I had indicated, one second, only minor correction, I had indicated, honorable members, I had indicated to the honorable members when I occupied this chair that every member of parliament in this house occupies a distinct position and all are equal. But 4 persons who are present here, with respect to them, I will first listen to them and then look at the rule book. And those 4 honorable members were Leader of the Council of States, he is a part of this house, Leader of the Opposition, and 2 former Prime Ministers we have. For other members, they have the same right, but they have a slight different approach in the sense that I will not ask Mr. Kargil, Leader of the Opposition, surrender which rule. I will hear him and then go to the rule. For others, I will say which rule. So that's a, and the House, I'm happy to say, agreed at that point of time. So sir, not the Prime Minister, the 4th part of this House.
तो आप मेरे इसीलिए मैं ये सोच के उठा था कि मुझे मौका मिलेगा और बात करने के लिए. मैं पूरे अपने इश्यूज को सदन के सामने रख रहा था, और जब 50 लोग अपना 267 पे दिए थे तो मुझे अगर बोलने का मौका भी नहीं मिला, ठीक है, लेकिन कम से कम जब मैं बोल रहा हूं मेरा माइक अचानक बंद करना ये मेरा प्रिविलेज है. अब उसको प्रिविलेज को धक्का, मेरा अपमान हुआ है, मेरे रेस्पेक्ट को आपने, आप मेरे सेल्फ रेस्पेक्ट को उन्होंने चैलेंज किया है, और सरकार के इशारे पे अगर सदन चला तो मैं समझूंगा साहब डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है.
Nothing will go on record. Nothing will go on record. Nothing will go on record. The House is not in order. No, sir. Please sit. Sir, one second. I appeal to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition to take seat. Nothing will go on record, is my directive. I have directed House not being in order. Nothing will go on record. Take your seats. I request the honorable members to first take your seat. Take your seat. First, let the House be in order first. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. That is under directive. I said so. I said so. Take your seat. 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 Would you all, one second, Mr. Chidambaram, Mr. Chidambaram, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable members, may I request you all to please take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. But take your seat. मेरी ओन है. मिस्टर सुरजेवाला, आप एक बार बैठिए सीट पे जाइए. बैठिए. Honorable members, Mr. Surjewala, if you think you can make a point beyond what LOP can make, I can tell you, you are mistaken. Can't you believe in your LOP? No. Can't you believe in your leader of the opposition? He's on the floor. Why don't you take your seat? Why don't you all go to your seat? No. First, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Please. You know it. Nothing is going on record. Nothing is going on record. Why use lung power? Let the leader of the opposition. No. Which power? Sir. Then. Okay. Nothing is going on record. Please take your seat first. I'll tell you. One second. I had given floor. Honorable members, please take your seat. It's not a laughing matter, Mr. Jairam Smith. What is this? You have forgotten where you are. You are in the house. We are transacting serious business. Now please take your seat. Take your seat and resume. Honorable members, वो तो तब से पीछे बैठे ही नहीं. आपके देखिए, आपके पीछे सब खड़े हैं. अब आई एम हैप्पी कि मेरे पीछे खड़े अगर नहीं हो तो क्या मोदी के पीछे खड़े हो? Nothing goes on record. Nothing goes on record. Nothing goes on record. Silence! Please maintain decorum. Honorable members, I request leader of the house and leader of opposition to generate discipline and decorum in their members. Please take your seat. All of you take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat.
Rajya Sabha adjourned as well amid massive ruckus inside the upper house of Parliament, as you saw, with the chair even going on to the extent of requesting the leader of the opposition and the leader of the government inside the Rajya Sabha, in fact, to ensure that the members cooperate. And this comes at a time when there were chants of the Prime Minister's name as well, with Modi, Modi chants inside the house. Pictures, in fact, that they were putting out from a few moments ago, just before Rajya Sabha was adjourned. The ruckus that we're seeing inside Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha amid the demands being made by the opposition collectively, talking about the fact that the Prime Minister must now make a statement. In fact, the ruckus and the pandemonium continues now, with the BJP MPs also chanting slogans of the Prime Minister. Modi, Modi slogans heard inside Rajya Sabha amid an uproar from the opposition MPs, with the leader of the opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, even going to the extent of saying that his mic was disconnected when he tried to speak. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all those developments. It's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
Putting people first. Just look at the queues right across about asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 63. In Mumbai, 34. In Kolkata, 27. In Bangalore, 36. In Chennai, 51. In Hyderabad, 55.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
On the issue of innovation, one of the concerns, and I'm curious what your thoughts on this are, is a lot of what Meta has done of late, whether it's Reels, whether it's Stories, whether it is Threads, seems to have been taken from somewhere where you adopted the idea, scaled it up, gave it volume, made it successful.
Like car manufacturers will look at each other's products. You know, the shirt you're wearing, you know, your shirt manufacturer will be looking at other people. I mean, of course, people compare notes and see what is sort of moving and shaking in the market. You can both innovate whilst at the same time, of course, look at how people use technology as it evolves, and then evolve yourself, and that's exactly what we do as a company.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
are watching India Today.
We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to these developments from Manipur, where another round of violence has broken out in the state. Fresh violence in Moray. Houses and shops have been burned down. Clashes are between people and armed forces. The violence has been reported from Ward number 6 and Ward number 7. Stone pelting and tear gas shells fired in the Moray town area of Manipur. This, remember, is a border town, and the situation is tense here. The army has always in fact been deployed. Clashes have been reported now. Ashutosh has more details. Ashutosh, Moray is a border town of Manipur and it continues to be tense like a handful of other areas. What more can you tell us?
Well, around 9:30, Sneha, another round of clash reported. In fact, the CFPF personnel, the armed personnel are there to control the law and order situation. We have reports of there some houses and shops were burned, and eventually to control the mob that were really very violent, they had to fire tear shells, and situation remains tense. There are several houses still burned, and the sources that we have been speaking to saying there are really high flames that they are able to see. And in the situation to control it is really taking a lot of effort from the armed forces and the administration. And exactly what we are seeing, that there are in pockets almost every day such kind of incidents being reported. So today it was in More, and in More village there is a ward number 6 and ward number 7 particular areas where this violent clashes are being reported. So again, who should be held responsible for that? That's clearly matter of subject of investigation. But for now, all we know that it all started and there was houses and shops were burned. Was it within two communities? That again is very difficult to say at this stage without any further confirmation. But to control the mob, since who all came on the road, the administrative forces, the armed forces, they all taking charge to control the law and order situation, to maintain the law and order situation, and to escape all the angry and violent mob who were there on the road.
All right, and we'll thank you for getting us up to speed with that. Remember, More is a border town in Manipur from where the violence now has been reported. With that, it's time for a quick break here. On the other side, Union Minister Prahlad Patel receives a sextortion call now. 2 people have been arrested for these sextortion calls from Rajasthan. In Karnataka, BJP MP Siddeshwara gets obscene video call. The woman has threatened the MP with screenshots.
You are watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 21 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Issue of innovation. One of the concerns, and I'm curious what your thoughts on this are, is a lot of what Meta has done of late, whether it's reels, whether it's stories, whether it is threads, seems to have been taken from somewhere where you adopted the idea, scaled it up, gave it volume, made it successful.
Like car manufacturers will look at each other's products. The shirt you're wearing, your shirt manufacturer will be looking at other people. I mean, of course, people compare notes and see what is sort of moving and shaking in the market. You can both innovate whilst at the same time, of course, look at how people use technology as it evolves, and then evolve yourself, and that's exactly what we do as a company.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 21 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to take you through all that's happening in the parliament. At the moment, the headlines first. Congress files no confidence motion against the government. The BRS files a separate no confidence motion over Manipur. Massive uproar by the BJP MPs in the Rajya Sabha as Modi chants echo. "84 days on Manipur violence still on. The situation in the state remains tense. Anger, agony among the people of Manipur. In fact, Manipur turns Kuki Metai war zone. Barricades and bunkers have been set up. Looks like a true war-torn area. Union Minister Prahlad Patel receives sextortion call. 2 arrested for sextortion calls from Rajasthan. In Karnataka, BJP MP Siddeshwara gets obscene video calls. A woman threatening the BJP MP with screenshots. Politics over 2020 Bengaluru riots. Congress pushes for cases against the rioters to be removed, while BJP says after PFI, now Bengaluru rioters being shielded. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh warns Pakistan, says we don't cross LOC, doesn't mean we can't. Another US-Russia dramatic dogfight in the skies. Russian fighter jet damages a US attack drone in Syrian skies during anti-ISIS operation. All right, we're cutting across to Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, 5th day of the monsoon session that's begun. Yes, sir. It started with chaos. Let's have a listen.
This is on gender disaggregated. Ask your supplementary. I asked one. Ask your supplementary. Second supplementary. Yes.
मिजोरम में हिंदू नीतियों को
पलायन हो रहा है।
Whether
मिजोरम में हिंदू मित्रों का
whether such
पलायन हो रहा है।
monitoring of gender disaggregation of data in Manipur helps the government to give more focus on such areas where
Honorable Minister,
Manipur woman and the third.
question number 62, Shri Irana Kadadi.
धन्यवाद महोदय।
Shri Irana Kadadi.
धन्यवाद महोदय।
Honorable Minister.
सप्लीमेंट्री। धन्यवाद महोदय। उन्नत भारत अभियान के माध्यम से सरकार ग्रामीण इलाकों में उच्च शिक्षण संस्थानों की सहायता से उत्कृष्ट कार्य कर रही है। मेरे मंत्री जी से प्रश्न है कि जिस प्रकार ग्रामीण इलाकों की समस्या सुलझाने के लिए उच्च शिक्षण संस्थानों को शामिल किया गया है, क्या सरकार उसी तरह शहरी इलाकों की मूलभूत समस्याओं की निवारण के लिए उन्नत भारत योजना के देश के शहरी इलाकों में भी लागू करेगी?
माननीय सदस्य ने उन्नत भारत अभियान के बारे में प्रश्न पूछ के बहुत सराहनीय काम किया है। उन्नत भारत अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकसित भारत की ओर जाने के लिए भारत की नई पीढ़ी को विशेष करके उच्च शिक्षण संस्थान में पढ़ने वाले विद्यार्थियों के मन में समाज के प्रति समर्पण भाव बनाना, लोक समस्या के बारे में अवगत कराना, संवेदनशीलता खड़ा करने की एक अनोखा प्रयास है। आज उस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से देश की 3480 हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस उससे जुड़े हुए हैं। IIT दिल्ली उसकी सेंट्रल कोऑर्डिनेटर है। ये प्रारंभिक अवस्था में गांव की साथ जुड़ाव रखता है, लेकिन इसकी व्यापक दायरे में भारत की लोक समस्या, भारत की जन आकांक्षा और भारत को विकसित करने की जो एम है उसी में हम काम करते हैं। और सदस्य जी को मैं आश्वस्त करता हूं, ये उन्नत भारत अभियान UBA ये आने वाले दिनों में भारत की सभी इलाकों का लोक समस्या के प्रति उच्च शिक्षण संस्थानों के द्वारा संवेदनशीलता भी जुड़ेगी।
उन्नत भारत को दायरे को बढ़ाने के लिए हुए क्या सरकारी स्कूल जैसी केंद्रीय विद्यालय और जवाहर नवोदय विद्यालय की भी इस योजना के अंतर्गत शामिल करेगी, जिससे वहां शिक्षा ग्रहण कर रहे छात्रों की ग्रामीण इलाकों की समस्या और उसके निवारण करने के लिए कार्य करने हेतु प्रोत्साहित किया जा सके।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, अभी तो उन्नत भारत अभियान उच्च शिक्षण संस्थान तक सीमित है, अभी इसको और बड़ा करना है। देश में हमारी 50,000 कॉलेज है, स्कूल हो या कॉलेज हो। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति आउट ऑफ क्लास एजुकेशन के बारे में जोर देती है, इसीलिए भारत सरकार भी एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, युवा संगम ऐसे कार्यक्रमों का भी आयोजन करती है। आज तो फिलहाल उन्नत भारत अभियान उच्च शिक्षण संस्थान तक सीमित है।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 63, श्री विक्रमजीत सिंह साहनी।
प्रधानमंत्री क्यों डरते हो?
सर, मैं ये दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि जो एक बात कह के कि जो
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर
टेबल ऑफ द हाउस सर, जो
सप्लीमेंट्री प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आओ
सर,
सप्लीमेंट्री नंबर 1
सर, प्रधानमंत्री जी सदन में आकर मणिपुर पर जवाब दीजिए। नहीं आते प्रधानमंत्री उनको भी ये मौलाना स्कीम चलनी चाहिए। और आपको मैं दरख्वास्त,
प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आओ,
आप कृपा करके
प्रधानमंत्री सदन में आओ,
आप कृपा करके ये मणिपुर पे ये चर्चा करवा लीजिए। प्लीज यूज योर गुड ऑफिसेज टू हैव डिस्कशन ऑन मणिपुर।
आकर बयान देना चाहिए।
मणिपुर ये स्टेलमेट शुड बी एंडेड।
कैसे हो सकती है सरकार?
Honourable Minister whether the government has data regarding the number of beneficiaries, especially tribal and women beneficiaries, in the last 3 years throughout the country, including Odisha.
Honorable Minister,
If you look at the annexure with regards to the number of beneficiaries state-wise, it is given. However, community-wise breakup is not maintained by the bank.
Question number 64, Srimati Priyanka Chaturvedi. Honorable Minister.
सर मेरा सवाल ऑर्फिन्स को लेकर था. स्टेट वाइज रिकॉर्ड ऑफ ऑर्फिन्स इन द कंट्री. मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से आपके माध्यम से पूछना चाहती हूँ, मणिपुर में लगातार 80 दिन से ज्यादा हिंसा चल रही है. वहाँ के
It will not go on record. It cannot go on record. Honorable Minister.
Answer pertaining to the question pertinently is laid on the table of the House with regards to question number 64.
Question number 65, Shri Edi Singh.
Stresses on the right to the separation of powers. And number 3, it suffers from the malady of excessive delegation. If the Speaker would permit, I could read out in detail as to what are the reasons for this, for opposing the bill. But these are my 3 fundamental objections, Mr. Speaker, sir.
अधीर रंजन जी, आप बोलना चाहते हैं? प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पूरा स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहे, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में. माननीय मंत्री जी, आप विधेयक को पूरा स्थापित करें.
मैं विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करता हूँ.
आइटम नंबर 15 श्री अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी. अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी. नित्यानंद राय जी.
महोदय, मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी श्री अमित शाह जी की ओर से प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि जम्मू कश्मीर आरक्षण अधिनियम 2004 का और संशोधन करने के लिए विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति दी जाए.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में. माननीय मंत्री जी, विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करता हूं.
आइटम नंबर 16 श्री नित्यानंद राय जी.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी की ओर से प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुनर्गठन अधिनियम 2019 का और संशोधन करने के लिए विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति दी जाए.
Sir, I oppose introduction of the bill. Sir, on the ground is that J&K Reorganization Act is a constitutionally suspect law. It is judicial security is being determined by the apex court.
All right, as we see Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha underway, I'm going to cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal tracking Parliament proceedings. Aishwarya, go on, tell us more on what's the debate inside.
Parliament, the no confidence motion, let me tell you, has been accepted by the Speaker. It has been moved by Gaurav Gogoi. Very closely, Gaurav Gogoi now reading out the statement. A very, important choice, a very crucial choice being made by the opposition parties. Gaurav Gogoi, who is from Assam, understand what exactly is taking place in Northeast, has now moved the no confidence motion against the government. All the opposition parties together, Nabila, let me tell you, all of them on one page except BRS. But BRS also has moved a no confidence motion against the government. So there is a strategy in place by the opposition parties. They are now saying that what we want the government to do, the kind of debates we want to take place on Manipur, we want the Prime Minister, when he can speak on the premises, right outside the Parliament about Manipur, why can he not speak inside on the floor of the Parliament and explain to the people and explain to the opposition parties what exactly is taking place in the state of Manipur. We also saw how top leaders have now been asking questions about what's happening in the state of Manipur, and all this is coming to the fore after that horrific horrific video, Nabila, came to the fore. It went viral on social media. The Prime Minister, in fact, did make a statement on the first day of the Parliament saying very clearly that these kind of things will not be tolerated, and the women of the country, this cannot happen with the daughters and the mothers and the women of a country like India. So at the moment, the motion has been accepted. And we will now see, the proceedings taking place further. Nabila.
Do give us an understanding on how many of them have signed the no confidence motion. We believe Gaurav Gogoi, the Congress MP, has really led the battalion. They've met with the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, submitted the no confidence motion. How many of them are in support of it? And what does this no confidence motion really suggest? They will not participate in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha proceedings until Prime Minister Modi is part of it and addressing Manipur issue. Is that what it says?
This is exactly what the opposition parties have been speaking from day one, because today is day 5 of the Parliament, Nabila, and we have seen how the initial days were a complete washout. There were at least 3 bills which were passed, But apart from the 3 bills, we have seen that almost, 11 o'clock is when the Parliament session begins, and within a couple of minutes, both the Rajya Sabha as well as the Lok Sabha are adjourned for almost an hour. And then we see the same thing repeating. The same thing we saw during the winter time also, how in the entire session was a complete washout. So the information that we are getting from inside at the moment is the fact that all the opposition MPs are standing. The Speaker very clearly has said that he has received Gaurav Gogoi's notice. The motion has been accepted. Gaurav Gogoi at the moment is reading out what exactly is taking place in Manipur, and also saying that we do not believe in the government. A clear no confidence motion has been moved, and saying we will accept nothing less than the Prime Minister himself speaking. Let me tell you, a spate of top BJP leaders yesterday, including Amit Shah, wrote a letter to the opposition parties asking them to come onto one platform to speak with the government. The Home Minister also saying that he himself visited the state of Manipur. In fact, Nabila, he stayed there for almost 3 days, taking stock of the, of what exactly is taking place in the state, meeting the security personnel. In fact, let me tell you, in the Home Ministry also, even as we are speaking, very keenly they are looking at the situation in Manipur. Back channel talks are already on, but the opposition, all the parties, especially the Congress party now, extremely adamant. We are seeing how Mallikarjun Kharge also, when he spoke, stood up to speak, he spoke about the fact that the government is not listening to what the opposition is saying, and that's the reason why now this no confidence motion has been moved. Nabila.
It's 5 days of the monsoon session and nothing fruitful that's come out of it. We've been repeating the same right from day 1 to day 5. And I can only imagine what's happening inside the Parliament. A no confidence motion now in the latest has been moved by the opposition parties. The Congress as well as the BRS have submitted notice seeking a no confidence motion in the Lok Sabha against Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government on the Manipur issue. The Speaker now to announce a date of a debate on the same. So far, there hasn't been a debate on Manipur. All attempts have been futile. On one hand, you have the opposition insisting that Prime Minister Modi itself must address the Manipur issue in the Parliament, both houses, while you have BJP, the centre, NDA, saying that they will have Home Minister Amit Shah only address the issue at the moment. Now, a no confidence motion will need at least 50 opposition MPs support on that. Do they have it? Aishwarya.
Well, at the moment, yes. We are seeing how the top parties, including the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress Party, the TMC, all of them are on one page. We also saw what happened with the Aam Aadmi Party. They are all together and now asking for the government to tell the nation and to tell the opposition parties what exactly is taking place in Manipur. So we are seeing the opposition now making sure that they are putting the central government in the dock. At the moment, let me tell you, one of the bills that has been passed in Lok Sabha, the Mines and Minerals Bill, has been in Lok Sabha at the moment. So the proceedings of the Lok Sabha at the moment going on. It was adjourned till 12 o'clock. Now we are seeing the proceedings taking place. The BJP, let me tell you, very clear that they have a list of the bills, almost 21 bills that need to be passed.
Aishwarya, stay with us. I'm dipping into the Rajya Sabha. We have Nitin Gadkari of the BJP speaking.
ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को क्या-क्या लाभ मिलने की संभावनाएं हैं? Honorable Minister.
सर, ये ग्रामीण क्षेत्र को ही लाभ मिलेगा, क्योंकि किसान वेस्टलैंड पर बांबू लगाएंगे. बांबू से इथेनॉल बन रहा है आसाम में, बांबू से अचार बनता है, बांबू से कपड़ा बनता है, और चाइना में बांबू की बहुत बड़ी इकोनॉमी है. हमारे देश में भी बांबू की इकोनॉमी खड़ी होगी और इसके क्रैश बैरियर के कारण लोहे की बचत होगी. ये काम करने के लिए वनवासियों को, ग्रामीण लोगों को प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा, और बांबू का ये क्रैश बैरियर अगर सक्सेसफुल हुआ तो जो इतने बड़े प्रमाण पर रोड बना रहे हैं उसमें स्टील के बजाय क्रैश बैरियर बाम्बू का बनेगा और जो एक्सिस कंट्रोल होता है ये भी बाम्बू और इसका पूरा काम ग्रामीण लोगों को मिलेगा, कृषि क्षेत्र को मिलेगा और जंगल क्षेत्र में जो विशेष रूप से वनवासी है उनको इसका फायदा होगा।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 72, श्री तिरुचि शिवा, नॉट प्रेजेंट। ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर,
Answer is laid on the table of the House.
क्वेश्चन नंबर 73,
All right, you have discussions now in the Rajya Sabha. Aishwarya, tell us more about those MPs who have been suspended. We believe Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party is out of the House, while the opposition has now come together to submit a no-confidence motion with the Speaker. Now, break it down for us. What exactly does a no-confidence motion mean? Does it mean it pushes the centre to prove their numbers on the floor of the House? And if they do not, then the government of the day must resign. Is that how it really works? Is that
Well,
as
yes,
simple?
50 members of the Lok Sabha at the moment, what the rule says, 50 members of the Lok Sabha need to make sure that they vote in favor of the motion, which is something which has been done. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who's the leader in Lok Sabha at the moment, he's the one who's moved the motion. The government must resign. This is what the rule says, but we will still have to see what takes place at the moment. What the Speaker has said is that he has accepted the motion. He read out the letter which was given out by Gaurav Gogoi. So all the opposition parties now standing united, and the rule very clearly says the government will need to prove their numbers on the floor once the opposition move the no confidence motion. So that is something that we will see in the coming days, Nabila. Let me also tell you, it was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary who's the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha. He's the one who moved it, and then it was followed by Gaurav Gogoi. So Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in fact was the one who announced the plan, and it was moved by Gaurav Gogoi. A very crucial choice by the opposition parties, because Gaurav Gogoi is someone who understands what exactly is taking place in Northeast, and this is a significant step. We did see how early morning today, when all the opposition parties had gathered, they worked on the draft of it, and then around 10 o'clock, around 9:20 is when they moved the letter. So very crucial proceedings now taking place in the parliament. In the next couple of minutes, Nabila, it will be clear what will be the next step. But yes, one thing is clear, that the opposition parties are together, united, and they are now putting pressure, extreme pressure, on the government and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Nabila.
All right, sure enough. Thank you very much, Aishwarya, for joining us. We also have Paulmi Saha, who's joining us right within the parliament premises. Paulmi on the phone line with us. Paulmi, we see all that hangama happening yet again on day 5 of the monsoon session. Both houses erupts in chaos, while a no-confidence motion has been set into action. The opposition parties have submitted it to the Speaker. All right, stay with us. I'm cutting across to Smriti Irani speaking in the Rajya Sabha.
Capacity of women and children in the country. Additionally, to ask questions about issues regarding malnutrition and opportunities for women and children, sir, is indeed a privilege to witness as minister. My compliments to PT Usha ji. Those who heckle her while she speaks about the issues of malnutrition, those who heckle her, especially inching closer to her mic, possibly have not even contributed 1/3 to this country's glory as PT Usha has done. Insofar as with PT Usha's question, I would like to hear sir elaborate. Ocean Abhiyan technologically now reaches out to more than 10 crore beneficiaries across the nation. 94% of them are Aadhaar verified, thereby making it the largest nutrition program in the world that is being successfully run. I must also here say, currently 13 lakh Anganwadis are under the ambit of Ocean Abhiyan. We have held meetings with states, including the state of Kerala, where we have assured that mini Anganwadis will now be converted into full-fledged Anganwadis if the state so desires. Sir, as is known to a legend like PT Usha, the Prime Minister envisioned the new education policy after a hiatus of 3 decades, under which additional care has been given to early childhood education, namely even Bal Vatikas. As is a part
Paulami joining us on the phone line. Paulami, go on, tell us, a no confidence motion passed by the opposition netas. It's been submitted to the speaker while the proceedings now continue. Break it down for us. What does that really mean? At this point, they're demanding for a debate on Manipur that isn't happening, and opposition for the first time in Prime Minister Modi's second tenure has passed a no confidence motion. This means pushing the government to prove their numbers on the floor of the House.
Well, basically, as far as strategy is concerned, the numbers are, of course, stacked up in favor of the government and the Bharatiya Janata Party, the NDA alliance in the Lok Sabha, and the opposition is very mindful of that. They're clear about the fact that this is not about bringing down the government. This is about compelling the Prime Minister to speak on the floor of the House. If there is a no confidence motion, expectedly the Prime Minister could speak, of course, in favor of his government and to save his government. So they're hoping that the Prime Minister feels compelled to speak on the floor of the House when, of course, that no confidence motion, which has been moved by Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party, is discussed. Now, of course, the process is such, Nabila, that within 10 days' time, the Speaker will have to allot a date, and he will have to say that on this particular date, the discussion will take place. He will allot time for speeches. All parties will, of course, have their representatives, depending on their strength in the Lok Sabha, who will speak up on this issue. And they will use this as an opportunity to corner the government. So they'll, of course, focus on the issue of Manipur, the opposition parties. And because it is a no-confidence motion against the central government, they hope that the Prime Minister is in the House, and in the reply that comes from the government side, the final reply that comes from the...
And it was pain to me that in question hour, when there was a question regarding women and children, we were not involved. We need to be careful about it. Honorable Minister, question number 75.
आंसर सब लोग रखा है.
Any supplementary?
Sir, what is the minister doing to protect the women?
My second supplementary is how could our learned Prime Minister
Nothing in your report. Honorable member, you are persisting to tell everyone that you are ignorant of Constitution, ignorant of rules of this House. You are not aware of the directions given by this chair earlier. I am so sorry, you are misconceived. It was such an important occasion. We had number of good questions. There should have been involvement of the House all around. Question hour is important. It is heart of parliamentary debate. It gives an opportunity to members to ask questions to the government, and force accountability, transparency, and the government also benefits by wisdom and inputs of the honorable members. On women and child, there was such comprehensive response. I expected lady members and others to particularly ask searching questions. It is not a pleasant duty, honorable members. We must avail the upper house time. Every second has to fructify into public gain, into national gain. Can we filter away these opportunities? Honorable members, out of 1.4 billion people, only few get the opportunity to be in this house, the House of Elders, the upper house. We are required to discharge our obligations. We are required to discharge our duties. And all that we do is, we shout, we create ruckus, we create indecorous behavior. It was good for Mr. Tiruchi Siva to rise and remind me of Rule 235, and everyone violated it. What have you to say? Your sane voice is not being listened to others. Honorable members, since time is available, I will take special mentions, avail the opportunity. Shri Ajay Pratap Singh, Shri Dipender Huda, Shri Lair Singh Siroya, Shri Lair Singh Siroya.
Draw the attention of the government in very important subject. implications on the country's macroeconomic stability. The culture of announcing freebies competitively to win elections poses a great risk on the fiscal health of states. In April 2023, the CAG of India said, while we understand the importance of the subsidies to help the unprivileged, it is essential to transparently account for such subsidies, and we require to distinguish between justifiable subsidies from freebies which are not fiscally responsible. Sir, citing the example of what happened in countries like Brazil, Sri Lanka, institutions like Supreme Court, ECL, Finance Commissions, RBI, CAG have been cautioning about the consequences of fiscal profligacy in states. The chairman of the 15th Finance Commission had cautioned that it is the race of the bottom to the bottom, not to the road to efficiency or prosperity, but quick passport to the fiscal dissidents, sir. The Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management FRBM Act has failed to check the profligacy, or most of states borrowed funds off budget beyond the pale of FRBM tracking. I urge the government to look into the matter and check if any legislation is being planned to check profligacy in states. In my own state of Karnataka, the newly elected government has reduced capital expenditure with allocations for education, health, rural development, agriculture and irrigations to fulfill the guarantees given during the elections. There is cuts failed disaster to long-term development to the state. This needs to urgent attention. ನಮಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಶ್ರೀ ನರೇಶ್ ಬನ್ಸರ್ पर नहीं मिला. श्री निरंजन बीसी, श्री पवित्र मार्गरीटा.
Sir, my subject is appeal for recognizing Assamese script in the ISO 15924. Sir, yes, sir, I'm getting. My subject is appeal for recognizing Assamese
As it
script.
continues, we're going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back as the proceedings in both houses stay long.
August Parliament, I already...
Quality today. In Delhi, 63. In Mumbai, 34. In Kolkata, 27. In Bangalore, 36. In Chennai, 51. In Hyderabad, 55.
On the issue of innovation, one of the concerns, and I'm curious what your thoughts on this are, is a lot of what Meta has done of late, whether it's reels, whether it's stories, whether it is threads, seems to have been taken from somewhere where you adopted the idea, scaled it up, gave it volume, made it successful.
Like car manufacturers will look at each other's products. You know, the shirt you're wearing, you know, your shirt manufacturer will be looking at other people. I mean, of course, people compare notes and see what is sort of moving and shaking in the market. You can both innovate whilst at the same time, of course, look at how people use technology as it evolves, and then evolve yourself, and that's exactly what we do as a company.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है, और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है, जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर. और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको, और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया, और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई.
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
तो मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं. लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा. जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं.
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता है तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. We have some big news coming in from Karnataka's Udupi on a case where hidden cameras were placed inside a girls' hostel toilet. Suo case has now been registered. A big India Today impact. FIR registered against 3 girls who were responsible for placing hidden cameras inside toilets, where girls' toilet. FIR has now been registered on the college administration as well. Of course, the police claiming there is no other angle apart from mischief in this case. It is a serious offence. Recording girls inside a toilet. Hidden cameras that were placed by 3 girls to record some of the other girls who were using that toilet. Right after India Today has taken up that story, finally the police register a formal FIR. Suo moto case has been registered, and even the hostel, the college management also in the dock on the same. FIR registered on the college administration as well as the 3 girls who were accused of placing hidden cameras. Let me cut across to Sagai Raj joining us on the phone line. Sagai, tell us more on this case. There's a lot of talk about this be having a communal angle, but what is the police saying with this regard? Who are the girls who have been named in the FIR?
See, there are 3 girls from a different community who are being named in the FIR, and they have also registered an FIR against the college administration. Police have taken cognizance of this particular issue and filed a suo motu case. Yesterday, the SP of Udupi district had given a clarification that they haven't found anything in the mobile and there was no hidden cameras in the toilet, and they have thoroughly investigated and they didn't find any kind of sufficient evidence for them to file any kind of suo motu case, or the girls are also not coming forward to file any kind of FIR. So they ruled out that there is any kind of malpractice or malign intention behind this particular act. But today, after immense pressure from the right-wing organizations as well as BJP, the Udupi police have registered a complaint. A FIR has been registered at Malpe police station against these 3 minority girls as well as the college administration.
Thank you very much, Sagai. At least police have cracked down on the case after India Today took up the story. A suo motu FIR has finally been filed on this offence. That is serious enough for an FIR to be filed. A complaint was lying with the police and now has turned into an FIR. Big India Today impact for sure as India Today broke the news on the Udupi College washroom row. The NCW has now taken cognizance, so a motor case has been filed. An FIR has now been registered against 3 girls at Malpe police station in Udupi. FIR registered even against the college administration now. This comes after a big controversy erupted over reports that 3 students from a private paramedical college in Udupi shot explicit videos of some of the girls inside college restroom and allegedly shared them online. Report has triggered controversy and tensions within the district of Udupi. Later, the Udupi superintendent of police has clarified that there were no hidden cameras used in the college washrooms. He's also debunked any blackmail angle with this regard, saying that this is misinformation deliberately being spread.
ಮಿಸ್ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಕೆಲವರು ಕಾಳಜಿದಿಂದ ಬರಿತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವರು ಬೇರೆ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಬರಿತಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಈ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಈಗ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮುಂದೆ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಒಂದು, ಹಲವಾರು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ವಿಡಿಯೋಗಳು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಥವಾ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
It's very sad that as soon as Congress party came to power in Karnataka with a huge mandate of 135 MLAs, they increased their crime against women, particularly Hindu community. How recently everybody raised their voice against the Kerala files, you know. Here, 3 Muslim girls deliberately, knowingly videographed the Hindu girls' naked scenes in the toilet, and also they sent it to the other groups. It is a great crime for which we are demanding a stringent action by this government.
All right, cutting across to some more news coming in from Karnataka as the Karnataka government now mulling over withdrawing false cases that's been registered against innocent people who were arrested during violence that happened under the BJP regime. Home Minister G. Parmeshwara has urged the Principal Secretary to review arrests of innocent youths and students on false charges in the incident of violence that took place in DJ Halli and KJ Halli, Bengaluru in 2020. Protests have erupted now against the then incumbent MLA, Akhanda Srinivas Murthy. Rioters had set fire to the MLA's house as well as the police station at that point. A large number of perpetrators from the Muslim community, we believe, were arrested, and some of them were associated with the PFI. Now, the Congress says that there were many innocents who were also taken into custody, that they must be let off. Karnataka government will be reviewing arrests now that were made during the Savarkar-Tippu face-off as well, which took place in Shimoga in 2022. Muslim youths and some PFI members were also said to be involved in the same justification coming in from the Congress, that there were several innocent youths who were also taken into custody. They should be let go of. Meanwhile, BJP has slammed the Congress of appeasement politics, saying it's hell-bent on revoking cases against the PFI goons for vote bank.
Ranveer Seth has written a letter and I have written a letter. See, all this doesn't really matter. There is a system in the government to withdraw cases. There is a cabinet subcommittee under the chairmanship of the Home Minister, and they will decide if somebody gives a representation that this case has to be withdrawn. We will not suo moto withdraw those cases. We will send it to the cabinet subcommittee and they will decide whether to withdraw or not. Then further it will go before the main cabinet and then cabinet will take a decision either way. Then only the cases will be withdrawn. Government orders will be issued. Without that, nobody, including Chief Minister or the Home Minister, they cannot suo moto withdraw the cases.
All right, I'm cutting to Sagai joining us on the phone line on that. Sagai, tell us more on the Congress claiming that many innocents were taken into custody with regards to DJ Hurley violence case as well as the riots that took place in Shimoga. Tell us more about these people who were arrested in the first place. How many were arrested and how many does the Congress claim are innocent? And we believe they have also PFI links.
See, if you notice, when it comes to DJ and KJ case, more than 100 of them were detained by the police. And out of 100, there were 138 people to be precise. And already 27 people are behind bars. I mean to say they are already under trial prisoners. And they have been convicted in this particular case. And out of 138 remaining are on a bail. So now the question is that the case is already taken over by NIA. It is up to the NIA and the court which will decide who are innocent in this particular case. And thereafter they will be releasing after the trial which will be conducted in the court. But the question is, who are those innocents? The opposition claim that this is an appeasement politics done by the Congress government to appease their own vote bank. But on the other side, government says that there are committees which will decide on withdrawing the cases. But on the other two cases, when it comes to Hubballi and Shimoga and Hubballi is both handled by Karnataka police, and there are possibilities that the Karnataka government might look into those cases and might consider if there are any innocents who are arrested. But the police department claimed that they have enough video evidence as well as photo evidence when they nabbed these accused during the time of trials.
All right, thank you very much, Sagai, for joining us. Let me quickly cut across to Tanveer Seth of the Congress, who speaks on the same. Listen in.
Innocents and students who have no role in this riots should be given justice. Basically, this is not my own plea, but it has also been the plea of hundreds of parents of those youths who have been sentenced to judicial custody.
All right, let me cut across to some news coming in from Kerala's Kasaragod. A showdown has broken out after a video has gone viral showing anti-Hindu chants breaking out during a Muslim Youth League rally. That rally that was held in condemnation of the Manipur violence in Kasaragod. Some of the representatives of the Indian Union Muslim League were seen chanting slogans like, "We'll hang you in front of the temple and burn you alive." The youth wing of the IUML staged protests, openly made these violent calls, even as the Muslim League has now distanced themselves, saying that the person who raised the violent slogans has been sacked from the party. BJP, meanwhile, has lashed out at Pinarayi Vijayan government over this video. BJP IT Cell Chief Amit Malviya has questioned if Hindus and Christians are even safe in Kerala, blaming the left government for these kinds of slogans being raised, alleging that Vijayan government has made Kerala a pit of rabid radicalization.
Yesterday, we had organized Manipur Solidarity Rally in each district. Yesterday, Kasaragod District Committee organized a rally in Kanyanadu. Unfortunately, one of the member of the party, he raised a slogan. We have noticed that one of the member raised a slogan against the ideology of Indian Union Muslim League, and he tried to make hate between the religious groups. We all know that we never support such kind of haters, so we have decided to expel him from the party, and also we have declared an inquiry committee, and after the inquiry committee report, we will take further action.
All right, let me cut across to Shibi Mole, who's reporting for us right from the epicenter where this has happened. Shibi, tell us more if what's been the response of the IUML. You know, those kind of slogans are incitatory. They must be taken into cognizance by the Kerala police. They should also be arrested for making such, chants, raising such chants in public. It's instigating crowds. What has the IUML said in response?
Nabila, the IUML has said that this is against the party's principle. In fact, they issued a statement saying that we had written down the slogan that should be raised for the protest. In fact, the Indian Youth League, the Youth Wing of the Muslim League, had organized protests across the state in all the districts. So this, for all the district committees, they had issued certain slogans, written slogans to be raised. But they're saying that this was not a part of the slogans that they had written and given. So this was out of nowhere. This is against the party's principle. We take these issues very seriously. We doesn't want this. The slogan clearly aims to create hate among religious communities. So as an action, we are expelling the party member Abdul Salam from the party, and we are also forming a committee, inquiry committee. They will submit a report, and based on that, we'll take further actions. What the IUML has said. Now we know that there have been a lot of discussions regarding IUML. Like we remember Rahul Gandhi saying that IUML is a secular party, which was questioned by the BJP. The same thing, the BJP in Kerala have questioned, targeted both Pinarayi Vijayan government in Kerala as well as Rahul Gandhi, saying that is this the same party that Rahul Gandhi was referring to as a secular party? Now the police here, the Hosdur police in Kasaragod has taken cognizance. They have filed a case against. Filed a case under section 153A, which is trying to cause hatred among religious communities, as well as rioting. Around 300 people. The case has been registered against
300 people. Case registered against 300 people,
as well as yes. And the police is also saying that some of them are under custody already, and the investigation is going on. That is looking into one more aspect, what was said before the slogan raised in the video. That's something they're looking into it right now.
All right, of course, thankfully the police now pursuing the case. Thank you very much, Shibi, for joining us on that. Slipping into a short break, coming up next, amid suspense over disappearance from a public eye, China finally removes its foreign minister Ying Yang, replaced by former foreign affairs spokesperson Wang Yi. More on that coming up next.
Infosys completes the results season for big tech in India, a season which has been rather underwhelming. My colleague Sakshi Batra joins me to break down some of the key concerns the IT sector is facing. Sakshi?
Largest IT company Infosys has now declared its Q1 FY24 earnings, where the profits have dipped by 3% sequentially. But the bigger disappointment has actually come in the form of its revenue growth guidance. The company has sharply revised its growth guidance downwards from 4.7% earlier to 1 to 3.5% this year, and that's on the back of uncertain global environment. And this comes right after TCS, HCL Tech and Wipro have already posted muted set of earnings for Q1. And one can clearly see that the big four IT companies in India have something to worry about. Remember, the global slowdown concerns in the US and Europe, which are the major revenue drivers for India's outsourcing companies, have led to significant slowdown in these companies' businesses. Experts believe that guidance revision by Infosys could also be on the back of project cancellations and also Infosys has reported second straight quarter of employee headcount decline. In Q1, its headcount has shrunk significantly by almost 7,000. Both TCS and HCL Tech also had missed the street estimates when it comes to their earnings, with low hirings also during the quarter. Remember, TCS hiring fell by over 90% on a year-on-year basis. TCS hired just about 500 employees in Q1 of FY24. Wipro, on the other hand, had seen an 8,000 dip in the net headcount additions in Q1. Also, HCL Technologies and Wipro together saw headcount plummet by about 11,000. So clearly, on the one side, slower hiring, the guidance cut down and the revision downwards right there. Also, we have been seeing lower spend by the client. All of these as major concerns for the IT companies, reflecting the kind of slowdown that is being felt in the Western countries, in the US and Europe.
Welcome back. Now, Chinese government has removed Qin Gang from the post of foreign minister and replaced him with Professor Wang Yi. The announcement has come a month after Qin's last public appearance. Qin Yang has not been seen in public since June 25th. There were fears that he has gone missing and questions raised on his safety. But now that he reappears, he has been sacked. Here's more.
An unusual shake-up in China. The country's top decision-making body ousts dismissing foreign minister and instead appoints a predecessor, Wang Yi, to the key post. Qin Gang, now China's former foreign minister, has not been seen in public since June 25th.
你这个问题我没有可以提供的信息。
The Chinese government has given no reason for the prolonged absence of Qin Gang, regarded as a trusted aide of President Xi Jinping. The 57-year-old career diplomat was appointed as China's foreign minister in December, after he served as the country's ambassador to the United States. Qin Gang's mysterious disappearance has sparked intense speculation. Rumors rife in China attribute his absence to his being punished either because of power struggle or because of an extramarital affair with a TV anchor. But officially, the Chinese establishment is tight-lipped. Wang Yi, a most senior party member to Qin Gang and China's most senior diplomat, who served as the country's foreign minister between 2018 and 2022, reinstated to the post. Qin Gang is the latest in the long line of high-profile figures who have gone missing in China in the past decade. Artists, political and government officials, celebrities and business people included. A sign of deepened opacity and crackdown on dissent. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, slipping into a short break, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for a lot more. On the other side, 84 days and counting, Manipur violence still on. Areas in the state tense as anger and agony witnessed across different parts of that state, which looks like a war-torn zone. Manipur turns out like a Kuki Metai war zone at the moment. Barricades and bunkers set up. All that and more on Manipur at 1 p.m.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 21 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
About that cage match, as somebody looking at it, what's your wager? Is that a metaphor?
Oh my gosh, I've only got one answer if it happens. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg will win, and he's super fit, and he's really into fitness. He's really into these sports, into Brazilian jiu-jitsu and MMA and so on. Yeah, but listen, I think I don't know. I don't do it myself, but I think a lot of this is about technique, not just about size. Whether it'll actually happen or not, I honestly I don't know.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the headlines first. No confidence motion has been accepted for debate. Lok Sabha Speaker accepts the no trust motion. Speaker now to announce a date of debate soon. 84 days on Manipur still tensed. As violence, anger and agony grips the state, Manipur turns now into a Kuki Metai war zone. Barricades and bunkers set up all over. Union Minister Prahlad Patel receives sextortion call. 2 arrested for sextortion calls from Rajasthan. In Karnataka, BJP MP Siddeshwara gets obscene video calls. Woman threatened BJP MP with screenshots. In politics over 2020 Bengaluru riots, Congress pushes for cases against rioters to be removed. BJP says after PFI, now Bengaluru rioters being shielded. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh warns Pakistan, says we don't cross LOC but doesn't mean we can't.
भारतीय मूल्यों के प्रति हमारा पूरा विश्वास है और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों के प्रति हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है। उस समय अगर हमने एलओसी पार नहीं किया तो इसका मतलब यह नहीं था कि हम एलओसी नहीं पार कर सकते।
Another US-Russia dramatic dogfight in the skies. Russian fighter jet damages a US attack drone in Syrian skies during anti-ISIS operations. Well, we have some big news coming in from the Parliament as there's no dearth of jibes being taken at one another. In the latest, you have the BJP now mocking the Aam Aadmi Party amid the Parliament showdown. BJP says, "Jhoot bole kawa kaate." A jibe taken against Aam Aadmi Party, a picture of a crow attack on Raghav. BJP says it's true that crow attacks if you lie. This is a photograph showing a crow almost pecking at Raghav Chadda's head And this image has been captured. BJP puts this up saying, "Jhoot bole kawa kaate." A jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party Neta, the MP Raghav Chadha. We know that there has been a showdown between the BJP and the opposition parties, as the NDA and the opposition have been locking horns for the last 5 days of the monsoon session over Manipur debate, asking for a debate, and so far nothing fruitful coming out of the parliament. But here is one interesting post that the BJP has put out targeting Raghav Chadha, the MP of the Aam Aadmi Party, showing a crow almost touching his head. And here the BJP captions it, "Jhoot bole kawa kaate," showing an image where Raghav Chadha busy on a phone call, a crow so close to his head, and right in the moment the image has been captured there. Raghav Chadha almost ducking that crow as well, shown very clearly in that image. He's almost ducking that crow that's very close, barely inches away from his head. And this image has now been very interestingly captioned by the BJP saying, "Jhoot bole kawa kaate." Raghav Chadha has been raising voice. In fact, he's been speaking on the Manipur issue, has been presenting it in the parliament as part of the opposition. They've been pushing for a debate on Manipur, and that hasn't happened so far. You have jibes instead being taken by the opposition and the centre, back and forth attacks on social media platforms, but nothing fruitful coming out of the parliament, unfortunately. Let me cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal, who's tracking proceedings inside the house. Aishwarya, tell us more on this image here. BJP has put out this very interesting photograph capturing Raghav Chadha on a phone call and a crow very close to his head, and it says, "Jhoot bole kawa kaate." What do they mean?
Parliament, we all do have some of those defining images, some of those statements which are often being made, which lead to a lot of laughter. So this moment, this picture which now has been captured, one can see right outside gate number 5 is where Raghav Chadha was standing, speaking on the phone, blissfully unaware that there was a crow so close to his head, and once he ducked is when this particular photograph has been captured. The BJP wanting to take a pot shot now, very clearly saying "Jhoot bole kawa kaate," taking a pot shot at Raghav Chadha on the things that he's been speaking on the floor of the parliament. As an image, so something we all know, we all understand, whenever we duck, this is exactly how one behaves, taken right outside gate number 5 of the parliament. And now the BJP, has taken up this image and saying "Jhoot bole kawa kaate," implying that Raghav Chadha speaks lies whenever he speaks, especially on the floor of the parliament. Nabila.
All right, thank you very much, Aishwarya, for joining us on that. That image there, like Aishwarya said, a defining one. 5 days of the monsoon session, a near washout, but this has certainly become almost the highlight, where you have the BJP taking a jibe on Raghav Chadha for a crow nearly attacking his head, and they've captioned it "Jhoot bole kawa kaate." It's going to be interesting to see how Raghav Chadha responds to it. All right, now big no confidence motion that's happened within the parliament, no trust motion war that's erupted. No trust motion moved by the opposition against the centre has been accepted now by the Lok Sabha Speaker. Opposition parties have said that this will only, in fact, this was the only way to push for the Prime Minister Modi to come by and be part of the discussion. At least this way, Modi will be part of the parliament proceedings and will speak on Manipur issue and will take accountability. Consensus has now been built on the issue. The campaign is already on to get signature of at least 50 members. And if the notice has the support of 50 MPs in the House, then the motion will be accepted. And it seems like they've had the support and the Speaker has accepted the motion. Centre, however, has slammed the no trust motion submitted by the opposition, stating how they've tried doing the same even last term but couldn't really succeed. Amid the massive ruckus in the Rajya Sabha, leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge has claimed that his mic was switched off, with Rajya Sabha chairperson denying the claim on this. For now, Lok Sabha has been adjourned until 2 p.m.
Joining me right now is Gaurav Gogoi, Congress Member of Parliament. Your motion, your notice has been admitted by the Lok Sabha Speaker. What does this achieve, given that everyone knows the numbers are stacked up in the government's favour?
The numbers in the Lok Sabha might be stacked against the India Alliance, but people of Manipur are standing with the India Alliance, and India stands with them. We want justice for Manipur, and India Alliance is for Manipur. And that is why we have presented the government with this no confidence motion to remind the Prime Minister of his constitutional, moral and ethical responsibility towards the state of affairs in Manipur.
Do you think that this will compel the Prime Minister to speak on the Manipur issue?
The people of India want to see a Prime Minister who takes an issue front on, head on. Today the situation in Manipur is not restricted to only Manipur. It is spreading to other states. Before this spread becomes a wildfire, for the sake of integrity of our nation, for the sake of national security, because Manipur is a bordering state, it is incumbent that the Prime Minister should speak, the Prime Minister must speak.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking with us. So that was, of course, Congress Member of Parliament Gaurav Gogoi, who's in fact moved a no confidence motion in Parliament against the centre, and it has been admitted by Lok Sabha Speaker. Paulami Saha in Delhi for India Today.
मैं पूरे अपने इश्यूज को सदन के सामने रख रहा था और जब 50 लोग अपना 267 पे दिए थे तो मुझे अगर बोलने का मौका भी नहीं मिला, ठीक है, लेकिन कम से कम जब मैं बोल रहा हूं मेरा बाइक अचानक बंद करना ये मेरा प्रिविलेज है। अब उसको प्रिविलेज को धक्का मेरा अपमान हुआ है, मेरे रेस्पेक्ट को आपने मेरे सेल्फ रेस्पेक्ट को उन्होंने चैलेंज किया है और सरकार के इशारे पे अगर सदन चला तो मैं समझूंगा साहब डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है।
Nothing will go on record. Nothing will go on record. Nothing will go on record. Floor was given to the leader of the opposition. Leader of the opposition was at a time when there was discussion on a legislative business. Any transgression that takes place away from the main theme, everyone in the house is aware that can't be allowed. And that is, at that stage, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson intervened. So it is not that mics were put off. It means the indulgence accorded by the chair to a particular member to focus on the issue which is subject matter of discussion. And if the honorable member transgresses it, goes into another domain, that surely can't be allowed.
तो नो कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है तो अब लोगों के कॉन्फिडेंस माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ऊपर, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर ही है और जो होगा हम अभी चर्चा करके हम डिसाइड करेंगे।
सर हालांकि उनके पास नंबर नहीं है, लेकिन वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास इतना नंबर है कि हम नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव कर सकते हैं।
नहीं, वो तो लास्ट टर्म में भी किया था और लोग उनको जो कुछ भी सबक सिखाने था वो सिखा दिया है और आगे भी सिखा देगा।
सरकार हर परिस्थिति के लिए तैयार है। हम तो चाहते हैं मणिपुर पे चर्चा हो। कल गृह मंत्री जी ने भी लोकसभा में फिर बोला, क्योंकि इनका विषय सत्र शुरू होने से पहले यही था कि मणिपुर पे चर्चा कराओ। अब चर्चा कराने की जब हमने सहमति भरी तो रूल्स ले आए, रूल्स पे कुछ डिस्कशन पे सहमति बन रही थी तो एक नया मुद्दा ले आए कि प्रधानमंत्री जी आकर के चर्चा शुरू करें। ये मुझे लगता है बहाना है।
सर नंबर अगेंस्ट ऑपोजिशन है, उसके बाद भी नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन,
वो तो उनका काम है जी, उनका काम है, हम क्या करें।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर को सदन में खींच कर लाने के लिए एक ही हमारे पास औजार बचे हुए है, वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन। हम क्यों अविश्वास करते हैं ये सरकार को? सिर्फ मैं नहीं, सारे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन के मणिपुर, मिजोरम सब धीरे धीरे ये सरकार पे अविश्वास जता रहे हैं। तो ये अविश्वास क्यों जता रहे? शंका के बल पे नहीं, लेकिन मुद्दे के बल पे हम ये सदन के अंदर ये रखना चाहते हैं कि देशवासी पता चले।
For the past 4 days in the all-party meeting also, we demanded that Prime Minister should come to Parliament and make a statement of Manipur. He first came to the Parliament and made a statement outside the Parliament to the media people. Then yesterday we made the same demand to the Honorable Speaker. Prime Minister spoke to the BJP MPs in the parliamentary library building, not came to the parliament. Therefore, we are not left out with any other opportunity now. We have to use the last opportunity what we are having it to force the Prime Minister to come to the parliament and speak about Manipur.
ये सरकार जनता का विश्वास खो चुकी है। नंबर मायने नहीं होते, जो जनता के मुद्दे होते हैं वो महत्वपूर्ण होते हैं और कम से कम इस अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के जरिए वो तमाम मुद्दे देश के सदन में चर्चा हो पाएंगे जिस पर प्रधानमंत्री जवाब नहीं देना चाहते। नोटिस हम लोग दे रहे हैं, एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया जा रहा है। चेयर के पास जाके अपील कर रहे हैं, सस्पेंड कर दिया जा रहा है। 50-50 सांसद नोटिस दे रहे हैं। कल 50 सांसदों ने राज्यसभा में नोटिस दिया 267 का, एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया गया। तो अब अगर अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया जा रहा है लोकसभा में तो इस स्वागत योग्य कदम है। इसके जरिए कम से कम प्रधानमंत्री को मजबूर होना पड़ेगा मणिपुर की हिंसा पर जवाब देने के लिए।
जो देश में जो मणिपुर का इश्यू जिस तरह से चल रहा है, इसको जो है ना पार्लियामेंट चल रहा है तो पार्लियामेंट के अंदर इसको डिस्कस करने के लिए हम लोग को लीडर्स का मीटिंग जिस दिन हुआ था उस दिन से जो है ना आज तक डेली जो है ना बात कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों को मांग तो यही था, जो देश का इश्यू बन गई है और जो है ना इंटरनेशनल लेवल में भी इसको ऊपर जो है ना डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी अगर पार्लियामेंट में जो है एक अपना आवाज देने में वो आवाज लोगों का अंदर चले जाएगा, इसको जो है ना वो देशवासी भी जो चाहता है उसी का वजह से हम लोग डिमांड था। उस बेसिस से पहले भी हम लोग एडजॉर्नमेंट मोशन दिया, आज जो है ना हम लोग नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन भी मुक किए।
ये उनको लाने का अधिकार है, कोशिश करके देखिए। संख्या तो हमारे पक्ष में है, मोदी जी की सरकार है, दमदार सरकार है, दमदार तरीके से काम कर रहा है। और कल जिस तरीके से मोदी जी ने हमारे विपक्ष के ऊपर कटाक्ष किया वो एकदम सही बैठता है हमारे विपक्ष के ऊपर। तो जितना चाहे करते रहे, कोई बात नहीं।
हमें पता है आंकड़े हमारे पक्ष में नहीं, लेकिन लोकतंत्र आंकड़ों की चीज सिर्फ नहीं होती है। मणिपुर जल रहा है, वहां के लोग टकटकी लगा के देख रहे हैं कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जुबान कब खोलेंगे। किसी भी और उपकरण से वो जुबान खोल नहीं रहे थे, तो शायद अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के बहाने ही उनसे कुछ बुलवाया जा सके, तो यही सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी। उसी की वजह से ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन।
Now, it was in 2018, 5 years ago, when Prime Minister Modi had predicted that the opposition will move a no-trust motion against him. Last term, they moved it once. This is the first time in his second term that they're moving it against the NDA. Listen in.
वो शुभकामनाएं मैं आज फिर देना चाहता हूं कि आप इतनी तैयारी करो कि 2023 में फिर से आपको अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने का मौका मिले। और ये समर्पण भाव है, अहंकार का परिणाम है 400 से 40 हो गए। अहंकार का परिणाम है 400 से 40 हो गए और सेवा भाव का परिणाम है कि 2 से यहां आकर के बैठ गए, 2 से निकल करके आके बैठ गए। आप कहां से कहां पहुंच गए। अरे मिलावटी दुनिया में जीना पड़ रहा है, आप कोई लंबी बात करोगे तो शोभा नहीं देगी।
All right, that's Prime Minister Modi speaking, where he rightly predicted that in 2023 the opposition parties will move a no-confidence motion. It was a jibe that he had taken then. It seems like it's come to reality now. Now, Paulami Saha joining us on that. Paulami, as much as we would say that it's Prime Minister Modi had already predicted it, it's happening, but at the same time, it's a matter of concern because the issue here that we're talking about is Manipur. It is a priority with which the government must take it up and discuss in the parliament. But unfortunately, 5 days on, nothing fruitful on Manipur at all. Now you have a no-confidence motion moved by the MPs of the opposition. Do you believe that this will have or this will hold any merit on the floor of the House, considering the numbers?
Well, as far as the no-confidence motion moved by the India Alliance is concerned, they of course are seeking it to have some sort of a perceptional message because what they're hoping is that this puts the government on the mat. This possibly compels the Prime Minister to speak on the floor of the House as well. Remember that they've been demanding constantly that the Prime Minister make a statement on the floor of the House as far as the Manipur crisis is concerned in terms of what is the law and order situation in Manipur and what is the state government, which is a BJP BJP-ruled government and the central government doing in order to, of course, contain the situation and, of course, assuage the fears of both communities that are at loggerheads in Manipur. Because that statement wasn't coming through, the opposition, of course, was mulling on various options in terms of trying to put the government on the mat, and they've now decided to go ahead with this no confidence motion, hoping that when the discussion actually takes place on this, of course, they'll have the opportunity to speak, and they will, of course, take pot shots at the government and attack the government on the Manipur crisis. But they hope that on the other side, because this is a no confidence motion, this is the challenge to the stability of the government, the Prime Minister himself will rise to speak, and that would have then served the purpose which they've been wanting all of this while, which is for the Prime Minister to speak on the floor of the House. So that is the battle that they're fighting over here. In terms of a perception is what they're hoping a message goes out. They're hoping that if at all the Prime Minister chooses not to speak at all, then again a message goes out that he is in fact not answering any of the questions that the opposition raises on the floor of the House, which is of course when they of course rise to make their points as well. So perception wise, they're hoping that this will be a win. In terms of numbers, they're very clear that the numbers are stacked in favor of the NDA government, and this isn't about bringing down the NDA government at the centre.
All right, Palami, clearly this is a no confidence motion at this point. We believe the opposition has pushed for, keeping in light the situation in the northeastern state of Manipur. At this point, we know that the Speaker has accepted the no confidence motion that's been presented before him. It's now about time that he gives a date and a day when a debate will go on and when the government is forced to show a majority on their side. Now, speaking of the numbers, where it's stacked, we are looking at the BJP with a clear 332. They have come to power in 2019 with a thumping majority. So the numbers are clearly in favor of the NDA. We know that there is enough and more on the other side, as the opposition collectively has about 141. And the fence sitters with this regard, who are on neither side, at least for on a day when there is a show of hands, that's when they would throw up their support or show up some support. And which side is something that we've got to wait and watch. 64 of them who could be fence sitters here, could go any side. And vacant seats, as we see here, are about 6. So out of 543, we know that the BJP has a whopping 332 in support of them, while the opposition barely has about 141. So if this no confidence motion is passed in the House, in the low house, and if there has to be a show of majority by the NDA, then it clearly looks, at least from the numbers, that the BJP has it. 332 against a 141, a very meek number. Even if 64 joins in the 141, doesn't seem like they have the complete numbers to take on or to ensure that the BJP resigns. Now, this is something that that's understood, but clearly the Congress as well as the BRS, both of them have initiated this collectively as part of, we know the kind of animosity that BRS and the Congress has, so they have done it separately, but otherwise it appears that no confidence motion has support of all opposition parties collectively, and they've asked the Speaker to now give a date and time to when they could have this show of strength in the House. Allahabad High Court to hear Gyanvapi issue at 4:30 p.m. ASI experts are summoned now from Varanasi for the hearing. ASI experts have been called in from Varanasi by the High Court for further hearing at around 4:30 p.m. Now, Gyanvapi case is now back in the spotlight with the Allahabad High Court now all set to take up the matter. This comes right after the Supreme Court had stayed ASI survey on the Gyanvapi Mosque for about 2 days, saying the Muslim side should get time to appeal before the High Court first. Now, the Allahabad High Court to take up this matter at 4:30 p.m. ASI experts have also been summoned from Varanasi. Remember, at least 30 members of the ASI teams had reached Varanasi's Gyanvapi Mosque. They had already begun survey when the Supreme Court had asked them to halt the process until the High Court takes up the matter. While now the ASI experts will have to be present at the Allahabad High Court as they take up the matter on whether or not a survey can be conducted at the Gyanvapi Mosque. This will happen at 4:30 p.m. India Today has been very closely tracking the developments on the Gyanvapi case. In fact, we know that the fight has been on since 1991. It's 2023 now. There hasn't been any development with this regard, but clearly now the fight seems a lot more emboldened. Let me cut across to Samarth Srivastava. Samarth, ASI teams have been summoned. They are supposed to be at the High Court. What exactly is due to be heard at 4:30 today?
See, the number one update which is coming in from inside is that the court has asked for the ASI expert from Varanasi, who is coming from Varanasi and will be arriving here by 4 p.m. And then again, the entire thing will start around 4:30 p.m. because the High Court CJ wants to understand how the Ram Janmabhoomi survey took place. That's what the thing Vishnu Jain has been saying inside the court. I have been joined by a few advocates who were inside there from the Hindu side during that particular proceedings. I'll cut across to them. Sir, ये बताइए, आप लोग अंदर थे, क्या आज हुई है बातचीत और क्या आदेश दिया है ASI को लेकर?
हम राकेश सिंह हिंदू प्लेंटिव जो है वो नंबर 1 उनकी तरफ से हैं। और देखिए, हिंदू पक्ष की तरफ से बातें ये कही जा रही हैं। मुस्लिम पक्ष का साफ कहना है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज ने प्रीमेच्योरली ऑर्डर कर दिया है ना, एज पर लॉ नहीं है, उनका ये कहना है। दूसरी बात कहना है कि स्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान पहुंचेगा सर्वे से, जीपीआर और जो भी तकनीकी, क्योंकि ना डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज, ऑनरेबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के ऑर्डर में एक्सकेवेशन वर्ड यूज हुआ है, तो उससे वो कंफ्यूज है मुस्लिम पक्ष। तो फिलहाल ASI के लोगों ने ऑनरेबल कोर्ट को सेटिस्फाई किया है। एडवोकेट ने उनके कहा है कि स्ट्रक्चर को किसी भी सीमेंट का एक परत भी नहीं होगा, डिगिंग और ये सब कोई ड्रिलिंग वाली कोई बात नहीं है, सब सेफली होगा। लेकिन मामला चूंकि इस तरह का है कि ऑनरेबल कोर्ट सारे पहलुओं का ध्यान रख रही है, तो ऑनरेबल कोर्ट ने ASI के एडवोकेट को बोला कि आप एक्सपर्ट बुला दीजिए। कहाँ से बुलाएंगे? तो बनारस चूंकि नजदीक है, तो वहां से एक्सपर्ट आएंगे और फाइनली कोर्ट को सेटिस्फाई करेंगे कि हम स्ट्रक्चर को कोई डैमेज नहीं पहुंचाएंगे।
राम जन्मभूमि के सर्वे का भी जिक्र हुआ है।
देखिए, वो जिक्र होना है क्योंकि देखिए वहाँ ASI सर्वे हुआ था तो चीजें निकल के आई थी कि भाई जमीन के अंदर नॉन इस्लामिक है, इस्लामिक है, तमाम चीजें। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं सर्वे होगा, तो ये इस केस में जो अभी चल रहा है, तमाम केस फाइल कर दिए गए हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट में, तो कोर्ट को असिस्टेंस मिलेगा।
आपका परिचय?
हाँ, मैं जैन साहब को असिस्ट कर रहा हूँ, BK चौहान।
राम जन्मभूमि को लेकर जो कोर्ट ने कहा है, क्या देखना चाह रहा है कोर्ट राम जन्मभूमि के सर्वे को लेकर, और विष्णु जैन क्या दिखाना चाह रहा है?
डेफिनेटली चीफ जस्टिस, ऑनरेबल चीफ जस्टिस हियरिंग में ये वो आंसर होना चाहते थे कि जो भी स्ट्रक्चर है अब ऊपर साइड में और लैंड के नीचे किसी को डैमेज नहीं होना चाहिए था। इस पे हमारे जैन साहब ने क्लियरेंस दिया और बताया कि इवन कोई भी स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज नहीं होगा और न तो हम कोई डिगिंग करेंगे।
मुस्लिम साइड तो कह रही है ना, कुछ भी करेंगे आप उससे स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज हो सकता है, चांसेस है।
हाँ, इसी को कोर्ट ने भी क्लियर करना चाहा और हमारी तरफ से भी यही कहा गया है कि ये रडार मैपिंग का टेक्नोलॉजी से होगा, जिसमें कोई डिगिंग नहीं होगी और कोई भी डैमेज नहीं होगा, जिसमें ASI के जो काउंसिल हैं उन्होंने भी अपना पक्ष रखा। उन्होंने भी यही कहा कि हमारे ASI की तरफ से जो भी सर्वे होगा और GPS
साहब जो हैं मुस्लिम साइड में, उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि हिंदू साइड ने एप्लीकेशन में पहले कहा है कि हमारे पास एविडेंस है ये प्रूव करने के लिए कि वहाँ पर मंदिर था, और दूसरी तरफ वो कह रहे हैं कि एक सर्वे कराने की जरूरत है जिससे कि एविडेंस सामने आए।
हाँ, बिकॉज ये वेरी बिग डिस्प्यूट बिटवीन द इंडिया और ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ हिंदू रिलीजन एंड सनातन थियरी पे, तो इसके वजह से ये क्लियर होना चाहिए। बिकॉज
यू हर्ड द एडवोकेट्स हु वर प्रेजेंट राइट इनसाइड giving a detailed access from inside what happened, and that's the update from him that ASI expert has been called from Varanasi and the proceedings will yet again begin here around 4:30 p.m.
All right. Thank you very much, Samarth, for joining us on that. Allahabad High Court now is all set to hear the Gyanvapi issue at 4:30 p.m. with the ASI experts going to be part of this. I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more.
Several villages in Turbang areas were burned in the ethnic clashes, the violence and all. I see only the footprints, everything that burned to these ashes. They blame for everything that is happening here to the Kuki government.
We are only defending ourselves.
There is a literally line of this area towards the Kuki side where you have a huge number of bunkers. No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
One of the best apps available right now for digital detox is certainly Flipped. You can join groups with people and give each other challenges just like on other apps. With this digital detox app, you can customize how much screen time you spend each day. All social networking apps will disappear after the timer expires for the specified period of time, but calls and messages will still be functional. The Flipped app is designed to increase your productivity. For instance, when you're studying for an exam, to improve attention and relaxation, you can use the relaxing soundtracks that are already included with the app. The tunes on the app are lovely, with sounds that range from crackling fires and even mild rain. Number 5. Well, this one isn't an app, but if you use an iPhone, then this is a nifty feature. Focus mode, and I'm using it right now. By switching on this mode, you can shut down your work apps for the weekend, turn off notifications when you're working or even sleeping. You can decide when to get email notifications and when you want to take specific calls, etc. It's like a much more effective and specific DND mode that you can use for work or play. Couple that with screen time notifications telling you you've been spending way too much time on Instagram, and it changes the user experience altogether. So there you go, my top 5 ways to ensure technology augments my daily routine but also lets me live under a rock when I need to. That's me signing off, and we hope you stay safe and that these tips come in handy.
What Meta has done of late, whether it's Reels, whether it's Stories, whether it is Threads, seems to have been taken from somewhere where you adopted the idea, scaled it up, gave it volume, made it successful.
Like car manufacturers will look at each other's products. You know, the shirt you're wearing, you know, your shirt manufacturer will be looking at other people. I mean, of course, people compare notes and see what is sort of moving and shaking in the market. You can both innovate whilst at the same time, of course, look at how people use technology as it evolves, and then evolve yourself, and that's exactly what we do as a company.
Welcome back. Delhi NCR region woke up to heavy rainfall this morning, leading to waterlogging in several areas. Along with Delhi, parts of Noida, Greater Noida, Ghaziabad and Faridabad were also hit by rains early this morning. Vehicular traffic had been severely affected. Lack of visibility reported on roads. In the wake of the heavy rains in NCR, the Noida District Administration has announced that all schools in the region would remain closed for the day. Heavy downpour accompanied with thunderstorms and lightning brought much respite from the sweltering heat for sure, the national capital that had reached almost 36 degrees Celsius on Tuesday. Meanwhile, orange alert has now been sounded in Delhi. All right, let me cut across to all the situation of monsoons that's hit different parts of the country. Let me start with Delhi NCR as we see heavy downpour that was reported right in the start of this day. Waterlogging that we showed you in different parts of Delhi, national capital, reported lack of visibility. Monsoons has just about arrived. Noida witnessed moderate to heavy rainfall this morning, causing waterlogging in several areas. Wake of the heavy rains, Noida District Administration announced that all schools would remain closed for the day. Heavy rains poured parts of old undivided Warangal district, inundated several stretches of main roads and low-lying areas. NDRF teams rescuing residents who were stuck in Warangal. Warnings have been issued for heavy rains and thunderstorms in districts of Uttarakhand, with heavy rainfall predicted from July 26th in several districts. Hundreds of vehicles there, we see that was inundated. All right, let me cut across to Manipur now, as we see the state on the edge. Another spate of violence, a spate of violence that was reported in More, where houses and shops were set ablaze. India Today, reporting from Ground Zero, brings to you the reality from the northeastern state of Manipur. In Likma Kwang, a Kuki and Meitei war zone, it's almost looking like a war zone where the Kuki and Meitei tribes are being facing off. In fact, barbed wires and fences have been placed only to restrict people from either community venturing into their areas. Now, villagers are turning this into a clear battlefield. Young men have picked up arms, guarding their villages. Around 29 villages and more than 20,000 people of the Kuki tribe have been isolated from mainland due to this conflict. So food supplies, electricity, all has become a huge concern. Women of the Kuki tribe have staged protest in Lema Khong, demanding separate administration itself. The world's largest women-run market in Manipur's Imphal, IMA market, is also bearing the brunt of ethnic clashes and has the state now marred with violence for nearly 3 months. Many shops has been permanently closed. Industry is itself shut. Manipur's economy on a downslide.
राष्ट्रीय महिला आयोग की टीम भी यहाँ पर पहुंची है। कल हमने देखा कि चेयरपर्सन जो थी वो, हालांकि उन्होंने बात नहीं की, लेकिन ये ज़रूर जानकारी मिली कि राष्ट्रीय महिला आयोग भी तमाम जगहों पर जाएगा, मुलाकात करेगा। हालांकि ये और बात है कि उन्हें पहले ही इस बारे में जानकारी ईमेल के जरिए दी गई थी।
उनको एक कंप्लेंट मिली थी जिसके ऊपर वो 38 दिन तक बैठे रहे। उसके बाद ये वीडियो वायरल होती है और उसके बाद चेयरपर्सन ऑफ नेशनल कमीशन फॉर वुमेन वो एक ट्वीट करती हैं कि हम सुओ मोटो कॉग्निजेंस ले रहे हैं। सुओ मोटो का मतलब ये होता है कि वो खुद से कॉग्निजेंस ले रहे हैं। उनके पास तो कंप्लेंट थी और वो सिर्फ इस केस के बारे में कंप्लेंट नहीं है। उस कंप्लेंट के अंदर 2 लड़कियां जिनको रेप करके मर्डर कर दिया गया, 21 और 22 साल की लड़कियां, उनकी कंप्लेंट थी। 15 साल की लड़की के साथ रेप करा गया, उसकी कंप्लेंट थी। 45 साल की लड़की को काट दिया, पूरी तरीके से मर्डर कर दिया, उसकी कंप्लेंट थी। तो नेशनल कमीशन फॉर वुमेन इज डूइंग टू लिटिल टू लेट। दिल्ली महिला आयोग पहले आ जाता है, पहुंच जाता है चूरा चांदपुर, वहां पे लड़कियों के परिवार से मिल लेता है और नेशनल कमीशन फॉर वुमेन बिल्कुल गायब है। और मुझे लगता है, और जब भी उनसे बात करो तो वो दूसरे राज्यों के बारे में बात करना शुरू कर देते हैं। तो वो एक तरीके से बहुत ही बिल्कुल ही मेरे को लगता है एक पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन बन के इस वक्त घूम रहे हैं, जो कि बहुत शर्म की बात है।
It's been over 2 months now. Business in this hill town has been affected badly. Currently, We're at the Ima market, popularly known as the women's market in the state capital Imphal. At a time when state is boiling, remember these women, mostly control this market, and they said amid a situation when this buffer zone have been turned into a battleground, which is why causing a massive crisis as per the supplies of the food grains are concerned. At the same point of time, in this particular market, where from vegetables or fishes are being brought in, they are mostly from the outside, and due to this ethnic clashes that has been continuing over 2 months now, creating havoc and ruckus in this supply. With camera person Tapush Barry, this is Rektik for India Today. Please take us through with all details that in last couple of months, what exactly happened, how the health sector in this entire region has been affected badly, because you also chair a very significant, you also play a very significant role as per the Northeastern Health Facility and sector is concerned.
This recent unfortunate violence to healthcare sector, I should say all the enterprises are affected, including healthcare, hospitality, IT, education, and nothing is spare. To be specific about Caesar hospitals, from 3rd of May, there is a sharp reduction in the income. The OPD was reduced, the IPD was reduced, and so also the operations. These are our sources of income. Overall, in the month of May, we had a reduction about 39% in the income, and there is a disparity between the income and the operational costs. That is, we have started seeing. And not only that, we are running a private medical college. The first homegrown private medical college in the northern India, and we had students from all communities, and even from outside the state. So we have, I think, this 15 students from the other community have been displaced. This is one loss of our students because of this issue. And another thing is that 29 staffs, including doctors, have been displaced because of this recent violence. So this affecting our human resource also.
मैम ज़रा बताइए कि पिछले 2 महीनों के ज़्यादा का वक्त हो गया है, ये मार्केट जो है वो पूरे इम्फाल और मणिपुर के जितने भी मिडिल क्लास या फिर जितने भी लोग हैं उनके पूरा जो है ज़रूरत है वो यहाँ से जाते हैं. आप क्या देख रहा है, किस तरीके से बिजनेस अफेक्टेड हुए हैं?
ये हमारा मार्केट इज ओनली फॉर द वुमेन्स एंड दिस मार्केट स्टैंड्स एज द इकोनॉमिक बैकबोन ऑफ दिस स्टेट. नाउ इट्स गोइंग एकदम फुली डाउन हो गया है, बिजनेस पूरा डाउन हो गया है, बिकॉज देयर इन द पेरिफेरी रीजन पीपल्स आर इन द वार फील्ड विद द कुकी मिलिटेंट्स एंड दे कैन नॉट कम हियर बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. वेजिटेबल्स नहीं ला सकता इधर, वेजिटेबल नहीं सेल करता.
आपके यहाँ पर जो चीज़ें आती हैं मार्केट का, वेजिटेबल हो जाए या फिर चीज़ें हो, खाने का सामान, ये सब क्या यहीं से आते हैं, ज़्यादातर बाहर?
नहीं, ज़्यादातर बाहर से आता है, और बाहर से आने के रास्ता भी वो हमारा नेशनल हाईवेज भी ब्लॉकेड है ना, इसीलिए नहीं आता. फिशेस नहीं आता, वेजिटेबल्स नहीं आता, और वो जो है ना टमाटर आप दिख रहा है दाम बहुत बढ़ गया है, तो सब चीज़ें बाहर से आता है. और यहाँ
जो 2 महीने पहले कितना था सब्जी का, कितना गुना बढ़ा है यहाँ पर दाम सब चीज़ों का?
दाम तो 1 महीने पहले तो ये टमाटर का प्राइस जो 40 रुपीज़ ओनली, नाउ बढ़ गया है 120 रुपीज़. तो यहाँ से आया है ये बेस से कुल मिलाकर अभी वो क्राइसिस के समय वो भेजा है ना इधर, कुल मिलाकर 1 लाख के ऊपर हो गया है.
Let's take a look at how a report now on how the government has created buffer zones in sensitive areas to keep cookies and metis in check.
Who would have ever thought that there will be a buffer zone between two community? Right behind me in the valley area, the plains, that's the farming zone for the Meitei community. Well, right behind what you see is the farming areas for the Kuki community, and there I can see some bunkers, trenches were made which were used by the Kuki community during the peak of the violence when the firing was taking place. Now imagine the situation on the ground in this part of Manipur where the people at war against each other who have been living together, and now literally there is a buffer zone, line of control, and this kind of situation explains the furious and the ground reality of Manipur, how the situation remained tensed even after 80 days of the violence. कभी आप लोगों ने सोचा था कि दो कम्युनिटी आप लोग एक साथ खाना खाने वाला, एक साथ सेलिब्रेशन करने वाला, ऐसा बफर जोन, लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल बना देगा एक दूसरे के बीच में?
ये तो कभी सोचा भी नहीं था। बहुत अच्छा से रह रहा था हम लोग, पता नहीं क्या हो गया बीच में। अभी हम लोग
अभी यहाँ के जो बंकर्स वगैरह हैं वो चल रहे हैं या हटा दिए उसको?
अभी तो हटा दिया है गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर के मुताबिक। जितना भी जो दिखाई देता है बंकर्स उसको हटा दो बल्कि बताया था, इसलिए उसके मुताबिक हम लोग ने सब बंकर्स को हटा दिया है।
अपने ही स्टेट में अपने ही लोगों के साथ गन बैटल जो बॉर्डर पर होता है हमेशा दुश्मन के साथ,
वही है, वही हो रहा है।
दुश्मनी कब खत्म होगी
ये तो सर क्या बताए, अभी तो इतना 80 डेज हो गया, अभी तक ख़त्म होने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा है। जब हम लोग सोचता है कुछ नहीं हो रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं फिर शुरू कर देता है।
All right, now the impact of the ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur has certainly impacted the relationship between people of Kukis, Meitei communities. India Today reached out to some of the students from both sides living in New Delhi. Here's what they had to say.
The day that we received the news, I was about to log into my system to join my online classes, and just Mrs. pop-up. That's okay. Then I got to see the viral video of like burning houses, of this vandalism, the churches being torched and all, and I, in the process, I tend to have a kind of communal feeling because I see my friend posting about their communal interests, posting about their interests, and which is kind of antithetical to us. So we just like talk. We don't talk anymore nowadays. We feel kind of awkward.
Before this event took place in Manipur, like we were quite close, and once after this event took place, like there is a communication gap between us, and like we have a lot of friends who used to stay together. We have a lot of friends who once become was our flatmate, but now due to this event, either my Meitei friend changes flat or either my Kuki friend changes flat. So this has become a lot of difficulty for them to do. I mean like financially, then mentally and all.
All right, let me cut across to news coming in from Karnataka's Udupi. A big India Today impact indeed after India Today broke news on Udupi College washroom row. The NCW has now taken cognizance. So a case has been filed against 3 girls at Malpe police station for allegedly placing cameras inside a girl's washroom to record other girls while entering the toilet. FIR has been registered even against the college administration now. This comes after a big controversy erupted where 3 girls in a private paramedical college in Udupi shot explicit videos of many girls coming inside the washroom, the college girls' restroom, and allegedly shared them online as well. The report has now triggered controversy and tensions within the district. Later on, the Udupi Superintendent of Police has clarified there was no hidden cameras inside the college washroom. He's debunked any blackmailing angle, says this is misinformation being deliberately spread.
Misinformation ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬಹುದು. ಕೆಲವರು ಕಾಳಜಿದಿಂದ ಬರಿತಾ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಕೆಲವರು ಬೇರೆ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಬರಿತಾ ಇರಬಹುದು. ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಈ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಈಗ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮುಂದೆ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಒಂದು, ಹಲವಾರು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ವಿಡಿಯೋಗಳು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಥವಾ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
It's very sad that as soon as Congress party came to power in Karnataka with a huge mandate of 135 MLAs, they increased their crime against women, particularly Hindu community. how recently everybody raised their voice against the Kerala files, Here, 3 Muslim girls deliberately, knowingly videographed the Hindu girls' naked scenes in the toilet, and also they sent it to the other groups. It is a great crime for which we are demanding a stringent action by this government.
All right, I'm going to cut across to Sagai Raj joining us. Sagai, tell us really what's the truth in this story? Why does the police say there was no hidden cameras, it's just false information being spread? But now they filed a complaint, an FIR has been filed after India Today took up the report. Give us more.
So if you notice, yesterday the SP of Udupi had given a clarification that they couldn't find any kind of evidence either from the phone or a circumstantial evidence for them to go ahead and file a suo motu case on this. But today they have come forward and filed a case, and we have seen that the kind of messages of pressure on social media for the police to act on this particular case, where the opposition has hit out at Karnataka government saying that it is an appeasement politics, and the people who have involved in this are minority community. Just to keep their vote bank happy, the Karnataka police and the Karnataka government is not taking any kind of action on the same. But yesterday SP had clarified that they are monitoring social media. They have checked the phone of the alleged girls who have recorded the videos, and they haven't found anything which has been forwarded or anything which was being shared on social media. So they said that there was a disciplinary action which was being taken by the college administration, and there was no case which was being registered by the victims as well. So till yesterday they haven't filed any case, but today they have registered a suo motu case against the students as well as the college administration, and they will investigate further on the same.
So, final word, they now agree that there were cameras. Sagai?
No, so far, the police have not revealed whether they have cameras or not, but they have taken a suo motu case, and probably they might investigate further, and we might get to know what is
no cameras. SP made a clear statement on record. SP made a clear statement on record saying no cameras. Has he backtracked on that statement now?
No, they have not given any kind of statement so far. They have not spoken to the media. They have just registered an FIR. So we need to wait and watch on what grounds they have registered an FIR,
right,
and what they will find out in their investigation. Because till yesterday when the police had been quiet, they said that they haven't found any kind of incriminating evidence on the phone, either in the toilet. There was no hidden camera according to police. So what exactly transpired for them to file an FIR, probably the investigation will reveal.
Thank you very much for joining us, Sagai, on that. I'm going to cut across to more news coming in on Karnataka, as the Karnataka government is now mulling to withdraw false cases registered against innocent people who were arrested during violence in the state in KJ Halli, DJ Halli, while under the BJP regime. Now, Home Minister G. Parmeshwara has urged the Principal Secretary to review the arrests of innocent youths and students who were arrested on false charges on the incident, on the DJ Halli, KJ Halli incident in Bengaluru that took place in 2020. Protests had erupted at that point, and then incumbent MLA Akhanda Srinivas Murthy, his house was set ablaze, a police station was stone pelted at. A large number of perpetrators who were responsible for it hailed from the Muslim community, and hordes of them were arrested. In fact, as a guy told us, almost 28 of them were arrested. It was a mob that came and attacked areas in KJ and DJ Halli. It is also a Muslim-dominated area. Now, we believe that some of those accused also had links with the PFI. Karnataka government has now said that they're going to review those arrests, and even the arrests that were taking place along the face-off that happened on issues of Savarkar and Tipu Sultan in Shimoga. A riot-like situation in 2022 will also be taken up. Muslim youths and PFI members at that point too, we are told, were part of that violence that happened, and arrests happened en masse. Most of them, according to the Congress, a lot of them are innocent. They were taken into custody. Meanwhile, BJP has slammed the Congress of appeasement politics, saying that Congress is hell-bent on revoking cases against PFI goons for the sake of vote bank.
Ranveer Seth has written a letter, and I have written a letter. See, all this doesn't really matter. There is a system in the government to withdraw cases. There is a cabinet subcommittee under the chairmanship of the Home Minister, and they will decide if somebody gives a representation that this case has to be withdrawn. We will not suo moto withdraw those cases. We will send it to the cabinet subcommittee and they will decide whether to withdraw or not. Then further it will go before the main cabinet and then cabinet will take a decision either way. Then only the cases will be withdrawn. Government orders will be issued. Without that, nobody, including Chief Minister or the Home Minister, they cannot suo moto withdraw the cases.
Innocents and students who have no role in this rights should be given justice. Basically, this is not my own plea, but it has also been the plea of hundreds of parents of those youths who have been sentenced to judicial custody.
All right. Moving on, salutes to our brave hearts on 24th Kargil Vijay Diwas, the second-day event to commemorate the martyrdom of 559 soldiers in the 1999 Kargil War, kick-started in the Dras with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh paying tributes to heroes. He also sent a message at that point to Pakistan. Rajnath Singh asserted that India is not scared of crossing the line of control, stating that if India wanted, it's not like it cannot. Says that India has not done it so far because of values it holds. It doesn't mean it can't do it again. Along with Raksha Mantri, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan also laid wreath at Kargil War Memorial to honour our Veers, paying tributes to the soldiers. Prime Minister Modi stated their bravery will always remain an inspiration for our countrymen. The armed conflict between Pakistan and India has started after Pakistani troops intruded into the Indian territory during the Kargil War.
26 जुलाई 1999 को युद्ध जीतने के बाद भी हमारी सेनाओं ने अगर यलोसी पार नहीं किया तो वह इसलिए कि हम शांति प्रिय हैं। भारतीय मूल्यों के प्रति हमारा पूरा विश्वास है और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों के प्रति हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है। उस समय अगर हमने यलोसी पार नहीं किया तो इसका मतलब यह नहीं था कि हम यलोसी नहीं पार कर सकते थे। हम यलोसी पार कर सकते थे और हम यलोसी पार कर सकते हैं और जरूरत पड़ी तो भविष्य में यलोसी हम पार करेंगे। और इसे फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा कि हम यलोसी पार कर सकते थे, हम यलोसी पार कर सकते हैं यदि हमें छेड़ा गया और जरूरत पड़ी तो भविष्य में हम यलोसी पार करेंगे। इसका मैं देशवासियों को अपनी तरफ से विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं।
All right, on that note, it's a wrap for me on this edition of the Bulletin. We're going to slip into a short break. Coming back with all the drama that's happened in the Parliament, a no-confidence motion that's been accepted now by the Speaker. Opposition moves no-confidence motion, and it's about time Speaker gives a date and time when that debate will happen on the floor of the House, the lower house. Stay with us.
Employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 21 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
About that cage match, as somebody looking at it, what's your wager? Is that a metaphor?
Oh my gosh, I've only got one answer if it happens. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg will win, and he's super fit, and he's really into fitness. He's really into these sports, into Brazilian jiu-jitsu and MMA, and so on. Yeah, but listen, I think I don't know. I don't do it myself, but I think a lot of this is about technique, not just about size. Whether it'll actually happen or not, I honestly don't know.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The Parliament showdown right in the start of the day with opposition party leaders asking for a no-confidence motion. I'm taking you through the updates, the headlines first. A no-confidence motion that's accepted by the Speaker of the lower house for a debate. Now, it's about time Speaker announces the date and time for a debate in the House. Fresh violence erupts in Manipur. Shops and houses burnt in Moreh district of Manipur. Miscreants pelting stones, cops resorting to tear gas shells. Looking like a clear war zone. Union Minister Prahlad Patel receives extortion calls. 2 arrested for sextortion calls from Rajasthan. In Karnataka, BJP MP Siddeshwara gets obscene video call. A woman threatened by BJP MP with screenshots. Politics over 2020 Bengaluru riots. Congress pushes for cases against rioters to be removed, saying that many innocents were arrested. BJP says after PFI, now Bengaluru rioters being shielded. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh warns Pakistan, says we don't cross LOC doesn't mean we can't do it. All right, we're cutting across to the Rajya Sabha as the session is on.
No, the Constitution says प्लीज माननीय एमपी कुछ कह रहे हैं प्लीज आप कुछ बोल रहे हैं।
धन्यवाद सर, आपने बड़े प्रेम के साथ मुझे बुलाया और ऐसा ही मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा बीच में मेरा माइक बंद न हो। मुझे
पर मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि मेरी भी बात इसके बाद आपको सुनना होगा। आप रुकेंगे
5 मिनट के बाद आपकी भी बात सुनता हूँ।
आप नहीं रुकेंगे मेरी बात सुनने की।
बात ये है साहब कि इस सदन में जो हम चर्चा चाहते थे उस लिए हम प्राइम मिनिस्टर का स्टेटमेंट की अपेक्षा कर रहे थे, अभी भी कर रहे हैं। वही इसमें हम लोग देख रहे हैं, लेकिन अब 4-5 दिन हो गए प्राइम मिनिस्टर आ रहे नहीं और बैठे जगह इसी पार्लियामेंट में अपने ऑफिस में बैठ के सब देखते हैं, लेकिन स्टेटमेंट क्यों नहीं दे रहे। और उसके वजह से हम अपने विचार आपके सामने रखने के लिए और उनके सामने रखने के लिए सभी इंडिया तैयार है, पूरे भारत इंडिया के लोग तैयार है। आप मौका नहीं दे रहे हैं, आप नहीं, सॉरी, तो सरकार मौका नहीं दे रही और सुनना भी नहीं चाहती। हमारी जो सच बात है उसको रखने भी नहीं दे रही है। इसीलिए मैं उनका जो सरकार का बिहेवियर है, सरकार किस ढंग से चल रही है, इसको प्रोटेस्ट करके हम सब लोग वॉकआउट करते हैं।
Before I call Honorable अर्जुन मुंडा, मैंने आग्रह किया था माननीय नेता विपक्ष से कि वो चेयर की भी बात सुनेंगे। आप माननीय सदस्य जानते हैं कि सदन का जो नियम है, आई लाइक टू क्लेरिफाई, प्लीज सुनकर जाए, मेरा आग्रह है। प्लीज सदन का जो नियम है, प्लीज नहीं आप सुने, प्लीज सदन के नियमों के तहत जिस विषय पर चर्चा हो रही है उसी पर आप बोल सकते हैं। ये नियम रूल्स प्रोसीजर जब से हाउस बनाया चल रहा है, आज आवाज उठ रही है, इस रूल्स और प्रोसीजर को बनाने वाले कौन लोग थे, ये देश को पूछना चाहिए। उसी रूल्स और प्रोसीजर के तहत चल रहा है। मैं पुनः रिपीट करना चाहूंगा कि रूल 110 स्कोप ऑफ डिबेट से रिलेटेड है और रूल 240 जो स्पीच के इररिलेवेंस और रिपीटेशन से संबंधित है। ये मैंने कल बार रिक्वेस्ट किया, आज भी कह रहा हूं, और यही 62-63 में जो आपके रूल्स बने तब से ये व्यवस्था चल रही है। आज ये लोग कह रहे हैं ये गलत चीज, चेयर चूंकि बोलता नहीं इसलिए मैं क्लेरिफाई कर रहा हूं। प्लीज माननीय श्री अर्जुन मुंडा टू move a motion for consideration of the constitution schedule माननीय उपसभापति महोदय 2022। हिमाचल प्रदेश राज्य के संबंध में except Arjun Munda ji.
Don't stand in the aisle and scream.
हिमाचल प्रदेश राज्य के संबंध में अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में कतिपय समुदायों को शामिल करने का उपबंध करने के लिए संविधान अनुसूचित जनजातियां आदेश 1950 का और संशोधन करने वाले विधेयक पर लोकसभा द्वारा पारित रूप में विचार किया जाए।
आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे माननीय मंत्री? सब मोशन मूव्ड। Now I will call upon the members whose names have been received for participation in the discussion. Shri Sushil Kumar Gupta, not present. Srimati Mamata Mohanta, please बोले।
धन्यवाद माइक सर। धन्यवाद महोदय, मैं आपका आभारी हूँ जो दी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन शेड्यूल ट्राइब ऑर्डर थर्ड अमेंडमेंट बिल 2022 हिमाचल प्रदेश इस महत्वपूर्ण बिल जनहित बिल पर मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। इसके साथ मैं धन्यवाद दूंगी माननीय मंत्री जी अर्जुन मुंडा जी को, जो समाज के स्वतंत्र वर्ग अपना हक वापस देने के लिए इस बिल को आगत किए हैं। हिमाचल प्रदेश के सिरमौर जिले के ट्रांसगिरी इलाका में हाथी संप्रदाय को अनुसूचित जनजाति तालिका में शामिल करने के लिए ये बिल आगत है। हिमाचल प्रदेश हाथी संप्रदाय की तरफ से मैं आपका शुक्रगुजार हूँ। महोदय, दी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन शेड्यूल ट्राइब ऑर्डर थर्ड अमेंडमेंट बिल पर आलोचना हो रहा है। इस हाथी संप्रदाय आदिवासी मान्यता के लिए बहुत साल से लड़ाई कर रहे हैं, जो समाज के मुख्य धारा में शामिल होने के साथ साथ सामाजिक और अर्थनैतिक प्रगति में आगे आना चाहते हैं। सर, केवल एसटी लिस्ट में ये समुदाय को शामिल करने के आदिवासी समुदाय को लाभ नहीं मिलेगा। ट्राइबल स्टेटस के साथ साथ आदिवासी समुदाय के लोगों के जीवन में उन्नति करना होगा, उनके उत्तम शिक्षा देनी होगी, उनका विकास करना होगा, उनका उत्तम जीवन यापन करने के लिए जितनी भी समस्या समाधान करना होगा। सर, ओडिशा में 62 समुदाय एसटी है और कुछ समुदाय एसटी लिस्ट में शामिल नहीं है, इसीलिए मैं वो समुदाय एसटी लिस्ट के बेनिफिट पाने से वंचित है। भारत सरकार के ट्राइबल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री एक ट्रांसपोर्ट गठन किया था, जो कि कुछ समुदाय को ओडिशा के एसटी लिस्ट में शामिल करने के लिए राज्य सरकार ने सिफारिश किए गए थे। ये समुदाय है तामुरिया, भंजपुरान, पुरान, भक्ता, दुरुआ, जोड़िया, मांकड़िया, पुरुआ कुमार, कंदिया, नाकासिया, पहाड़िया, कालंग, खंडायत, भूया, इन सब संप्रदाय आदिवासी सूची में शामिल करने के लिए ओडिशा सरकार ने रिकमेंडेशन भेजे थे, लेकिन ये समुदाय को आज तक कुछ भी फैसला नहीं हुआ, बाद पड़ गए हैं। इन समुदाय को तुरंत आदिवासी सूची में शामिल किया जाए। महोदय, आपका जानकारी के लिए बताती हूँ, कुर्मी समुदाय लोग ओडिशा, झारखंड, पश्चिम बंगाल में काफ़ी संख्या में रहते हैं और उनके अधिकार पाने के लिए कई दशक से लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन आज भी कुर्मी संप्रदाय उनके अधिकार पाने में वंचित है। महोदय, मैं केंद्र सरकार से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि ये सब संप्रदाय को लोग की अधिकार मिलना चाहिए, उनके विकास, उनके आगे बढ़ने के लिए एसटी सूची में शामिल करना होगा। सर, समाज के अनुसूचित जनजाति के अंतर्गत आने वाली जातियों की विकास, उनका शिक्षा और नौकरी तथा अन्य स्थान पर आरक्षण देकर इन जातियों का विकास करना होगा, ताकि उन संप्रदाय के लोग समाज के में शिक्षित होकर राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अपना योगदान दे सके। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस संशोधन विधेयक को मैं समर्थन करते हुए ये कहना चाहूँगी कि लोगों की शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, उन्नति और सब प्रकार विकास के लिए उनको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम सबको साथ होकर प्रयास करना होगा। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। श्री रायगा कृष्णा, माननीय श्री रायगा कृष्णा, आप विल स्पीक इन तेलुगु प्लीज।
Respected Chairman, ఈ అవకాశం మాట్లాడే అవకాశం నాకు ఇచ్చినందుకు ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుతున్నా. మా పార్టీ తరపున ఈ ట్రైబల్ అట్టార్ కమిటీ ఏదైతే కమ్యూనిటీ కలుపుతున్నారో దానికి మేము పూర్తి మద్దతు ఇస్తున్నాం, దీనికి పూర్తిగా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఇదే సందర్భంగా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వాన్ని దృష్టికి తీసుకొచ్చేది ఏంటిదంటే, చాలా కమ్యూనిటీని లాస్ట్ నిన్న కలిపారు, అంతకుముందు కూడా కలిపారు. దాదాపు మోర్ దాన్ 800 కమ్యూనిటీస్ నియర్లీ అటు మార్జినల్లీ దే ఆర్ ఇన్ ఎస్టీ లిస్ట్.
Prasad speaking on the West Bengal issue. Let's have a listen.
मित्रों, यह देश लोकतंत्र है
और हम सभी लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया से सांसद बने हैं, लेकिन हमें ममता सरकार की अगुवाई में एक बहुत ही विकृत और शर्मनाक लोकतंत्र देखने का दुर्भाग्य मिला। We noticed a sickening symbol of shameful democracy in Bengal elections. आप सभी जानते हैं कि ग्राम पंचायत का चुनाव वो संविधान की एक मर्यादा है। संविधान के अंतर्गत फर्स्ट टायर ऑफ इलेक्शंस है वो, और उसका एक चुनाव आयोग होगा, ये भी संविधान में प्रावधान है। तो आज क्या ग्राम पंचायत, क्या नगर निगम, क्या जिला परिषद, क्या विधानसभा, क्या लोकसभा, इन सभी संस्थाओं के बारे में संविधान में ही प्रावधान है, और उसके बावजूद इस तरह की हिंसा हुई, ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। हमने अपने यात्रा में, एक तो मुझे मालूम था कि वहाँ यात्रा रोकी जाती है, सतपाल जी भी गए थे, बिजलाल जी भी गए थे तो रोक दिया गया, बहन रेखा जी भी गई थी तो इनको भी जाने नहीं दिया गया पूर्व में। तो इस बार मैंने दिल्ली से ही कमेंट करना शुरू किया। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ ममता जी हमें जाने देंगी, अगर वो लोकतंत्र में बिलीव करती हैं। फिर हम हवाई अड्डे से उतरे तो हमें बाहर जाने दिया गया। फिर हमारी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस थी, हमने कहा ममता जी धन्यवाद, आपने हमें हवाई अड्डे से बाहर निकलने दिया। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हमें हिंसाग्रस्त क्षेत्रों में विजिट करने का आप अवसर देंगी। ये चलता रहा। मित्रों, हमारी जो ऑब्जर्वेशंस है, जो इस रिपोर्ट का भी पार्ट है, उसके 5 मूल बिंदु हैं। नंबर 1, नॉमिनेशन करने नहीं देंगे। You will not be allowed to file nomination. Number 2, नॉमिनेशन कर लिया तो तुम्हें प्रचार नहीं करने देंगे, तुम्हारे बाल बच्चों को भी किडनैप कर लेंगे। ये सच्चाई हुई। तीसरा, अगर नॉमिनेशन कर भी दिया तो किसी तरह गड़बड़ी में आपका नॉमिनेशन रिजेक्ट करेंगे। और चौथा, अगर आपने बहुत प्रचार किया तो आपके समर्थकों के घर पर बम बरसाएंगे, पीटेंगे, घर में हिंसा करेंगे, इत्यादि इत्यादि। और अगर आप जीत गए तो आपको सर्टिफिकेट नहीं देंगे। सर्टिफिकेट तभी देंगे जब आप दस्तखत करो कि आप टीएमसी ज्वाइन करोगे। तो जस्ट टू रिकैपिचुलेट, यू विल नॉट बी अलाउड टू फाइल नॉमिनेशन। इफ यू सक्सीडेड, you will not be allowed to campaign under threat of kidnapping of your children. If yet you insist, then your supporters will be attacked, killed with impunity. And next, even if you manage to win, you will not be given the victory certificate till you give an undertaking of joining the TMC. ये एक मोटी बात आप जान लें, ये षड्यंत्र था। दूसरी बात, आप हमारी रिपोर्ट देखेंगे तो हमने हाई कोर्ट के 5 आदेश को कोट किया है। ये काफी इलैबोरेट रिपोर्ट है, शुरू में सिनॉप्सिस भी है कि हाई कोर्ट ने कैसे 5 बार निर्देश दिया है कि चुनाव फेयर होने चाहिए, सेंट्रल फोर्सेस की पोस्टिंग होनी चाहिए। सेंट्रल फोर्सेस की पोस्टिंग में गड़बड़ी की गई, सेंसिटिव बूथ की सूची नहीं दी गई, आपको मालूम है। तो उनको मिसप्लेस कराया गया ताकि वो फील्ड में जा नहीं सके। मैं हाईकोर्ट के 1-2 आदेश खाली आपके सामने पढ़ने की आपसे अनुमति चाहता हूं, और जिससे आपको समझ में आएगा कि हाईकोर्ट ने, देखिए मैं एक पढ़ रहा हूं। The State Election Commission to review the assessment plan submitted by state And wherever there is inadequacy of the state police force in all such areas also, the State Election Commission shall requisition deployment of paramilitary forces. The requisition shall be done forthwith by the State Election Commission. बाकी और आदेश हुआ। अब फिर देखिए वो चुनाव आयोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट चला गया, समझे आप इस आदेश के खिलाफ। चुनाव आयोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट गया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट, द ऑर्डर ऑफ द हाई कोर्ट वुड नॉट कॉल फॉर एनी इंटरफेरेंस इन दीज सर्कमस्टेंसेस, तो उसको डिसमिस किया गया। और ये देखिए, देयरफॉर वी आर, ये हाई कोर्ट का एक और आदेश है, therefore we are of the view that such deployment of forces from other states to be in place on the date of polling and will not yield the desired result. Therefore dehodes the number of police forces which may have been requisitioned for other state. The State Election Commission shall independently assess the requirement as observed earlier and should be honest and bearing in mind so and so forth, constitutional obligation. उसके पश्चात फिर कोर्ट का कंटेम्प्ट भी हुआ। कंटेम्प्ट में भी उनकी जवाब, और देखिए कोर्ट ने एक और आदेश क्या किया, मैं आपको सुना रहा हूं, सुनिए। द स्टेट इलेक्शन कमीशन इज ड्यूटी बाउंड टू प्रिजर्व ऑल रिकॉर्ड्स कंसर्निंग द इलेक्शन इंक्लूडिंग द सीसीटीवी फुटेज एंड इट शैल बी सोली रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी ऑफ ऑल रिकॉर्ड्स। ये भी कोर्ट ने कहा। तो कोर्ट के इतने आदेश को हमने इसमें कोर्ट किया है, इन सबों के बावजूद इतनी हिंसा हुई, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही पीड़ादायक था। कई लोग मारे गए, हम लोग उनसे मिले, हम लोग जैसा बताया नॉर्थ बंगाल भी गए थे, साउथ बंगाल भी गए थे, डिटेल्स इसमें लिखा हुआ है। लेकिन कई लोग जो मारे गए, उनकी विधवाएं जब हम लोग उससे मिलकर रोती थीं, तो हम सबों के लिए बड़ा ही हृदय विदारक दृश्य था। इट वॉज ए पैथेटिक सीन फॉर अस। मैं कुछ नाम आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं, और ये सारी फोटो, ये सब इसमें सब फोटो सब बाकायदे लगी हुई है। 10-15 फोटोग्राफ आपको हम बताना चाहते हैं, जो हम लोग गए थे, सब अस्पताल गए थे, बाकी जगह गए थे। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कुछ चीज़ें जो आपके लिए जानना ज़रूरी है, और आज मैं आपके माध्यम से अपेक्षा करूंगा कि ये बात देश में जानी चाहिए। बीजेपी कैंडिडेट मधुमिता मंडल वॉज असॉल्टेड बाय टीएमसी वर्कर। हम उसके गांव गए थे 2 किलोमीटर चल करके। उसकी डॉटर इन लॉ श्वेता प्रेग्नेंट थी। उसके ऊपर इतना हमला किया कि वो मेरे और रेखा जी के एकदम आकर के इतनी रोई, उसका घर तोड़ दिया। वो भागी हुई थी हमारी उम्मीदवार। दुर्गा मंदिर बूथ नंबर 125, एक 13 साल के लोकल बच्चे को फरसा से ऐसा मारा कि पूरा कट गया था उसका। उन्होंने सब देखा, बाकी दुर्गा मंदिर का उन्होंने वो भी कैमरा तोड़ दिया पूरा। सबसे तो आपको जानकर आश्चर्य लगेगा और दुख भी लगेगा कि बूथ नंबर 179 में शांतनु पात्रा, ये सब आदिवासी हैं, अति पिछड़े हैं। वो बंगाल तमिलनाडु में राजमिस्त्री का काम करता है। वो घर आया था वोट देने, और राजमिस्त्री कुछ पैसे बचाया था और एक अच्छा मकान बनवाया। उसका एक ही पाप था कि उसने नरेंद्र मोदी की फोटो अपने बरामदे में लगाई थी। उसका घर तोड़ दिया, उसका फ्रिज तोड़ दिया, उसका टीवी तोड़ दिया। उसकी माँ को इतना पीटा, वो रोते हुए हम लोग से मिली, और उसने तो भाग करके अपनी जान बचाई। वहाँ से निकले हम लोग तो कम से कम 200-300 महिलाओं ने हम समूह को घेर लिया, और बंगाली में बोल रही थी। हम लोग समझे कि हमारी जान बचाइए। टीएम साल वर्कर कहते हैं चुनाव हो गया, अब खेला हो गया। और तो ये जो खौफ का माहौल, ओवरपावरिंग फियर, हैज बिकम द हॉलमार्क ऑफ दिस इलेक्शन। और क्या पुलिस, क्या इंचार्ज थाना, क्या बीडीओ, इन सबों ने मिलकर कोऑपरेटिव इलेक्शन कमीशन, इसने फैसिलिटेट किया सारी को। तो ये बहुत पीड़ादायक लगा। हम लोगों ने देखा जागा करके। आपको बताऊं, हम लोग, आप लोग मीडिया के लोग हैं, हम लोग बासंती गए थे, वहाँ सब जुटे थे हम लोग अपनी व्यथा कहने के लिए। तो उन्होंने कहा बंगाली में, ऑल द मीडिया गो आउट। तुमने क्या हुआ समझाने की कोशिश की, तो कहा जब हम पिट रहे थे लोग कोई आया नहीं, अब आपके साथ आया है। तो मीडिया के लोगों ने भी हमसे कहा जेंटली कि सर हम लोग भी कहाँ जाने की हिम्मत कर पाते थे, तो रास्ते में रोक लेते थे। ये हाल था। अब आपको बताते हैं, कनिका बर्मन इतना रोई हम लोग के कंधे पर, उसके पति जयंतो बर्मन को बंजारपुर में मार दिया गया। रेजिडेंट ऑफ बजारपुर, हरिहाट, बक्सीहाट, कूच बिहार वर ब्रूटली बीटन टू डेथ। और एक और हैं मेहताब विश्वास की फैमिली, बूथ नंबर 38 फालीमारी जीपी। सुबह 6 बजे उसको मार दिया क्योंकि वो काउंटिंग एजेंट था। ये उसका इतना बड़ा बेटा मुश्किल से 5 साल का उसकी पत्नी से मिले, उसके बूढ़े पिता से मिले। ये मैं बातें आपको इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि, और एक कृष्णा बर्मन, उनको इतना मारा कि उनके दाहिने आंख की रोशनी चली गई है। और जब हम लोग मिशन अस्पताल में मिलने गए तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे घर पर अभी भी हमला हो रहा है क्योंकि आप लोग हमसे मिलने आ रहे हैं। और एक हमारा
All right, you could log on to indiatoday.in for a lot more information, news and updates on that. Stay with us. I'm cutting across to our entertainment special in the club on the other side.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
board of Larsen & Toubro has approved a share buyback worth 10,000 crore rupees. The company will buy back 33.3 million shares at a price of 3,000 rupees per share, a 17% premium on today's close. L&T has also announced a special dividend of 6 rupees per share and said it will invest up to 506 crore rupees in its subsidiary L&T Energy Green Tech. Aviation sector regulator DGCA has removed SpiceJet from its enhanced surveillance regime. DGCA had put the low-cost carrier under enhanced surveillance recently after it was facing multiple financial headwinds in recent months. Various lessors were seeking reposition of aircraft leased to SpiceJet, and some of the cases have been settled by the airline. Airtel's B2B business has reached a milestone in the Internet of Things space, becoming the first enterprise to achieve the feat of connecting over 20 million devices. According to a report by Frost & Sullivan Data, Airtel's B2B division commands an impressive 54.3% share in this market for FY23.